of clay. The first hours of the War of 1914. The summer of 1914 would have been memorable for us, even without the doom which it spread over the European earth. I had rarely experienced one more luxuriant, more beautiful, and, I am tempted to say, more summery. Throughout the days and nights the heavens were a silky blue, the air soft yet not sultry, the meadows fragrant and warm, the forests dark and profuse in their tender green. Even today, when I use the word summer, I think involuntarily of those radiant July days which I spent in Baden near Vienna. In order that I might concentrate on my work, I had retired for the month of July to this small romantic town, where Beethoven loved to spend his summer holidays, planning to pass the remainder of the season with my honored friend Verhaeren in his little country house in Belgium. In Baden, one does not have to leave the city to enjoy the country. The lovely, hilly forest insinuates itself between the low Biedermeier houses which have retained the simplicity and the charm of the Beethoven period. At all the cafes and restaurants one sat in the open and could mingle at pleasure with the light-hearted visitors who strolled about the Kurpark or slip into a solitary path. Already on the eve of that 29th of June, which Catholic Austria celebrates as the feast day of Saints Peter and Paul, many guests had arrived from Vienna. In light summer dress, gay and carefree, the crowds moved about to the music in the park. The day was mild. A cloudless sky lay over the broad chestnut trees. It was a day made to be happy. The vacation days would soon set in for the people and children, and on this holiday they anticipated the entire summer, with its fresh air, its lush green, and the forgetting of all daily cares. I was sitting at some distance from the crowd in the park, reading a book. I still remember that it was Merezhkovsky's Tolstoy and Dostoevsky, and I read with interest and attention. Nevertheless, I was simultaneously aware of the wind in the trees, the chirping of the birds, and the music which was wafted toward me from the park. I heard the melodies distinctly without being disturbed by them, for our ear is so capable of adapting itself that a continuous din, or the noise of a street, or the rippling of a brook adjusts itself completely to our consciousness, and it is only an unexpected halt in the rhythm that startles us into listening. And so it was that I suddenly stopped reading when the music broke off abruptly. I did not know what piece the band was playing. I noticed only that the music had broken off. Instinctively, I looked up from my book. The crowd which strolled through the trees as a single, light, moving mass, also seemed to have undergone a change. It, too, had suddenly come to a halt. Something must have happened. I got up and saw that the musicians had left their pavilion. This, too, was strange, for the park concert usually lasted for an hour or more. What could have caused this brusque conclusion? Coming closer, I noticed that the people had crowded excitedly around the bandstand because of an announcement which had evidently just been put up. It was, as I soon learned, the text of a telegram announcing that His Imperial Majesty, the successor to the crown, Franz Ferdinand, and his wife, who had gone to the maneuvers in Bosnia, had fallen victims of a political assassination there. More and more people pressed toward the placard. The unexpected news was passed on from one to the other. But to be honest, there was no particular shock or dismay to be seen on their faces, for the heir apparent was not at all well liked. From the very earliest days of my youth, I can recall another day when Crown Prince Rudolf, the emperor's only son, had been found shot dead in Mayerling. Then the whole city was in a tumult of despair and excitement. Tremendous crowds thronged to witness his lying-in state. The expression of shock and sympathy for the emperor was overwhelming, that his only son and heir, who had been looked upon as an unusually progressive and humane Habsburg of whom much was expected, had passed on in the prime of life. But Franz Ferdinand lacked everything that counts for real popularity in Austria: amiability, personal charm, and easygoingness. I had often seen him in the theater. There he sat in his box, broad and mighty, with cold, fixed gaze, never casting a single friendly glance towards the audience or encouraging the actors with hearty applause. He was never seen to smile, and no photographs showed him relaxed. He had no sense for music and no sense of humor, and his wife was equally unfriendly. They both were surrounded by an icy air. One knew that they had no friends, and also that the old emperor hated him with all his heart because he did not have sufficient tact to hide his impatience to succeed to the throne. My almost mystic premonition that some misfortune would come from this man with his bulldog neck and his cold, staring eyes was by no means a personal one, but was shared by the entire nation, and so the news of his murder aroused no profound sympathy. 2 hours later, signs of genuine mourning were no longer to be seen. The throngs laughed and chattered, and as the evening advanced, music was resumed at public resorts. There were many on that day in Austria who secretly sighed with relief that this heir of the aged emperor had been removed in favor of the much more beloved young Archduke Karl. Of course, the newspapers printed lengthy eulogies on the following day, giving fitting expression to their indignation over the assassination. But there was no indication that the event was to be used politically against Serbia. The immediate concern of the imperial house was quite another one, namely the solemn obsequies. According to his rank as heir apparent, and especially since he had died in the service of the monarchy, his burial place would obviously have been the Capuchin vault, the historic place of interment of the Habsburgs. But Franz Ferdinand had married a Countess Chotek in the face of a long and bitter struggle on the part of the imperial family. She was a high aristocrat, but according to the secret, ancient family laws of the Habsburgs, she was not considered of equal birth with her husband, and at all the great official functions the archduchesses stubbornly clung to their precedence over the wife of the heir apparent, whose children were not entitled to the succession. The court pride even followed them in death. What? A Countess Chotek to be buried in the imperial vault of the Habsburgs? Perish the thought. A mighty intrigue set in. The archduchesses stormed the old emperor. Whereas official mourning was expected from the populace, within the palace there was a wild cross-play of bitterness and rancor, and, as usual, the dead were in the wrong. The masters of ceremony invented the assertion that it had been the express desire of the deceased to be buried in Artstetten, a provincial hole, and with this pseudo-pious excuse, they were able cautiously to evade the public lying, in state, the funeral cortege, and all the disputed questions of precedence that went with it. The coffins of the murdered royalty were quietly taken to Artstetten and interred there. Vienna, whose perpetual fondness for a show was thus deprived of a great opportunity, had already begun to forget the tragic occurrence. After all, the violent death of Queen Elizabeth and of the Crown Prince, and the scandalous flight of all sorts of members of the imperial house, had long since accustomed Vienna to the thought that the old emperor would outlive his Tantalitian house in imperturbable solitude. Only a few weeks more, and the name and the figure of Franz Ferdinand would have disappeared for all time out of history. In less than a week, however, attacks suddenly began to appear in the newspapers, and their constantly mounting crescendo was regulated too consistently for them to have been entirely accidental. The Serbian government was accused of collusion in the assassination, and there were veiled hints that Austria would not permit the murder of its supposedly beloved heir apparent to go unavenged. One could not escape the impression that some sort of action was being prepared in the newspapers, but no one thought of war. Neither banks, nor business houses, nor private persons changed their plans. Why should we be concerned with these constant skirmishes with Serbia which, as all knew, arose out of some commercial treaties concerned with the export of Hungarian pigs? My bags were packed so that I could go to Verhaeren in Belgium. My work was in full swing. What did the dead Archduke and his catafalque have to do with my life? The summer was beautiful as never before and promised to become even more beautiful, and we all looked out upon the world without a care. I can recall that on my last day in Baden I was walking through the vineyards with a friend when an old wine grower said to us, "We haven't had such a summer for a long time. If it stays this way, we'll get better grapes than ever. Folks will remember this summer." He did not know, the old man in his blue Cooper's smock, how gruesomely true a word he had spoken. In Leeuwenhoek, the small seaside resort near Ostend where I had planned to stay for 2 weeks before paying my annual visit to Verhaeren's country home, the same unconstraint reigned as elsewhere. The happy vacationists lay under their colored tents on the beach or went in bathing. Children were flying kites, and the young people were dancing in front of the cafes on the Diga. All nationalities were peaceably assembled together, and one heard a good deal of German in particular, for vacationists from the nearby Rhineland had long shown a preference for the Belgian seacoast. The only disturbance came from the newsboy who, to stimulate business, shouted the threatening captions in the Parisian papers: L'Autriche provoque la Russie, l'Allemagne prepare la mobilisation. We could see the faces of those who bought copies grow gloomy, but only for a few minutes. After all, we had been familiar with these diplomatic conflicts for years. They were always happily settled at the last minute, before things grew too serious. Why not this time as well? A half-hour later, one saw the same people splashing about in the water, the kites soared aloft, the gulls fluttered about, and the sun laughed warm and clear over the peaceful land. But the bad news piled up and constantly became more threatening. First it was Austria's ultimatum to Serbia and the evasive reply to it, then an exchange of telegrams between the monarchs, and finally the barely hidden mobilization. The village became irksome to me. Every day I would take the little electric train for Ostend to be closer to the news, and it grew increasingly worse. People were still bathing, the hotels still full, the diga still crowded with strolling, laughing, chatting summer visitors. But for the first time now, however, a new element appeared. One saw Belgian soldiers who had never before been seen on the beach, and machine guns and small carts drawn by dogs, this being a peculiarity of the Belgian army. At that time I was sitting in a cafe with some Belgian friends, a young painter and the poet Krommelink. We had spent the afternoon at the house of James Ensor, Belgium's greatest painter, a very reticent and retiring sort of man, who was much prouder of the poor and petty waltzes and polkas that he composed for the military band than he was of his fantastic paintings in glowing colors. He had shown us his work, indeed rather unwillingly, for the thought that somebody might possibly purchase one of them dejected him in a buffoonish sort of way. His ideal, so his friends laughingly told me, was to sell them at a high price and then be permitted to keep them, for he was as avaricious about money as he was about his work. Whenever he was forced to part with a painting, he was plunged into despair for several days. With all his curious crotchets, this genial harpagon had made us quite jolly, and when a troop of soldiers happened to pass by with its machine gun harnessed to a dog, one of us got up to stroke the dog. This disgusted the officer in charge, who feared that this petting of an adjunct of war might possibly damage the dignity of a military institution. "Why all this stupid marching about?" one of our group muttered. But another immediately replied with excitement, "One has to be prepared. They say that in case of war the Germans intend to invade us." "Out of the question," I said with honest conviction, for in that old world one still believed in the sanctity of treaties. If something were to happen and France and Germany were to destroy each other to the last man, you Belgians would still keep your feet dry. But our pessimist did not give in. There must be sufficient reason, he continued, if such measures had been ordered in Belgium. Years ago they had already got wind of a secret plan of the German General Staff, whereby, in case of an attack on France, Belgium was to be invaded despite all ratified treaties. But neither would I give in. It appeared completely ridiculous to me that while thousands and tens of thousands of Germans were enjoying at their leisure the hospitality of this small, impartial country, an army should stand in readiness at the frontier prepared to march in. "Nonsense," I said. "You can hang me to this lamp-post if the Germans march into Belgium." Today I am still grateful to my friends that they did not take me at my word when the time came. Then came the critical last days of July, and each hour brought conflicting news. The telegrams of Emperor Wilhelm to the Tsar, the telegrams of the Tsar to Emperor Wilhelm, Austria's declaration of war on Serbia, the murder of Jowers. One sensed the serious situation. At once an icy wind of fear blew over the beach and swept it bare. People by the thousands left the hotels and stormed the trains, and even the most optimistic began to pack their bags with speed. I too booked a ticket the moment that I learned of Austria's declaration of war on Serbia, and it was high time for this. The Orient Express was the last train from Belgium to Germany. We stood in the corridors, excited and impatient, everybody talking to everybody else. No one could remain quiet or read. and at each station we would rush out of the train to get the latest news, filled with the secret hope that some determined hand would restrain the fates that had been unleashed. We still did not believe there would be war, and even less in the possibility of an invasion of Belgium. We could not believe it because we did not wish to believe in such madness. We had passed through Verviers, the Belgian border station, and gradually the train approached the frontier. A German crew got on, and in 10 minutes we would be on German soil. Halfway to Herbesthal, the first German station, the train suddenly stood still in the middle of an open field. We hurried into the corridor to the windows. What had happened? In the darkness, I saw one freight train after another coming towards us, open cars covered with tarpaulins, under which I thought I could indistinctly see the threatening outlines of cannon. My heart missed a beat. It could be nothing but the advance of the German army. But perhaps, I comforted myself, it was only a precautionary measure, merely a threat of mobilization, and not mobilization itself. Always in time of danger, the renewed will to hope becomes enormous. Finally, we heard the signal, all clear, and the train rolled on into the station at Herbesthal. I leapt down the steps with one jump to get a newspaper and to learn what was going on. But the military had occupied the station. When I wished to enter the waiting room, an official, white-bearded and grave, stood in front of the locked door. No one was permitted to enter the station buildings. But I had already heard the rattling and clanking of swords behind the carefully covered glass panes and the hard thud of grounded rifles. No longer any doubt. The monstrous thing, the German invasion of Belgium, contrary to every provision of international law, was in progress. Shuddering, I went back to the train and rode on, back to Austria. Now there was no more doubt. I was riding into the war. The next morning I was in Austria. In every station placards had been put up announcing general mobilization. The trains were filled with fresh recruits. Banners were flying. Music sounded. And in Vienna, I found the entire city in a tumult. The first shock at the news of war, the war that no one, people or government, had wanted, the war which had slipped, much against their will, out of the clumsy hands of the diplomats who had been bluffing and toying with it, had suddenly been transformed into enthusiasm. There were parades in the street, flags, ribbons, and music burst forth everywhere. Young recruits were marching triumphantly, their faces lighting up at the cheering. They, the John Does and Richard Rose who usually go unnoticed and uncelebrated it. And to be truthful, I must acknowledge that there was a majestic, rapturous, and even seductive something in this first outbreak of the people from which one could escape only with difficulty. And in spite of all my hatred and aversion for war, I should not like to have missed the memory of those first days. As never before, thousands and hundreds of thousands felt what they should have felt in peacetime, that they belonged together. A city of 2 million, a country of nearly 50 million, in that hour felt that they were participating in world history, in a moment which would never recur, and that each one was called upon to cast his infinitesimal self into the glowing mass, there to be purified of all selfishness. All differences of class, rank, and language were flooded over at that moment by the rushing feeling of fraternity. Strangers spoke to one another in the streets. People who had avoided each other for years shook hands. Everywhere one saw excited faces. Each individual experienced an exaltation of his ego. He was no longer the isolated person of former times. He had been incorporated into the mass. He was part of the people, and his person, his hitherto unnoticed person, had been given meaning. The petty mail clerk, who ordinarily sorted letters early and late, who sorted constantly, who sorted from Monday until Saturday without interruption, the clerk, the cobbler, had suddenly achieved a romantic possibility in life. He could become a hero, and everyone who wore a uniform was already being cheered by the women and greeted beforehand with this romantic appellation by those who had to remain behind. They acknowledged the unknown power which had lifted them out of their everyday existence. Even mothers with their grief, and women with their fears, were ashamed to manifest their quite natural emotions in the face of this first transformation. But it is quite possible that a deeper, more secret power was at work in this frenzy. So deeply, so quickly did the tide break over humanity that, foaming over the surface. It churned up the depths, the subconscious primitive instincts of the human animal, that which Freud so meaningfully calls the revulsion from culture, the desire to break out of the conventional bourgeois world of codes and statutes, and to permit the primitive instincts of the blood to rage at will. It is also possible that these powers of darkness had their share in the wild frenzy into which everything was thrown: self-sacrifice and alcohol, the spirit of adventure and the spirit of pure faith, the old magic of flags and patriotic slogans, that mysterious frenzy of the millions which can hardly be described in words, but which, for the moment, gave a wild and almost rapturous impetus to the greatest crime of our time. Today's generation, which has only observed the outbreak of the Second World War, may ask, why was our experience different? Why did not the masses in 1939 flare up with the same rapturous madness as in 1914? Why did they respond to the call only with gravity and determination, fatalistically and in silence? Was it not the same thing? Were not even holier and higher aims at stake in our present war, which is one of ideas and not merely concerned with frontiers and colonies? The answer is simple: because the world of 1939 does not possess so much childishly naive credulity as did that of 1914. Then the people had unqualified confidence in their leaders. No one in Austria would have ventured the thought that the all-high ruler Emperor Franz Joseph, in his 83rd year, would have called his people to war unless from direct necessity, would have demanded such a sacrifice of blood unless evil, sinister, and criminal foes were threatening the peace of the empire. The Germans, on the other hand, had read the telegrams of their emperor to the Tsar in which he struggled for peace. A mighty respect for the authorities, the ministers, the diplomats, and for their discernment and honesty still animated the simple man. If war had come, then it could only have come against the wishes of their own statesmen. They themselves were not at fault. Indeed, no one in the entire land was at fault. Therefore, the criminals, the warmongers, must be the other fellows. We had taken up arms in self-defense against a villainous and crafty enemy who had attacked peaceful Austria and Germany without the slightest provocation. In 1939, however, this almost religious faith in the honesty, or at least in the capacity of one's own government, had disappeared throughout Europe. Diplomacy was despised, since one had seen with bitterness how the possibility of a lasting peace had been betrayed at Versailles. Nations remembered all too clearly how they had been shamefully cheated of the promises of disarmament and the abolition of secret diplomacy. In truth, there was not a single statesman in 1939 for whom anyone had respect, and none in whom one would confidently entrust his destiny. The humblest French crossing sweeper ridiculed Daladier, and in England, since Munich, peace in our time, all confidence in Chamberlain's perspicacity had vanished. In Italy, and in Germany, the masses looked upon Mussolini and Hitler with anxiety. Where will he drive us now? To be sure, they had no choice. The fatherland was at stake. And so the soldiers shouldered their guns, the women let their children go, but not with the unswerving belief of other times that this sacrifice had been unavoidable. They obeyed, but without rejoicing. They went to the front, but without the old dream of being a hero. The people, and each individual, already knew that they were not but the victims either of mundane, political stupidity or of an incomprehensible and malicious force of destiny. Besides, what did the great mass know of war in 1914 after nearly half a century of peace? They did not know war. They had hardly given it a thought. It had become legendary, and distance had made it seem romantic and heroic. They still saw it in the perspective of their school readers and of paintings in museums. Brilliant cavalry attacks in glittering uniforms, the fatal shot always straight through the heart. The entire campaign a resounding march of victory. "We'll be home at Christmas," the recruits shouted laughingly to their mothers in August of 1914, who in the villages and the cities of Austria remembered real war. A few ancients at best, who in 1866 had fought against Prussia, which was now their ally. But what a quick, bloodless, far-off war that had been, a campaign that had ended in 3 weeks with few victims, and before it had well started. A rapid excursion into the romantic, a wild, manly adventure. That is how the War of 1914 was painted in the imagination of the simple man. And the young people were honestly afraid that they might miss this most wonderful and exciting experience of their lives. That is why they hurried and thronged to the colors, and that is why they shouted and sang in the trains that carried them to the slaughter. Wildly and feverishly the red wave of blood coursed through the veins of the entire nation. But the generation of 1939 knew war. It no longer deceived itself. It knew that it was not romantic, but barbaric. It knew that it would last for years and years, an irretrievable span of time. It knew that men did not storm the enemy, decorated with oak leaves and ribbons, but hung about for weeks at a time in trenches or quarters covered with vermin and mad with thirst, and that men were crushed and mutilated from afar, without ever coming face to face with the foe. The newspapers and cinemas had already made the new and devilish techniques of destruction familiar. People knew how the giant tanks ground the wounded under in their path, and how airplanes destroyed women and children in their beds. They knew that a world war of 1939, because of its soulless mechanization, would be 1,000 times more cruel, more bestial, more inhuman than all of the former wars of mankind. Not a single individual of the generation of 1939 believed any longer in a God-decreed justice of war. And what was worse, they no longer believed in the justice and permanence of the peace it was to achieve. For they remembered all too well the disappointments that the last war had brought: impoverization instead of riches, bitterness instead of contentment, famine, inflation, revolts, the loss of civil rights, enslavement by the state, nerve-destroying uncertainty, distrust of each against all. That is what made the difference. The War of 1939 had a spiritual meaning, a question of freedom and the preservation of moral possessions, and to fight for an idea makes man hard and determined. The War of 1914, on the other hand, knew nothing of realities. It still served a delusion, the dream of a better, a righteous and peaceful world. And it is only delusion, and not knowledge, that bestows happiness. That is why the victims, crowned with flowers and with oak leaves in their helmets, marched jubilating on their way to the shambles through streets that rumbled and sparkled as if on a holiday. That I myself did not succumb to this sudden rapture of patriotism was not due to any unusual sobriety or discernment on my part, but rather because of my former manner of life. 2 days earlier, I had still been in enemy country and could convince myself that the great masses in Belgium were just as peaceful and unaware as our own people. What is more, I had lived too internationally to be able suddenly, overnight, to hate a world that was as much mine as my fatherland. I had long been dubious of politics, and especially during recent years I had discussed countless times with my French and Italian friends the stupidity of a possible war. I was inoculated to some extent against the infection of patriotic enthusiasm, and, being thus prepared against this fever of the first hours, I remained fully determined not to allow this war of brothers, brought about by clumsy diplomats and brutal munitions manufacturers, to affect my conviction of the necessity of European unity. As a result, I was inwardly secure from the very beginning of my world citizenship. It was more difficult to determine my course as a citizen of the state. Although only 32, I had no military obligations for the time being, for at all physical examinations I had been declared unfit, whichever on those past occasions had made me heartily glad. These rejections saved me from wasting a year in stupid army service, and furthermore, it struck me as a criminal anachronism to let myself be trained in the use of implements of murder in the 20th century. The right thing for a man of my convictions would have been to declare myself a conscientious objector, a course which, in Austria, invited the heaviest punishments imaginable and would have demanded a martyr's steadfastness of soul. It happens, and I am not ashamed to admit this fault, that there is nothing heroic in my nature. My natural attitude to all dangerous situations has always been to evade, and it was not only on this occasion that I had to accept, perhaps justly, the reproach of indecision that so often was made to my revered master of an earlier century, Erasmus of Rotterdam. On the other hand, it was equally unbearable to me as a comparatively young man to wait until they dug me out of my retirement and planted me in some inept spot. So I looked around for some activity in which I could serve to advantage without being militarily active, and the fact that one of my friends, an officer of rank, was in the war archives, procured my assignment there. I worked in the library, where my knowledge of languages was useful and styled and improved publicity releases. Certainly not a glorious occupation, I readily concede, but at least one that seemed to suit me better than pushing a bayonet into the entrails of a Russian peasant. But the deciding factor was that I had sufficient time after these none too arduous duties to devote to what I believed was the most important service in the war, the preparation for the understanding to come. My position among my Viennese friends was much more difficult than my official one. Limited in their experience of Europe as a whole and living entirely within the German circle of thought, most of our writers believed that their best contribution was to strengthen the enthusiasm of the masses and support the supposed beauty of war with poetic appeals or scientific ideologies. Nearly all the German authors, led by Hauptmann and Demmel, felt themselves obligated, like the bards of the ancient Germany, by songs and runes to inflame the advancing warriors with enthusiasm for death. Poems poured forth that rhymed Krieg with Sieg and not with Tod. Solemnly, the poets swore never again to have any cultural association with a Frenchman or an Englishman. They went even further. They denied overnight that there had ever been any French or English culture. All that was insignificant and valueless in comparison with German character, German art, and German thought. But the savants were even worse. The sole wisdom of the philosophers was to declare the war a bath of steel, which would beneficially preserve the strength of the people from enervation. The physicians fell into line and praised their prosthesis so extravagantly that one was almost tempted to have a leg amputated so that the healthy member might be replaced by an artificial one. The ministers of all creeds had no desire to be outdone and joined in the chorus, at times as if a horde of possessed were raving, and yet all of these men were the very same whose reason, creative power, and humane conduct one had admired only a week, a month before. The most shocking thing about this madness was that most of these persons were honest. For the most part, too old or physically unfit for military service, they thought themselves in decency obliged to take part in every supporting effort. All that they had achieved they owed to the language and thus to the people. And so they desired to serve their people by means of the language and let them hear what they wished to hear. That justice was solely on their side in this struggle, and injustice on the other, that Germany would triumph and the enemy be ignominiously conquered, quite oblivious of the fact that in so doing they were betraying the true mission of the poet, the preserver and defender of the universal humanity of mankind. Of course, many felt the bitter taste of disgust on their tongues at their own words as soon as the fumes of the initial enthusiasm had evaporated. But in the early months, those who raved the loudest attracted most attention, and so they sang and yelled in a wild chorus here, there, and everywhere. To my mind, the most typical and most moving case of such honest and at once inane ecstasy was that of Ernst Liesauer. I knew him well. He wrote short, incisive, brittle poems, and was the most kindly person imaginable. Even today, I can recall how I had to bite my lips to hide my smile on the occasion of his first visit. Arbitrarily, judging by his pithy Germanic verses which strove for the utmost brevity, I had pictured him as a slim, raw-boned young man. Instead, there toddled into my room a round little man, a jolly face above a double chin, bubbling over with self-importance and exuberance, stuttering in his haste, and so possessed with poetry that nothing could keep him from citing and reciting his verses again and again. But for all the laughable things he did, I had to like him because he was warm-hearted, comradely, honest, and demoniacally attached to his art. He was of a wealthy German family, had been educated in the Friedrich Wilhelm Gymnasium in Berlin, and possibly he was the most Prussian or Prussian-assimilated Jew I had ever known. He spoke no other living tongue and had never been outside of Germany. Germany was his world, and the more Germanic anything was, the more it delighted him. York, Luther, and Stein were his heroes, the German War of Liberation his favorite topic, and Bach his musical god. He played him beautifully in spite of his small, short, thick, spongy fingers. No one was more familiar with German poetry, and no one was more enamored of, more enchanted with the German language. Like so many Jews whose families had entered German culture late, he had more faith in Germany than the most devoted of Germans. When the war broke out, his first act was to hurry to the barracks to enlist. I can well imagine the laughter of the sergeants and corporals when this fat body came puffing up the stairs. He was promptly rejected. Liesauer was in despair, but, like the others, he at least wished to serve Germany with his muse. Everything that the newspapers and the German army communiques published was gospel truth to him. His country had been attacked, and the worst criminal, as cast by Wilhelmstrasse, was that perfidious Sir Edward Grey, the British foreign minister. This feeling, that England was the arch enemy of Germany and responsible for the war, found expression in his Hymn of Hate, a poem. I do not have a copy before me, that in hard, short, impressive stanzas raised the hatred against England to an eternal oath never to forgive her for her crime. It was soon fatefully apparent how easy it is to work hatred. This blinded, fat little Jew, Liesauer, anticipated Hitler's example. The poem exploded like a bomb in a munitions depot. Possibly no other poem in Germany, not even the Watch on the Rhine, got around as quickly as this notorious Hymn of Hate. The Kaiser was enraptured and bestowed the Order of the Red Eagle upon Liesauer. The poem was reprinted in all the newspapers. Teachers read it out loud to the children in school. Officers at the front read it to their soldiers, until everyone knew the litany of hate by heart. As if that were not enough, the little poem was set to music and, arranged for chorus, was sung in the theaters. Among Germany's 70 millions there was hardly one person who did not know the Hymn of Hate, from the first line to the last, and soon it was known, with less rapture, be it said, to the entire world. Overnight, Ernst Liesauer had achieved the greatest renown won by any poet in that war. But, to be sure, a renown that later was to burn him like the shirt of Nessus. For no sooner had the war ended, with merchants seeking to resume trade and politicians making honest efforts towards mutual understanding, everything was done to disclaim the poem which had demanded eternal enmity with England. And to shake off one's own culpability, poor hate Liesauer was pilloried as the sole culprit of this insane hysteria of hate, which in fact everyone from the highest to the lowest had shared in 1914. All who had celebrated him in 1914 turned from him pointedly in 1919. The newspapers ceased to print his poems, and when he appeared among his fellows a marked silence fell. Finally, he was driven out by Hitler from the Germany to which he had been attached with every fiber of his heart, to die forgotten, the tragic victim of the one poem which had raised him so highly only to dash him to the lowest depths. The rest were just like Liesauer. Their emotions were honest, and they thought they were acting honestly, the professors and poets, the sudden patriots of that time. I do not deny it, but it took little time for it to become apparent how terrible a disaster had been caused by these songs in praise of war and orgies of hatred. In 1914, all the warring nations were already in a state of over-excitation, and the worst rumor was immediately transformed into truth, the most absurd slander believed. In Germany, men by the dozen swore that they had seen with their own eyes automobiles laden with gold going from France to Russia shortly before the outbreak of the war. The tales of gouged-out eyes and severed hands which appear on the third or fourth day of every war filled the newspapers. They did not know, those innocents who spread such lies, that the accusation of every possible cruelty against the enemy is as much war material as are munitions and planes, and that they are systematically taken out of storage at the beginning of every war. War does not permit itself to be coordinated with reason and righteousness. It needs stimulated emotions, enthusiasm for its own cause and hatred for the adversary. It lies in human nature that deep emotion cannot be prolonged indefinitely, either in the individual or in a people, a fact that is known to all military organizations. Therefore, it requires an artificial stimulation, a constant doping of excitement. And this whipping up was to be performed by the intellectuals, the poets, the writers, and the journalists, scrupulously or otherwise, honestly or as a matter of professional routine. They were to beat the drums of hatred, and beat them they did, until the ears of the unprejudiced hummed and their hearts quaked. In Germany, in France, in Italy, in Russia, and in Belgium, they all obediently served the war propaganda and thus the mass delusion and mass hatred, instead of fighting against it. The results were disastrous. At that time, propaganda not yet having worn itself thin in peacetime, the nations believed everything that they saw in print in spite of thousands of disillusionments. And so the pure, beautiful, sacrificial enthusiasm of the opening days became gradually transformed into an orgy of the worst and most stupid impulses. In Vienna and Berlin, one fought France and England in the Ringstrasse and the Friedrichstrasse, which was definitely more comfortable. The French and English signs on the shops were made to disappear, and even a convent zoo, Den Englischen Fräulein, had to change its name because the people were aroused, not knowing that English referred to the angels and not the Anglo-Saxons. Sober merchants stamped or pasted "Got Strafe England" on their letters, and society ladies swore, so they wrote to the newspapers, that never again would they speak a single word of French. Shakespeare was banned from the German stage, Mozart and Wagner from the French and English concert halls. German professors declared that Dante had been Germanic, the French that Beethoven had been a Belgian. Intellectual culture was requisitioned without scruple from the enemy countries like grain and ore. It was not enough that thousands of peace-loving citizens were killing each other daily at the front. In the hinterland, there was mutual berating and slandering of the great dead of the enemy countries, who had been slumbering in their graves for centuries. The mental confusion increased in absurdity. The cook at her stove, who had never been outside the city and had never looked at an atlas since her school days, believed that Austria could not endure without Sanjak, a small frontier hamlet somewhere in Bosnia. Cab drivers argued on the streets about the reparations to be imposed on France, 50 billions or 100, without knowing how much a billion was. There was no city, no group that had not fallen prey to this dreadful hysteria of hatred. The ministers preached from their pulpits, the Social Democrats, who but a month before had branded militarism as the greatest crime, clamored perhaps louder than all the others so as not to be classed as people without a fatherland, in the words of Emperor Wilhelm. It was the war of an unsuspicious generation, and the greatest peril was the inexhaustible faith of the nations in the single-sided justice of their cause. It soon became impossible to converse reasonably with anybody in the first war weeks of 1914. The most peaceable and the most good-natured were intoxicated with the smell of blood. Friends whom I had looked upon as decided individualists and even as philosophical anarchists changed overnight into fanatic patriots and from patriots into insatiable annexionists. Every conversation ended in some stupid phrase such as, "He who cannot hate cannot really love," or in coarse inculpations. Comrades with whom I had not quarreled for years accused me rudely of no longer being an Austrian. Why did I not go over to France or Belgium? They even hinted cautiously that sentiments such as that the war was a crime ought to be brought to the attention of the authorities, for defeatists, that nice word had just been invented in France, were the worst betrayers of the fatherland. Nothing remained but to withdraw into oneself and to keep silent while the others ranted and raved. It was not easy, for even in exile, I have experienced it to the full, it is not as difficult to live alone as it is in one's own country. In Vienna, I had estranged my old friends, and this was no time to seek new ones. It was only with Rainer Maria Rilke that I sometimes had talks of intimate understanding. It had become possible to secure him, too, for our war archives, for with his over-delicate nerves he would have been the most impossible soldier, since filth, smells, and noise actually produced physical nausea in him. I always have to smile when I remember him in uniform. One day there was a knock at my door. A timid soldier stood outside. For the moment I was frightened. Rilke, Rainer Maria Rilke, in military disguise. He looked so touchingly awkward, his collar too tight, disturbed by the thought that he had to salute every officer, clicking his heels together. And since, in his high impulse to perfection, he wished to perform even this insignificant formality of the ritual in as exemplary a manner as possible, he found himself in a perpetual state of confusion. "I have always hated this military uniform," he said to me in his soft tone of voice, "since my time in the military academy. I thought that I had escaped it once and for all. And now again, at almost 40. Fortunately, there were helping hands to protect him, and, thanks to a benevolent medical examination, he was soon discharged. Once more he came into my room, this time to take leave, back in civilian clothes again. It seemed almost as if he had been wafted in, so noiseless were his movements. He wished to thank me for endeavoring, through Roland, to rescue his library which had been confiscated in Paris. For the first time he no longer looked young. It was as if the thought of all this horror had exhausted him. "Abroad," he said. "If one could only go abroad. War is always prison." Then he left. Again I was all alone. After a few weeks, determined to escape this dangerous mass psychosis, I moved to a rural suburb to commence my personal war in the midst of war, the struggle against the betrayal of reason by the current mass passion, the struggle for intellectual brotherhood. Retirement in itself proved useless. The atmosphere remained oppressive. And just because of that I became aware that mere passive non-participation in this wild derogation of the enemy was not conclusive. After all, one was a writer and had the gift of words, and with it the duty of expressing one's convictions as far as that was possible under the censorship. I attempted to do so. I wrote an article called To Friends Abroad, in which, in direct and blunt contrast to the accustomed fanfares of hate, I announced to all friends in foreign countries that, although relations were now impossible, I would remain loyal to them so that, at the very first opportunity, we might again collaborate in the reconstruction of European culture. I sent it to the most widely read German paper. To my amazement, the Berliner Tageblatt did not hesitate to print it entire. Only one passage, "No matter who may be victorious," was censored, because even the slightest doubt that Germany would emerge victorious from the World War was not permitted at that time. But even without this limitation, my article brought me a number of indignant letters from super-patriots. They could not understand how one could have anything in common with those rascally opponents in such an hour. I was not very much hurt. Throughout my life it had never been my purpose to convert others to my opinions. It sufficed for me to be permitted to express them, and to express them openly. 2 weeks later, when I had almost forgotten about my article, I received a letter with a Swiss postage stamp and marked "Passed by Censor," and the familiar handwriting told me that it came from Romain Roland. He must have read my article, for he wrote, "Non, geni, quitterai jamais mes amis." I sensed immediately that these few lines were an attempt to see if it were possible to correspond with an Austrian friend in wartime. I replied at once. From that time on we wrote to each other regularly, and our correspondence continued for more than 25 years until the Second War, more brutal than the first, disrupted all connections between nations. This letter was one of the high points of happiness in my life. It came to me like a white dove out of the ark of bellowing, stamping, raging wild beasts. I no longer felt alone, but once again linked with someone of my own convictions. I felt myself strengthened by Roland's greater spiritual strength. I knew how wonderfully Roland was proving his humanity beyond the frontier. He had found the only right path for a writer to take in such times, not to participate in destruction and murder, but, following the great example of Walt Whitman, who served as a hospital orderly in the Civil War, to be active in works of assistance and humanity. Living in Switzerland, exempt from all military duty because of his poor health, he had immediately offered his services to the Red Cross in Geneva, where he happened to be at the outbreak of the war, and labored there in the overcrowded rooms day after day in the magnificent work for which I later tried to express thanks publicly in an article called The Heart of Europe. After the murderous battles of the first weeks, all connections were broken off. In all countries relatives did not know whether or not their sons, their brothers, their fathers had fallen, or were merely missing or prisoners, and they did not know where to inquire, for no answer was to be expected from the enemy. The Red Cross took over the task of alleviating the harrowing uncertainty about the fate of one's loved ones, the worst misery in the midst of horror and cruelty, by directing letters from prisoners of war to their homelands in the opposing countries. However, the organization, which had been operating for decades, was unprepared for such tremendous numbers. Daily, hourly, the number of volunteer workers had to be augmented, for every hour of suspense seemed an eternity to those concerned. At the end of December 1914, 30,000 letters came in daily, and finally 1,200 people crowded together in the Little Musée Rath in Geneva to answer and take care of the daily mail. And among them, instead of selfishly doing his own work, labored the most human of poets, Romain Rolland. But he had not forgotten his other duty, the duty of the artist to express his convictions even in the face of opposition of his own country and that of the entire belligerent world. In the autumn of 1914, when most writers were out, shouting each other in hatred, and spat and bellowed at one another, he wrote that notable avowal Audaces de la Mêlée, in which he fought against intellectual hatred between nations and demanded justice and humanity from all artists even in the midst of war. It was an article which, like no other of its time, aroused opinion and resulted in a controversial literature of its own. For this was the favorable difference between the First World War and the Second. In the first, the word still had power. It had not yet been done to death by the organization of lies, by propaganda, and people still considered the written word, they looked to it. Whereas in 1939, not a single pronouncement by any writer had the slightest effect either for good or evil, and up to the present no book, pamphlet, essay, or poem has stirred the masses to their core. In 1914, a 48-line poem like Lissar's Hymn of Hate, an inane manifesto like that of the 93 German intellectuals, or an 8-page essay such as Rolland's Audaces de la Mêlée, or a novel like Barbuse's Le Fou, became an event. The moral conscience of the world had not yet become as tired or washed out as it is today. It reacted vehemently to every obvious lie, to every violation of international law and of humanity, with the whole force of centuries of conviction. A violation such as Germany's invasion of neutral Belgium, which today, since Hitler elevated lying to a matter of course and anti-humanitarianism to law, would hardly be complained of seriously, could then still arouse the world from end to end. The shooting of Edith Cavell and the torpedoing of the Lusitania were more harmful to Germany than a battle lost, thanks to the universal outburst of moral indignation. And so it was by no means vain for the poet, the writer, to speak out at that time when the ear and the soul had not yet been flooded with the incessant chattering waves of the radio. On the contrary, the spontaneous manifestation of a great poet was 1,000 times more effective than all of the official speeches of the statesmen, who were known to be geared tactically and politically to the immediate moment and to speak half-truths at best. In this feeling of confidence in the poet as the highest guarantee of pure sentiments, there was infinitely more belief on the part of that generation that later was to be so disappointed. Aware of this authority of the poet, military leaders and officials sought to secure the services of the men of moral and intellectual prestige for their purposes. They were needed to declare, to prove, to confirm that all the injustice, all the evil was piled up on the other side, and that all truth and all righteousness were on the side of their own nation. They could not get Rolland to do this. He did not see it as his duty to intensify the atmosphere sultry with hatred and heavy through every kind of incitement, but, on the contrary, to purify it. Whoever reads the 8 pages of the famous Audaces de la Mêlée today will in all probability no longer comprehend its tremendous effect. All that Rolland postulated in it connotes, if read coolly and clearly, nothing but the most obvious of obvious truths. But these words were written in a time of mass insanity that can hardly be reconstructed today. When the article appeared, the French super-patriots cried out as if they had picked up a red-hot iron by mistake. In a trice, Rolland was boycotted by his oldest friends, The booksellers no longer dared to display Jean-Christophe. The military authorities, who needed hatred to stimulate their soldiers, were already considering measures against him. One pamphlet after the other appeared with the argument, "Ce qu'on donne pendant la guerre à l'humanité est vol de la patrie." But as always, the outcry proved that the blow had struck home. The discussion as to the attitude of the intellectuals in the war could no longer be halted, and the problem was posed inescapably before every individual. I regret nothing more in these memoirs than that I no longer have access to Roland's letters of those years. The thought that they may be destroyed or lost in this new deluge weighs upon me as a heavy responsibility. For much as I love all his works, I believe that the time may come when those letters will be counted among the loveliest and the most humane that his great heart and passionate reason ever brought forth. Out of the measureless despair of a compassionate soul, out of the entire force of powerless bitterness, written to a friend beyond the border, officially an enemy, they may possibly be the most penetrating moral documents of a time where understanding was a gigantic manifestation of strength, and loyalty to one's own beliefs in itself demanded grandiose courage. Our friendly correspondence soon crystallized into a definite project. Roland suggested that we attempt to invite the important intellectual personalities of all nations to a conference in Switzerland, in order to achieve a more uniform and dignified attitude, and perhaps, even, to address a united appeal for conciliation to the world. He, for his part, was prepared to invite the French and those of other lands to participate, and I was to take care of the Austrians and Germans insofar as they had not already compromised themselves by taking an open part in the propaganda of hate. I went to work at once. The most important and most representative German poet at that time was Gerhard Hauptmann. In order to make it easier for him to accept or to decline, I did not wish to approach him directly. So I wrote to our common friend Walter Rathenau, asking him to sound out Hauptmann confidentially. Rathenau refused. I never learned whether he did so with or without Hauptmann's knowledge, saying that the time for an intellectual understanding was not ripe. With that, the whole plan faded, for then Thomas Mann was in the other camp and had just expressed the German legal point of view in an article on Frederick the Great. Rilke, who I knew was on our side, refused to participate in any public and joint action as a matter of principle. Demel, the former socialist, proudly, with juvenile patriotism, signed his letters Lieutenant Demel, and private conversations had convinced me that we could not count on Hofmannsthal or Jacob Wassermann. There was not much to be hoped for on the German side, and Roland was hardly more successful in France. In 1914 and 1915, it was still too early, and for the people of the hinterland the war was still too distant. We stood alone. Alone, yet not entirely alone. We had yet accomplished something through our exchange of letters, a preliminary survey of the few dozen people in the warring or neutral nations upon whom we could count and who thought along our lines. We could direct each other's attention to books, articles, and pamphlets here and there. A certain crystallization point had been assured, to which, hesitatingly at first, but always more strongly because of the ever-growing pressure of the times, new elements could adhere. This feeling of not being entirely in the void encouraged me from time to time to write articles that would draw answers and reactions from the isolated and hidden people who sympathized with us. In spite of all, the important newspapers of Germany and Austria were at my disposal, which assured an important sphere of activity, and strangely enough, there was no danger of opposition in principle from the authorities, for I never touched on current politics. Because of the effect of the liberal spirit, respect for all things literary was still very great, and when I reread the articles which I was then able to smuggle out into the open, I cannot withhold my respect for the generosity of the Austrian military authorities. It was possible for me in the midst of the World War to give enthusiastic praise to Bertha von Suttner, the founder of pacifism, who had branded war as a crime of crimes, and to report in detail on Barbusse's Le Feu in an Austrian newspaper. Obviously, we had to utilize a certain technique in spreading our inopportune views to the general public in a time of war. In order to picture the horrors of the war to the indifferent hinterland, it was, of course, necessary for me to dwell upon the sufferings of a French soldier in my article Le Fou, but hundreds of letters from the Austrian front proved how clearly our people had recognized their own fate in that description. Or, in order to express our own convictions, we adopted a method of apparently attacking one another. For example, one of my French friends took issue with my To Friends Abroad in the Mercure de France. By this attack, in which he printed every single word of my article in translation, he had succeeded in smuggling it over into France where everyone could read it. And that, of course, had been his intention. In such manner signal lights went up which were nothing but signs of mutual recognition. How clearly they were understood by those for whom they were intended was later demonstrated to me by a slight incident. When in May 1915 Italy declared war upon Austria, its former ally, a wave of hatred ensued. Everything Italian was insulted, Dante was annexed. That is, it was ceremoniously declared that the only great, supposedly Italian poet had been a Teuton, just as France had suddenly claimed Beethoven as a Belgian. It chanced that in the memoirs of a young Italian of the time of the Risorgimento, Carlo Porio by name, which had just appeared, there was a description of a visit to Goethe. In order to point out, in the midst of all this manifestation of hate, that the Italians had always been closely and sympathetically allied to our culture, I wrote a rather pointed article called An Italian Visits Goethe. And as the book had an introduction by Benedetto Croce, I took the opportunity of devoting a few words to my high esteem for the latter. Words of admiration for an Italian uttered in Austria at a time when one was not supposed to pay homage to any enemy writer or scholar could not but signify something ulterior, and as such they were recognized beyond our borders. Croce, who was then in the Italian government, told me later how one of the employees of the ministry, who could not read German, had informed him in some dismay that Croce had been attacked in the principal enemy newspaper, for he could not conceive of a reference to the minister as being other than unfriendly. Croce ordered a copy of the Neue Freie Presse and was at first astonished to read words of admiration instead, then pleasantly amused. It is far from my purpose to overestimate these small, isolated essays. It goes without saying that they had not the slightest effect upon the course of events, but they helped us as well as many an unknown reader. They eased the horrible isolation, the spiritual despair, in which the truly humane person of the 20th century found himself, as he finds himself today, after 25 years, again as powerless against the overpowering, if, as I fear, not even more so. At that time I was perfectly aware of the fact that I could not shake off my real burden by these small protests and devices. Slowly I began to develop the plan of a work that was to enable me not only to express certain ideas, but also my considered attitude to time and race, catastrophe and war. However, in order to describe the war in a poetic synthesis, I lacked the most important thing. I had not seen it. I had been anchored in an office for almost a year, and there, in the invisible distance, the actual, true horror of war was being enacted. I had had opportunities to go to the front, and on 3 occasions important newspapers had offered me an assignment as war correspondent. But any sort of description would have carried the obligation to depict the war in an exclusively positive and patriotic sense, and I had sworn to myself, an oath which I still kept in 1940, never to write a single word that affirmed war or disparaged another nation. But an opportunity presented itself by chance. The great Austro-German offensive had broken through the Russian lines at Tarnow in the spring of 1915, and Galicia and Poland had been conquered in one concentric attack. Now the War Archives wished to secure for its files all the original Russian proclamations and placards in the occupied Austrian area before they had been torn down or otherwise destroyed. The colonel, who happened to be aware of my collector's technique, asked me if I wished to undertake the task. Of course I accepted at once, and I was given a passport which permitted me to travel on any military train and to move about freely wherever I chose without being assigned to any definite division and without having to report to any particular office or superior. This caused a number of the strangest occurrences, for I was not an officer, but merely a titular sergeant major, and wore a uniform without any special insignia. Whenever I produced my enigmatic document, it elicited particular respect for the officers at the front, and the officials thought that I must be some officer of the general staff in disguise, or that I had been entrusted with some mysterious task. Since I avoided the officers' mess and stopped at hotels, I achieved the additional advantage of being outside of the great machine and seeing whatever I wished to see without official guiding. My set task, that of collecting the proclamations, did not burden me greatly. Whenever I came into one of the Galician cities, Tarnow, Drohobix, or Limburg, I found a few Jews, so-called agents, whose profession it was to provide whatever one wished. It sufficed for me to tell one of these universal geniuses that I desired to obtain the proclamations and placards of the Russian occupation, and he ran off like a weasel and transmitted my wish in some mysterious fashion to dozens of other subagents. Within 3 hours, without having taken a step myself, all the material had been collected for me in as complete a fashion as could be imagined. Because of this exemplary organization, I had time to see much, and I saw much. Above all else, I saw the terrible misery of the civilian population, upon whose eyes the horror of what they had experienced lay like a shadow. I saw the unsuspected misery of the Jews in the ghettos, where 8 or 12 of them would live in one room level with the ground or in a cellar. And for the first time, I saw the enemy. In Tarnow, I came upon the first transport of captured Russian soldiers. Fenced within a large square, they sat about on the ground, smoking and chatting, guarded by 2 or 3 dozen mature, bearded Tyrolese militia who were as tattered and torn as their captives, and had but little in common with the smart, clean-shaven, brilliantly uniformed soldiers we saw pictured in the illustrated papers at home. But the guard had nothing martial or severe about it. The captives did not display the slightest desire to escape, nor the Austrian militia the slightest inclination to be strict about their duties. They sat about in a neighborly fashion with their captives, and the very fact that they could not understand each other's language caused huge enjoyment. They exchanged cigarettes and laughed at each other. A Tyrolese militia man was just taking some pictures of his wife and children out of a very old and dirty pocketbook and showing them to the enemy, who passed them about amongst themselves, asking the Austrian by means of their fingers if this child was 3 or 4. I could not escape the feeling that these simple, primitive people had understood the war more truly than our university professors and poets, namely, as a disaster that had come over them with which they had had nothing to do, and that everyone who had happened into this misfortune was somehow a brother. This knowledge comforted me on my entire trip past the shelled cities and the plundered shops, whose contents lay about in the middle of the streets like broken limbs or torn-out entrails. Then, too, the well-tilled fields in between the war areas made me hope that in a few years all the destruction would have disappeared. Obviously, at that time, I was unable to conceive that just as quickly as the traces of the war would disappear from the face of the earth, the memory of its horrors would also as quickly disappear from the minds of men. I did not face the actual horrors of war during those first days, and when I did, they exceeded my worst imaginings. As there were practically no passenger trains, on occasion I rode on an open artillery car, sitting on a caisson, or in one of the cattle cars where men completely tired out slept alongside and on top of each other in the midst of stench and filth, and while they were being led to the slaughter, already looked like slaughtered cattle. But the worst of all were the hospital trains, which I had to use 2 or 3 times. How little they resembled the well-lighted, white, carefully cleaned ambulance trains in which the archduchesses and the fashionable ladies of Viennese society had their pictures taken as nurses at the beginning of the war. What I saw to my dismay were ordinary freight cars without real windows, with only one narrow opening for air, lighted within by sooty oil lamps. One crude stretcher stood next to the other, and all were occupied by moaning, sweating, deathly pale men, who were gasping for breath in the thick atmosphere of excrement and iodoform. The hospital orderlies staggered rather than walked, for they were terribly tired. Nothing was to be seen of the gleaming bed linen of the photographs. Covered with blood-stained rags, the men lay on straw on the hard wood of the stretchers, and in each one of the cars there lay at least 2 or 3 dead among the dying and groaning. I spoke with the doctor who, as he admitted to me, had been nothing more than a dentist in a small Hungarian village and had had no surgical practice for years. He was in despair. He had already telegraphed ahead to 7 stations for morphine, but none was available. He had no more cotton, no fresh bandages, and it was still 20 hours away to the hospital in Budapest. He asked me to help him, for his own people were too fatigued. I tried, clumsy as I was, and found that I could at least be of some use in getting out at each station to fetch a few pails of water, bad, dirty water intended for the locomotive, but still refreshing, so that the men could be washed a bit, and the blood which was constantly dripping on the floor could be mopped up. Since all nationalities had been thrown together into this rolling coffin, the soldiers suffered additionally from the babblish confusion of tongues. Neither the doctor nor the orderlies understood Ruthenian or Croatian. The only one who could be of some help was an old white-haired priest who, like the doctor who was in despair for want of morphine, complained for his part that he lacked the oil for the last sacraments. In all his long life he had never administered to so many people as during the past month. It was from him that I heard the words that I was never to forget, spoken in a hard, angry voice. I am 67 and I have seen much, but I would never have believed such a crime on the part of humanity possible. The hospital train in which I was returning arrived in Budapest in the early morning hours. I drove at once to a hotel to get some sleep. My only seat in the train had been my bag. Tired as I was, I slept until about 11 and then quickly got up to get my breakfast. I had gone only a few paces when I had to rub my eyes to make sure that I was not dreaming. It was one of those brilliant summer days that are spring in the morning and summer at noon, and Budapest was as beautiful and carefree as ever before. Women in white dresses walked arm in arm with officers who suddenly appeared to me to be officers of quite a different army than that I had seen only yesterday and the day before yesterday. With the odor of iodoform of yesterday's ambulance train still in my clothes, my mouth, my nose, I saw how they bought bunches of violets and gallantly tendered them to their ladies, saw spotless automobiles with smoothly shaved and spotlessly dressed gentlemen ride through the streets. And all this but 8 or 9 hours away from the front by express train. But by what right could one judge these people? Was it not the most natural thing that, living, they sought to enjoy their lives? That because of the very feeling that everything was being threatened, that they had gathered together all that was to be gathered, the few fine clothes, the last good hours. It was just because one had seen how frail and perishable man is, whose life with all its memories, ecstasies, and knowledge can be destroyed in the 1,000th part of a second by a little piece of lead, that one understood why multitudes thronged to the gleaming river to join in the morning promenade, to see the sun, to feel themselves, their own blood, their own lives with perhaps heightened power. I had become almost reconciled to what at first had shocked me, but unfortunately the attentive waiter just then brought me a Viennese newspaper. I tried to read it, and only then was I filled with rage and disgust. Here were all the phrases about the inflexible will to conquer, about the petty losses of our own troops, and the gigantic losses of the enemy. Here it jumped out at me, naked, towering and unashamed, the lie of the war. No, it was not the promenaders, the careless, the carefree, who were to blame, but those alone who drove the war on with their words. But we too were guilty if we did not do our part against them. It was only now that the true impulse was given me. One had to fight. Against war. The material lay ready within me. Only this last visible confirmation of my instinct had been lacking to make me start. I had recognized the foe I was to fight. False heroism that prefers to send others to suffering and death. The cheap optimism of the conscienceless prophets, both political and military, who, boldly promising victory, prolonged the war, and behind them the hired chorus, the word-makers of war, as Werfel has pilloried them in his beautiful poem. Whoever voiced a doubt hindered them in their patriotic concerns. Whoever uttered a warning was ridiculed as a pessimist. Whoever fought against the war in which they themselves did not suffer was branded as a traitor. It has always been the same. The eternal pack throughout the times, calling the prudent cowardly, the humane weak, only to be supine themselves in the hour of catastrophe which they themselves wantonly conjure up. It was always the same pack, the same who derided Cassandra in Troy, Jeremiah in Jerusalem, and never had I sensed the greatness and the tragedy of those figures as in these all too similar hours. From the very beginning I had no faith in victory and was certain of but one thing, that even if it could be achieved by immeasurable sacrifice, it could never justify that sacrifice. But I remained always alone among my friends with this warning, and the confused shouting about victory before the first shot, the division of the spoils before the first battle, often caused me to wonder if I alone were mad among all these wise men, or perhaps alone horribly aware in the midst of their intoxication. So it became only natural for me to describe my own situation, the tragic situation of the defeatists. The word had been invented to make those who strove for understanding seem to desire defeat, in a dramatic form. I chose for my symbol the figure of Jeremiah, the man of futile warnings. I had no intention of writing a pacifist play, or to set in words and verses the truth that peace was better than war, but to portray the man who in time of enthusiasm is despised as the weakling, the timid one, but who in the hour of defeat proves himself to be the only one able not only to endure it, but also to master it. From the time of my first play, Thersites, I had frequently occupied myself with the problem of the spiritual superiority of the vanquished. I was always tempted to depict the internal hardening which every form of power brings about in man, the spiritual numbness of an entire people which every victory entails, and to contrast it with the energizing power of defeat that plows through the soul so painfully and fruitfully. In the midst of war, while others, prematurely triumphant, were proving to one another the certainty of victory, I already threw myself to the lowest abyss of the catastrophe and was seeking the way out. But in choosing a biblical theme I had unknowingly touched upon something that had remained and used in me up to that time, that community with the Jewish destiny, whether in my blood or darkly founded in tradition. Was it not my people that again and again had been conquered by all other peoples, again and again, and yet outlasted them because of some secret power, that power of transforming defeat through will, of withstanding it again and again? Had they not presaged, our prophets, this perpetual hunt and persecution that today again scatters us upon the highways like chaff? And had they not affirmed this submission to power, and even blessed it as a way to God? Had trial not eternally been of profit to all and to the individual? Happily, I realized this while working at my drama, the first of all my works that means something to me. I know today, without all that I suffered in sympathy and in anticipation during the war, I would have remained the writer I had been before the war, pleasantly agitated, as certain pieces of music are marked, but never fixed, composed and responsive to my very vitals. Now for the first time I had the feeling that when I spoke it came from myself and from my time. In my effort to help others, I had helped myself toward my most personal, most intimate work besides Erasmus, by means of which in 1934, in the days of Hitler, I extricated myself from a similar crisis. From the moment when I attempted to shape them, I no longer suffered so greatly from the tragedy of the times. I had never believed for a single moment that my work might have a visible success. Because of the many problems, the prophetic, the pacifist, and the Jewish, and the choral structure of the closing scenes which rise to a hymn of the vanquished to his fate, the length of my poem had grown so far beyond that of a normal drama that an actual presentation would have required 2 or 3 evenings in the theater. What is more, how could a play that not only announced defeat, but even praised it be given on a German stage, while the papers were daily blasting forth victory or annihilation? It would even be miraculous if the book were permitted to be published, but if the worst came to the worst and nothing happened, it had at least helped me at a dire time. I had said in poetic dialogue everything that I had to withhold in my conversation with those around me. I had thrown off the burden that had rested on my soul and had been restored to myself. In the very hour in which everything in me was no against the times, I had found the yes to myself. In the heart of Europe, the publication of my tragedy Jeremiah at Easter 1917 afforded me a surprise. I had written it in a spirit of exasperation against the time and had therefore to expect exasperated criticism. But just the contrary occurred. 20,000 copies of the book were sold at once, a fantastic quantity for a drama in book form. It received public backing not only from friends like Romain Rolland, but as well from those who heretofore had stood rather on the other side, like Rathenau and Richard Demmel. Producers to whom the drama had not even been submitted. A German production during the war was, of course, out of the question, wrote requesting that I reserve the rights for the world premiere for them after the war, and even the opposition of the bellicose manifested itself courteously. I had expected everything but this. What had happened? Nothing other than in 2.5 years of war, time had effected its own cruel sobering. After the terrible blood-letting on the battlefields, the fever had begun to abate. People were looking war in the face with colder, sterner eyes than during the first months of enthusiasm. The feeling of solidarity was loosening up because there was no observable trace of the great moral cleansing that had been rapturously prophesied by the philosophers and poets. A deep split divided the whole people. It seemed as if the country had divided into two quite different worlds, that of the fighters at the front who were suffering the most terrible privations, and the one of the stay-at-homes carefree, crowding the theaters, and even profiting from the other's misery. Front and hinterland contrasted with each other in growing intensity. Insidiously and in many disguises, a repulsive system of graft had entered officialdom. It was well known that profitable contracts were to be had for cash or through knowing the right people. Peasants and laborers, already badly done in, were repeatedly driven back into the trenches. In consequence, everybody helped himself unscrupulously as far as was possible. The prices of necessities rose daily because of shameless middlemen. Foodstuffs became scarcer and phosphorescent above the gray morass of mass misery. Like a will-o'-the-wisp, fluttered the provocative luxury of the war profiteers. An embittered distrust gradually took hold of the population. Distrust of currency, of constantly sinking purchasing power, distrust of generals, officers, and statesmen, distrust of any report from the government or the general staff, distrust of the newspapers and their news, distrust of the war itself and of the need for it. Hence it was by no means the literary content of my book that caused its surprising success. I had merely uttered what others did not dare to say openly: hatred of war, distrust of victory. To express such sentiments in living, spoken words on the stage was, however, seemingly impossible. Demonstrations would have been unavoidable, and so I believe that I would have to forego seeing this first drama against war produced during wartime. Then, unexpectedly, I received a letter from the director of the Zurich Stadttheater offering to produce my Jeremiah forthwith and inviting me to attend the premiere. I had forgotten that there still was, just as in this second war, a small but precious bit of German earth that was blessed by the right to hold itself aloof, a democratic land where speech was still free and public opinion unclouded. Naturally, I assented immediately. My acceptance, to be sure, could be no more than academic, for it presupposed permission to leave my post and my country for a period. It proved lucky that each belligerent nation conducted a department, not known in this second war, under the name of cultural propaganda. To make clear the difference in the intellectual atmosphere between the First and Second World Wars, it becomes necessary to reiterate that the peoples, emperors, kings, who had matured in the traditions of humanity still cherished a subconscious shame about the war. One country after the other denied the charge of being or having been militaristic as an infamous slander. On the contrary, each one eagerly sought to show, to prove, to explain, to demonstrate that it was a nation of culture. In 1914, the world that elevated culture above force would have rejected slogans like Sacro Egoismo and Lebensraum as immoral, for it held nothing to be more urgent than the appreciation of contributions to universal intellectual attainment. Thus, neutral countries would be flooded with artistic offerings. Germany sent her orchestras under Furtwängler to Switzerland, to Holland, to Sweden, and Vienna its Philharmonic. The French organized exhibitions of paintings. Even poets, authors, and scholars were sent abroad, but not to glorify military deeds or to foster annexationist tendencies, but solely to attest by means of their works that the Germans were not barbarians, and that they produced not only flamethrowers or good poison gases, but also absolute values worthy of Europe. It should be remembered that the world conscience was still accorded power in the years from 1914 to 18. The artistically productive, the moral elements of a nation, still represented a force in the war which was respected for its influence. The nation still struggled to obtain human sympathy instead of employing inhuman terror as Germany did in 1939. My application for leave to attend a performance of a drama in Switzerland, therefore, had a good chance of being granted. If difficulties were to arise, it would be only because it was an anti-war drama in which an Austrian, even though only in symbolic form, considers defeat as a possibility. I secured an appointment with the head of my department and made my request of him. To my great surprise, he immediately promised to give the necessary orders, adding this remarkable motivation: "You never were one of those stupid warmongers, thank heaven. Well, do your best abroad to bring the thing to an end at last." 4 days later, I had my leave and a passport to go abroad. I had been rather surprised to hear one of the highest officials of an Austrian ministry talk so freely in the middle of the war. But, unfamiliar with the mysteries of politics, I did not suspect in 1917 that under the new Emperor Karl, a movement in the upper circles of the government had got quietly underway to cut loose from the dictatorship of German militarism which was dragging Austria, inconsiderately and against her real will, in the tow of its wild expansionism. Our general staff hated Ludendorff's brutal domineering. Our Foreign Office resisted desperately the adoption of unrestricted submarine warfare, which was bound to make America our enemy. Even the people muttered about Prussian arrogance. For the time being, such utterances were expressed in a cautious undertone, in seemingly purposeless remarks. But in the next few days I was to learn even more, and, before anyone else, I ran unexpectedly close to one of the great political secrets of that time. It happened thus. On the trip to Switzerland, I stopped for 2 days in Salzburg, where I had bought a house with the intention of living there after the war. In this city, there was a small group of rigorously Catholic-minded men, 2 of whom were to play determining roles as chancellors in the post-war history of Austria, Heinrich Lammasch and Ignaz Seipel. The former was the most eminent teacher of public law of his day and had been chairman of the Peace Conference at The Hague. The other, Ignaz Seipel, a Catholic prelate of almost uncanny intelligence, was destined to take over the leadership of diminutive Austria after the collapse of the monarchy and upon that occasion give proof of his distinguished political genius. Both were pronounced pacifists, Orthodox Catholics, fanatical old Austrians, and, as such, in deep-rooted opposition to German, Prussian, Protestant militarism, which they held to be incompatible with the traditional ideas of Austria and her Catholic mission. My drama, Jeremiah, had struck a sympathetic chord in such religious pacifistic circles, and Privy Councillor Lammasch, Seipel had just left town, asked me to visit him in Salzburg. The distinguished old scholar complimented me warmly on my book. It fulfilled our Austrian idea of conciliation, he said, and he hoped greatly that it would operate beyond its literary purpose. And to my astonishment, he confided to me, whom he had never seen before, with a frankness that testified to his intrinsic bravery, the secret that Austria stood at a decisive turning point. With the military elimination of Russia, there existed neither for Germany, if she would give up her aggressive tendencies, nor for Austria, a real obstacle to peace. The moment dare not be missed. If the pan-German clique in Germany continued to resist negotiations, Austria would have to take the initiative and act independently. He indicated that the young Emperor Karl had promised his support of their purposes. The result of his personal policy might very shortly become evident. All depended now on whether Austria could muster enough energy to put through a negotiated peace instead of the victorious peace, which the German military party demanded regardless of further sacrifices. At a pinch, they would have to go the limit. Austria would have to renounce its alliance in good time, before the German militarists dragged her down to catastrophe. Nobody can accuse us of a breach of faith, he said firmly and determinedly. More than 1 million of our men are dead. We have sacrificed and done enough. Now, no more human lives, not a single one for German world domination. It took my breath away. We had all thought those things privately many times, but none had had the courage to say in broad daylight, "Let us renounce the Germans and their expansionist aims while there is time," because that would have been to betray our brother in arms. And here it was being uttered to me, practically a stranger, by one who enjoyed his emperor's confidence at home and the esteem of those abroad who knew his participation in the Hague Conference. He spoke with such calm and determination as to convince me that an Austrian separatist movement was no longer in the stage of preparation, but actually in train. It was a bold idea to bend Germany towards negotiations by a threat of a separate peace, or, in an emergency, to execute the threat. It was then, as history attests, the last and only possibility of saving the empire, the monarchy, and thus Europe. Alas, the manner of carrying it out was lacking in the determination that marked the original plan. Emperor Karl actually sent his wife's brother Prince Sixtus with a secret letter to Clemenceau for the purpose of sounding out the chances of peace and perhaps of taking initial steps, without a prior understanding with the court in Berlin. How this secret mission became known to Germany has not yet, I think, been fully revealed. Unfortunately, Emperor Karl was without the courage to declare his conviction publicly, be it that Germany, as some contend, threatened a military invasion of Austria, or that he as a Habsburg feared the odium of renouncing at the decisive moment an alliance made by Emperor Franz Joseph and sealed by so much blood. In any event, he did not call Lamache or Seipel to the post of prime minister, the only ones who, as Catholic internationalists, would from inner moral conviction have had the strength to take upon themselves the odium of deserting Germany, and this hesitation became his undoing. Both of them became prime ministers only of the mutilated Austrian Republic instead of the old Habsburg Empire. Yet nobody would have been better able to justify the seeming injustice before the world than this great and respected teacher of public law. If Lamache had openly threatened to break away, or had broken away, he would not only have preserved Austria, but would also have saved Germany from her innermost danger, her unbridled impulse to annex. Europe would be better off if the project which that wise and pious man then revealed to me had not been ruined by weakness and clumsiness. The next day, I traveled onward and crossed the Swiss frontier. It is hard to make intelligible what the transition from a walled-in and half-starved country at war to a neutral zone signified at that time. It took but a few minutes from one station to the other, but in the very first second one was sensible of such a change as that of suddenly stepping from a closed, suffocating room into invigorating and snow-filled air, of something like a giddiness which trickled palpably from the brain through all one's nerves and senses. In the years that followed, whenever I passed this station, books, on my way out of Austria, that strange sensation of sudden relief flashed into my mind. Passengers leaped from the train and found there, our first surprise, at the buffet all the things which they had long forgotten as once belonging to the commonplaces of life. There were golden oranges, bananas, chocolate, and ham. Things which we were used to getting only by slinking to back doors were frankly displayed. There was bread and meat, obtainable without bread cards or meat cards, and truly like hungry beasts they attacked the cheap magnificence. There was a post and telegraph office from which one could write and wire uncensored to the four corners of the world. There lay French, Italian, and English newspapers which one could buy and read with impunity. Here the interdicted was available, while 5 minutes distant the available was interdicted. The whole paradox of European wars became almost physically clear to me through this contiguity. In the tiny village beyond, the posters and signs of which one could read from here with the naked eye, men had been taken out of every little house or hut and shipped to the Ukraine and Albania, to murder and to be murdered while here, within eyeshot. Men of like age sat with their wives peacefully before their ivy-framed doors, smoking their pipes. I found myself asking whether the fish in this frontier rivulet were belligerents on the right bank and neutral on the left. In the moment of crossing the border, I was already thinking differently, more freely, more actively, less servilely, and on the very next day, I had evidence that not only our mental state, but our physical organism as well declines within a world at war. The guest of relatives. After dinner, I drank nonchalantly a cup of black coffee and smoked a Havana cigar when suddenly I became dizzy and experienced violent palpitations. After many months of ersatz supplies, my body and my nerves proved unequal to real coffee and real tobacco. The change from the abnormality of war to the normality of peace called for a corporal adjustment, too. That unsteadiness, that agreeable dizziness, carried over to the mental plane. Every tree struck me as more beautiful, every mountain boulder, every prospect as more gracious. For, inside a country at war, the rhythmical calm of a meadow appears to the gloomy eye to be insolent indifference on nature's part. Each purple sunset recalls spilled blood, while here, where peace reigned normally, the noble aloofness of nature had again become natural, and I loved Switzerland as I had never loved it before. I had always enjoyed visiting the land, so magnificent within its small area and so inexhaustible in its variety. Never, however, had I been so conscious of the significance of its being. The Swiss idea of the meeting of nations on one spot without enmity, of elevating lingual and national differences to brotherhood by mutual respect and honestly realized democracy. What an example for the whole of harassed Europe. Refuge of the persecuted, the centuries-old abode of peace and freedom, hospitable to all opinions while faithfully treasuring its own particularity. How momentous the existence of this single supranational country for our world. I could well feel this to be a land blessed with beauty and opulence. None was a stranger in it. An independent human being felt more at home here in this tragic hour of world history than on his native soil. For hours at a stretch, I was driven to stride through the streets of Zurich and along the lake shore. The lights radiated peace. The population pursued life in quiet composure. I seemed to sense that the walls did not shelter women lying sleepless abed for thoughts of their sons. I saw no wounded or mutilated, no young soldiers ready to be loaded into trains tomorrow or the next day. Here one felt more entitled to live, whereas in a country at war it had become embarrassing and almost an offense to be free of wounds. However, it was not discussions about my production nor meetings with my Swiss and other friends that seemed most urgent. I wanted above everything to see Roland who, I knew, could add to my firmness, clarity, and efficiency, and I wanted to thank him for what his encouragement and friendship had done for me in the days of bitter mental solitude. He was my first objective, so I proceeded to Geneva at once. We enemies found ourselves in a somewhat complicated situation. It goes without saying that the belligerent governments did not like their subjects to have personal intercourse with those of enemy nations in neutral territory. But no law forbade it, and there was no statute according to which a meeting was punishable. Only business intercourse, trading with the enemy, the equivalent of treason, was forbidden. So, in order not to arouse suspicion of the slightest infraction of this ban, we would refrain, on principle, from even offering each other cigarettes, for innumerable agents were undoubtedly constantly on watch. In order to overcome any thought of fear or guilt on our part, we international friends adopted a policy of complete candor. We used no pseudonyms or secret addresses in our correspondence. We did not meet furtively at night, but walked the streets and frequented the cafes together. Thus, immediately after arriving in Geneva, I told the hotel portier my name and asked for M. Romain Roland, just because it was better that the German or French intelligence bureau should be able to report who I was and whom I was visiting. For our part, it was out of the question for two old friends suddenly to avoid each other because they accidentally belonged to two different nations which accidentally were at war with each other. We felt no obligation to participate in an absurdity merely because the world behaved absurdly. At last, then, I was in his room. Almost it seemed to me to be the one in Paris. Here, too, stood the table and chair covered with books. Magazines, letters, and papers spilled from the writing table. The unpretentious, monastic working surroundings were the emanation of his very being, and were the same wherever he might be. For a moment words failed me. We merely clasped hands. His was the first French hand I had touched in years. It was 3 years since I had spoken to a Frenchman, yet in that period Roland and I had approached each other more closely than ever. I spoke more intimately and frankly in the foreign language than I had with anyone at home. I was fully aware that the friend with whom I stood face to face was the most important man of this crucial hour, that in him the moral conscience of Europe was speaking. It was only now that I could survey all that he was doing and had done in his magnificent service to mutual understanding. Working night and day, always alone, without help, without a secretary, he kept in touch with all efforts everywhere, conducted a vast correspondence with people who asked for advice in matters of conscience, and wrote copiously in his diary every day. Like none other in his time, he was conscious of the responsibility of living in a historical epoch, and he regarded it as a duty to leave a record for the future. Where may they be today? Those many manuscript volumes of diaries which will once throw full light on the moral and intellectual conflicts of that First World War. Meanwhile, he published articles, of which every one excited international attention, and labored on his novel Clerembault. Devotedly and unsparingly, he staked his whole life on the great responsibility which he had assumed, to deal in every particular as an exemplar of human justice in the midst of mankind's insane fit. No letter remained unanswered. No pamphlet on current topics was left unexamined. This feeble, delicate man, whose health was just then badly threatened, who could speak only in low tones and always struggled with a slight cough, who needed the protection of a shawl if he entered a corridor and had to rest after every rapid step, invoked powers which, under the strain of the claims made upon them, expanded unbelievably. Nothing agitated him, neither attack nor treachery. His outlook on the world in turmoil was fearless and direct. In him I perceived the other heroism, the spiritual and moral, as in a living monument. In my book on Roland it is perhaps inadequately celebrated on account of the reserve that we have about too high praise of the living. For days after I saw him in his tiny room from which invisible invigorating rays went out to every zone, I continued to feel deeply stirred and, after a fashion, purged, and I know that the uplifting, tonic energy which Roland evolved through his almost single-handed battle against the insane hatred of millions is to be reckoned among those imponderables which defy calculation and measurement. Only those of us who were witnesses of that epoch know what his being and his exemplary steadfastness signified. It was he who preserved the conscience of a Europe fallen into madness. In the talks of that afternoon and the following days I was touched by the faint mourning which clothed his words. It was the same as when one discussed war with Rilke. He was bitter about politicians and those who in their national vanity were insatiable in their desire for sacrifices from others. But all the while one felt his sympathy for the countless mass who suffered and died for a purpose they themselves did not comprehend and which, after all, was purposeless. He showed me Lenin's telegram imploring him to accompany him to Russia in that notorious sealed train because of the value of Roland's moral authority to his cause. But Roland remained firmly determined to align himself with no group, but to serve independently and alone the cause to which he had dedicated himself, the common cause. He demanded of none that they submit to his ideas, and likewise he withheld commitment to others. He wanted those who loved him to remain free themselves, and he wished to serve as an example in only one thing: how one can remain free and faithful to one's own conviction even against the whole world. On my first evening in Geneva, I met the little group of Frenchmen and other foreigners who were attached to two small independent newspapers, La Feuille and Domaine, J. P. Jouve, René Arcos, Franz Mazariel. We became close friends with that quick elan with which only youth forms friendships. But we felt instinctively that we were on the threshold of an entirely new life. Most of our old associations had been vitiated by the patriotic delusion of our former colleagues. New friends were needed, and, since we were drawn up on a common front, in a common intellectual trench, against a common enemy, an ardent comradeship formed itself spontaneously. After 24 hours, we were as close as if we had known each other for years. We were aware, we few, we happy few, we band of brothers, of the mixture of personal hazard and unwanted boldness that marked our association. We knew that 5 hours off, any German who spied a Frenchman and any Frenchman who spied a German fell on him with his bayonet or destroyed him with a hand grenade and was decorated for it. That millions on both sides dreamed only of exterminating each other, that the newspapers frothed at the mouth about the enemy, while we, this handful among many millions, not only congregated at table peacefully, but in a spirit of genuine warm fraternity. We knew that this was against official rules and regulations. We knew that such frank manifestation of friendship jeopardized us in relation to our respective countries, but the very danger whipped our presumption to an almost ecstatic assent. We wanted to take risks, and we enjoyed the pleasure of those risks, for risk alone gave weight to our protest. I went so far as to join in a public appearance in Zurich with J.P. Jouve. The event was unique in wartime. He read his poems in French, I parts of my Jeremiah in German. The mere fact of our laying our cards on the table was evidence of the sincerity of our audacious game. We were indifferent to the opinion of our consulates and embassies, even if it meant that we had burned our ships behind us and, like Cortez, were unable to return home. For deep in our souls we were permeated with the belief that the traitors were not ourselves, but those who were false to the poet in his call at the fortuitous hour. And those young Frenchmen and Belgians did live heroically. There was Franz Mazarile who, before our eyes, carved a lasting pictorial monument of the war in his woodcuts against the horror of war, those memorable black and white prints which, in power and wrath, are not inferior to Goya's Desastres de la Guerra. By day and night, this indefatigable man produced new figures and scenes from the mute wood. His narrow room and kitchen were already piled with wooden blocks, yet every morning a fresh graphic indictment of his appeared in the fight, none of them a charge against a particular nation, but all against the common enemy, war. It was our dream that these grim, gruesome pilloryings, wordless yet intelligible to even the lowliest, might, in leaflet form, be showered from airplanes in place of bombs on cities and armies. I am confident that the war would thus have met premature death. But the pity is that they appeared only in the little sheet, La Feuille, which hardly got beyond Geneva. Whatever we uttered and attempted was confined within Swiss limits, and only became operative when it was too late. Privately, we were under no delusion about our powerlessness against the big machine of the general staffs and the political authorities, and if they took no action against us, it was perhaps because we constituted no danger to them, what with speech frowned upon and our field limited. But just our sense of fewness and isolation drew us closer together, shoulder to shoulder, heart to heart. Never in my riper years did I respond to friendship with such enthusiasm as in those hours at Geneva, and the bond has survived the years. The most noteworthy figure of this group, from the point of view of psychology and history, but not of art, was Henri Guilbeau. He was a living confirmation of the irrevocable historical law that in epochs of precipitate overturns, particularly during wars or revolutions, pluck and boldness often count for more in short periods than intrinsic worth, and impetuous courage in civil life can signify more than character and dependability. Whenever time hurtles forward in headlong rapidity, certain natures that know the trick throw themselves unhesitatingly on the incoming wave and thus get the start of others. And in those days there were many merely ephemeral personalities which time lifted over and beyond themselves, Bela Kuhn and Kurt Eisner, up to a point which their true capacity could not match. Guilbeau, a slim, blond, little man with sharp, restless gray eyes, and the gift of gab, was not a gifted person. Even though it was he who had translated my poems into French almost a decade earlier, I must frankly denominate his literary ability as inconsiderable. His command of language was not more than average, his education was not profound. His entire power lay in controversy. He was one of those unfortunate people who always have to be against something, no matter what. He was satisfied only when, like a naughty boy, He could raise a row and charge against something that was stronger than himself. In Paris, before the war, although a good-natured lad, he was always involved in some contentiousness against literary movements or writers, then hung around the radical parties, but none was radical enough for him. Then, with the war on, as an anti-militarist, he had suddenly encountered a gigantic adversary, the World War. In the light of the fear and cowardice that marked the majority, his bold and audacious manner of entering the fight gave him a momentary importance, even indispensability. The danger that frightened others was the very thing that tempted him. In contrast with the performance of others, his great daring served to stimulate his literary and controversial abilities to an abnormal level and gave this otherwise unimportant writer a sudden greatness, a phenomenon not unlike that disclosed among the petty attorneys of the Gironde during the French Revolution. Where others were silent, where we ourselves hesitated and pondered every project, he would act, and it is to Guilbaud's lasting merit that he established and conducted the only anti-war periodical of the First World War of intellectual substance, Domain, a document to be studied by all who wish really to understand the spiritual tendencies of that epoch. He supplied what we needed, a center of international, supranational discussion in the midst of the war. Roland's backing fixed the importance of the paper, and his moral leadership and his connections afforded Guilbaud the best co-workers in Europe, America, and India. Furthermore, Lenin, Trotsky, and Lunacharsky, revolutionaries then still in exile from Russia, trusted Guilbaud's radicalism and contributed regularly to Domain. For a year or two, the world knew no more interesting or more independent periodical, and if it had survived the war, it might have become a positive influence on public opinion. Meanwhile, Guilbaud undertook the representation in Switzerland of those French radical groups, which Clemenceau had rudely gagged. At the celebrated congresses of Kienthal and Zimmerwald, at which the internationally minded socialists separated from those who had gone patriotic, he played a historic role. No Frenchman, not even that Captain Sedul who joined the Bolsheviks in Russia, was feared and hated as much in political and military circles of Paris during the war as this little fair-haired person. The French Espionage Bureau managed to trip him up in the end. Blotting paper and carbon copies were stolen from the room of a German agent in a Bern hotel, but they were evidence of nothing more than that certain Germans had placed subscriptions to Domain, a fact innocent in itself, because German thoroughness probably required the paper for various libraries and bureaus. But the pretext was sufficient for Paris to denounce him as an agitator in German pay and to indict him. In default of appearance, he was sentenced to death, quite unjustly, as was proved by the revocation of the sentence when the trial was reviewed 10 years later. But hard upon this, because of his violence and intransigence which began to endanger Roland and the rest of us, he got into trouble with the Swiss authorities and was put into jail. Then Lenin, who liked him personally and was grateful for his assistance in dark days, saved him by a stroke of the pen which transformed him into a Russian citizen, and had him shipped to Moscow in the second sealed train. At last he had a chance to reveal his creative ability. Possessing all the badges of a genuine revolutionary, jail and death sentence in contumaciam, he had in Moscow a second field for good work. Just as Roland's support helped him in Geneva, he could, because of Lenin's faith in him, have made a positive contribution to the rebuilding of Russia. And again, his courageous stand during the war fitted him better than any other to wield directive influence in Parliament and on the public in post-war France, because all radical groups saw him as a real, active, bold man, the born leader. The truth is that Guilbaud turned out to be anything but a natural leader. Rather, like so many war poets and revolutionists, he was no more than the product of a passing hour. Natures that are out of equilibrium always suffer collapse after an abrupt rise. In Russia, Guilbaud frittered away his talents in endless controversies, in quarrels, and petty intrigues just as he had formerly done in Paris. Gradually, too, he fell out with those who had respected his courage, first with Lenin, then with Barbus and Roland, and eventually with all of us. He wound up in a less dramatic time, just as he began, with his pamphlets and petty quarrels, Soon after his reprieve, he died obscurely in Paris. He was the boldest and bravest in the war against war, and if he had known how to use and be worthy of the impulse with which the time endowed him, he might have become a great figure of our epoch. Today he is forgotten, and perhaps I am one of the last who still remember him with gratitude for the war achievement which Domain constituted. After some days in Geneva, I returned to Zurich for conversations about putting my play in rehearsal. I always had loved this city for its beautiful location on the lake in the shadow of the mountains, and not less for its distinguished, a bit conservative culture. But owing to Switzerland's peaceful setting among belligerent countries, Zurich had emerged from its reserve, and in a trice had become the most important city of Europe, a meeting place of all intellectual trends. To be sure, it had become equally a center for every sort of trafficker, speculators, spies, propagandists who, for their sudden affection, were eyed by the native population with quite justifiable suspicion. Every language was to be heard in restaurants, cafes, streetcars, and on the street. Everywhere one ran into acquaintances, desirable and undesirable ones, and whether or no, one was caught in a stream of excited argument. For all the people whom fate had washed here depended for their future on the outcome of the war. Some were here for their governments, others were persecuted and proscribed. Each one, however, detached from his real being and hurled into fortuitousness. Homeless as they were, they constantly sought social intercourse, and, as they were in no position to shape or influence military and political events, they spent nights and days in a fever of debate, which was at once stimulating and fatiguing. After years of being gagged, it was pleasant to yield to the urge of setting ideas on paper, now that at last there was no censor over thinking and writing. In our high-strung state, even mediocrities, as illustrated by Gilbo, acquired a greater degree of interest than ever before or than they would possess in the future. All languages and every shade of political thought was present. Alfred A. Freud, bearer of the Nobel Peace Prize, published his Friedenswort here. Fritz von Unruh, former Prussian officer, gave readings of his dramas. Leonard Frank wrote his provocative Der Mensch ist Gott. Andreas Latzko caused a sensation with his Menschen im Krieg. Franz Werfel came to deliver a lecture. I met men from all nations in my old hotel Schwert, where Casanova and Goethe had been guests in their time. I encountered Russians who bobbed up later in the revolution and whose real names I never knew. Italians, Catholic priests, uncompromising socialists, and uncompromising German belligerents. The admirable pastor Leonard Ragas and the poet Robert Faisy were among our Swiss standbys. At the French bookstore, I ran into my translator Paul Maurice. At the concert hall, the conductor Oscar Fried. All sorts and conditions were there. All sorts of opinions were uttered, absurd and rational, so that there was food for annoyance, irritation, enthusiasm. Magazines were founded, polemics fought over, extremes would meet or cause the differences between them to intensify. Coalitions formed and others split apart. I have never since faced a more motley and zealous medley of opinions and people in a form so concentrated and steaming, as it were, than in those Zurich days, nights, rather, for the debates in the Café Bellevue or Café Odeon lasted until lights were switched off. And often we would go to someone's home after that. Landscape, mountains, lakes, and their enfolding calm went unnoticed in this bewitched world. Life meant newspapers, bulletins, and rumors, opinions, explications. And, oddly, one lived the war in one's mind more intensively than at home in a country at war, because here the problem became objective, and so to speak, wholly detached from any national interest in victory or defeat. The war was seen, no longer from a political standpoint, but rather as a European matter, as a horrible and mighty happening which was not merely to change some boundary lines on the map, but the form and future of our world. The people in this circle who affected me most deeply, perhaps by way of premonition of my own future fate, were the ones without a country or, worse still, who instead of one had 2 or 3 fatherlands, and were inwardly uncertain to which they belonged. A young man with a little brown beard, with keen eyes behind strikingly thick lenses sat, usually alone, in a corner of the Café Odeon, They told me that he was a highly gifted English author. When I became acquainted with James Joyce a few days after that, he harshly rejected all association with England. He was Irish. True, he wrote in the English language, but did not think in English and didn't want to think in English. "I'd like a language," he said, "which is above all languages, a language to which all will do service. I cannot express myself in English without enclosing myself in a tradition." This was not quite clear to me. I did not know of his Ulysses, on which he was then working. He had merely lent me a portrait of the artist as a young man, his only copy, and his little drama Exiles, which I had thought to translate in order to be of use to him. The better I knew him, the more his incredible knowledge of languages astonished me. His round, firmly sculptured brow, which shone smooth like porcelain in the electric light, stored every vocable of every idiom, and he was brilliantly able to toss and keep them balanced in the air. Once when he asked how I would reproduce a difficult sentence in the portrait of an artist in German, we attempted it first in French and then in Italian. For every word he was prepared with 4 or 5 in each idiom, even those in dialect, and he knew their value and weight to the finest nuance. He was inclined to be testy, and I believe that just that irritation produced the power for his inner turmoil and productivity. His resentment against Dublin, against England, against particular persons became converted into dynamic energy and actually found release only in literary creation. But he seemed fond of his own asperity. I never saw him laugh or show high spirits. He always made the impression of a compact, somber force, and when I saw him on the street, his thin lips pressed tightly together, always walking rapidly, as if heading for a definite objective, I sensed the defensive, the inner isolation of his being even more positively than in our talks. It failed to astonish me when I later learned that just this man had written the most solitary, the least affined work, meteor-like in its introduction to the world of our time. Another of those living amphibiously between two nations was Ferruccio Busoni, by birth and education an Italian, by choice a German. From my early youth, I had cared for none among virtuosos as much as for him. When he played the piano, his eyes took on a dreamy brightness. Below, his hands, effortless, made music unique perfection, but above, the handsome soulful head, thrown back a little, listened and drank in the music which he created. Then something like transfiguration seemed to claim him. Many times in concert halls I had regarded, fascinated, this refulgent face, while the sounds, gently lashing and silvery clear, thrust into my blood. Now I saw him again, and his hair was gray and his eyes shadowed by sadness. "Where do I belong?" he asked me once. "If I wake out of a dream at night, I know that I spoke Italian in the dream. Then when I begin to write, I think in German words." His pupils were scattered all over the world. Perhaps they are shooting at each other right now, and he dared not undertake the work before him, as opera Dr. Faust, because he was too distracted. He wrote a short, light, musical one-act play by way of release, but the cloud did not lift from him during the war. Only seldom did I hear his jolly vehement, Aretinian laughter which I used to liken him so much. And late one night I saw him in the railroad station restaurant. He had drunk 2 bottles of wine by himself. As I passed he called to me. "Narcotic," he said, pointing at the bottles, "not drink." But there are times when one has to take a narcotic or one can't stand it. Music won't always do it, and the time isn't always propitious for good work. The discordant situation was most burdensome for the Alsatians, and worst off among them were such as René Schickela, whose hearts were loyal to France, but whose language was German. The war was actually being fought over their country, and the scythe cut straight through their hearts. They were being dragged to the right and to the left. They were being squeezed to declare loyalty to Germany or to France. But they loathed such either and or, which was impossible for them. Like the rest of us, they wanted Germany and France to be brothers, understanding, not enmity. Hence they suffered from both and for both. Surging about, besides, was the helpless crowd of the semi-aligned, those of mixed loyalties, English women married to German officers, French mothers of Austrian diplomats, with one son on this side and the other on that, where the parents here and parents there waited for letters, those whose small possessions had been confiscated on one side, those who had lost jobs on the other. All thus disrupted had escaped into Switzerland to elude the suspicion which dogged them in their old country no less than in the new. Fearing to compromise those on one side or the other, they avoided talking in either language and slunk about like shadows, destroyed and broken existences. The more European a life a man had lived in Europe, the harder he was punished by the fist that battered Europe. Meanwhile, the time for producing Jeremiah had come. It was a nice success, and I was not greatly disquieted by the Frankfurter Zeitung's report to Germany that the American minister and other prominent Allied personages had been present. We felt that the war, now in its third year, was suffering an internal decline, and that to oppose its continuance, which Ludendorff alone compelled, was now less risky than in the early sinful days of its glory. A conclusion would have to be reached in the fall of 1918. But I no longer wished to spend this waiting time in Zurich. Little by little, I had become more vigilant and more observant. In my initial enthusiasm, I had thought to find earnest partisans of my opinions among all these pacifists and anti-militarists, honest, determined fellows in arms for European unity. Soon, however, I became aware that among seeming refugees and martyrs in heroic causes, there were some dubious characters who served the German intelligence bureau and were paid to spy and eavesdrop. It became obvious that sound and peaceful, quiet and solid Switzerland was being undermined by the mole-like activities of secret agents from both camps. The chambermaid who emptied the wastebasket, the telephone operator, the grave waiter who came suspiciously close, were employed by enemy power, the same person often in the pay of both. Luggage would be mysteriously unlocked, blotters were photographed, letters disappeared on the way to or from the post office. Elegant women smiled at one invitingly in the hotel lobbies. Strangely eager pacifists unknown to one would show up to request a signature to a proclamation or sanctimoniously to ask for addresses of reliable friends. A socialist offered me a suspiciously high fee for a lecture before the workingmen in Chaux de Fonds who, it proved, knew nothing about it. One had to be always on guard. It was not long before I learned how few there were who could be regarded as absolutely reliable, and as I had no desire to be dragged into politics, I kept to myself more and more. But even in the society of the unimpeachable, I was bored by the barrenness of the everlasting discussions and the arbitrary pigeonholing of radical, liberal, anarchist, Bolshevik, and non-political. This was my first proper insight into the eternal type of the professional revolutionary who feels himself lifted out of his insignificance by the mere fact of being in opposition and who clings to his dogma for want of resources within himself. To stick it out in this confusing babel meant to become confused myself, to cultivate unsafe associations, and to jeopardize the ethical foundation of my convictions. So I withdrew. The truth is that not one of those cafe conspirators ever dared a conspiracy. Not one of those improvised cosmic thinkers ever was able to formulate a policy when the need was present. When the time came for a positive note, with the reconstruction after the war, they were stuck fast in their carping, nagging negativism. Much the same as all, but a very few of the anti-war poets succeeded in producing anything of consequence after the war. It was the fever of the time that manifested itself in poetry, argument, and debate, using them as a medium and, as with all groups which owe their union to a momentary conjuncture and not to a living experience, this whole circle of interesting gifted people went up in smoke as soon as the object of their resistance, the war, was gone. I picked a little inn in Ruschlichen, about half an hour from Zurich, as a good place to settle in. From its hills I could survey the whole lake and just see the distant towers of the city. I was under no obligation to see any but those whom I invited, my real friends, and they came, Roland and Mazariel. Here I was able to work and to make good use of time, which took its inexorable course. America's entry into the war made it plain to all who were not dazzled and deafened by patriotic patter that German defeat was inevitable. When the German Kaiser came out plump with the announcement that he intended to rule democratically, we knew that the jig was up. I frankly admit that we Austrians and Germans, in spite of allegiance to spirit and language, were impatient for the inevitable, once it had become inevitable, to hasten its course, and the day when Kaiser Wilhelm, sworn to fight to the last breath of man and horse, fled across the border, and General Ludendorff, who had sacrificed millions of men for his victorious peace, made for Denmark with a pair of blue spectacles, brought us much comfort. For we were confident, as was the whole world, that this war had done for all war, that the beast which had devastated our world had been overcome and killed. We believed in Wilson's magnificent program, which was quite our own. In the East, during the honeymoon of the Russian Revolution and its humane idealistic pattern, we perceived a vaguely spreading illumination. We were foolish, I know it, but we were not the only ones. Those whose lives spanned that time remember that the streets of every city resounded with cheers to acclaim Wilson as the savior of the world, that the hostile soldiers embraced and kissed each other. Never was Europe so filled with faith as in the first days of peace. At last the earth was yielding place to the long-promised empire of justice and brotherhood. Now or never was the hour for the united Europe of our dreams. Hell lay behind us. What was there to frighten us after that? Another world was about to begin. We were young, and said to ourselves, it will be the world of our dreams, a better, a humaner world. Homecoming to Austria. From the standpoint of reason, the most foolish thing I could do after the collapse of the German and Austrian arms was to go back to Austria. That Austria, which showed faintly on the map of Europe as the vague, gray, and inert shadow of the former imperial monarchy. The Czechs, Poles, Italians, and Slovenes had snatched away their countries. What remained was a mutilated trunk that bled from every vein. Of the 6 or 7 millions who were forced to call themselves German Austrians, 2 starving and freezing millions crowded the capital alone. The industries which had formerly enriched the land were on foreign soil. The railroads had become wrecked stumps. The state bank received in place of its gold the gigantic burden of the war debt. Boundary lines were still unsettled, the peace conference having scarcely begun. Reparations had not been fixed. There was no flour, bread, or oil. There appeared to be no solution other than a revolution or some other catastrophe. According to all human provision, it was impossible for the country, an entity artificially created by the victors, to exist independently, and, in the unanimous opinion of all parties, socialist, clerical, and nationalist, it had no wish to exist independently. It was the first instance in history, as far as I know, in which a country was saddled with an independence which it exasperatedly resisted. Austria wished either to be united with its former neighbor states or with its kindred Germany, but not to lead the humiliated life of a beggar in this mutilated form. But the neighbor states wanted no economic union, partly because they thought Austria too poor and partly for fear of a return of the Habsburgs. Anschluss with Germany was forbidden by the Allies because it might strengthen that defeated nation. Hence the decree that the Austrian Republic was to persist. A country that did not wish to be got its orders. You must exist. As I look back, I can hardly explain what moved me to return voluntarily in those direst days that ever afflicted a country. Yet, when all is said and done, we of the pre-war era had grown up with a pronounced sense of duty, and it seemed, particularly in an hour of distress, as if family and home ties were calling. There was something like cowardice in smoothly evading the oncoming tragedy, and, especially as the author of Jeremiah, I felt the responsibility of helping to surmount the defeat by means of my art. Superfluous in time of war, I considered my present stand to be the correct one after the defeat, just because my opposition to the prolongation of the conflict had given me a certain moral position, especially with young people. And even if nothing were to come of it, there was at least the satisfaction of sharing in the predicted common suffering. At that time, a visit to Austria called for preparations similar to those for an Arctic expedition. Warm clothes and woolen underwear were needed because it was known that across the border there was no coal with winter at the door. Shoes had to be soled, for there were none but wooden soles over there. Provisions and chocolate in such quantities as Switzerland permitted were taken so that the traveler could keep going until he received bread and fat ration cards. It was the practice to ensure luggage for the maximum amount allowed, since most baggage cars were looted and shoes and clothing were irreplaceable. The only time that I prepared myself similarly was when I traveled to Russia 10 years later. I hesitated a moment at books, the frontier station at which I had experienced so much joy upon arrival a year before, and cogitated whether it might not yet be wiser to go back. I felt that it was a turning point in my life. I concluded in favor of the difficult way and boarded the train again. Books had afforded me an exciting moment a year earlier. Now, upon my return, a no less memorable one awaited me at Feldkirch, the Austrian border station. Upon alighting, I became aware of an odd restlessness among the customs officers and police. They paid small attention to us and made their inspection in a most negligent manner. Plainly, something important was to happen. At last came the bell that announced the approach of a train from the Austrian side. The police lined up, the officials piled out of their offices, their womenfolk, evidently in the know, crowded together on the platform. I was particularly struck by an old lady in black with her 2 daughters, from her carriage and clothes presumably an aristocrat. She was visibly excited and constantly pressed her handkerchief to her eyes. Slowly, almost majestically, it seemed, the train rolled near, a special sort of train, not the customary, shabby, weather-beaten kind, but with spacious black cars, a train de luxe. The locomotive stopped. There was a perceptible stir among the lines of those waiting, but I was still in the dark. Then I recognized behind the plate glass window of the car Emperor Karl, the last emperor of Austria, standing with his black-clad wife, Empress Sita. I was startled. The last emperor of Austria, heir of the Habsburg dynasty which had ruled for 700 years, was forsaking his realm. He had refused to abdicate formally. Yet the Republic granted every honor on the departure which it compelled rather than submitted. The tall, serious man at the window was having a last look at the hills and homes, at the people of his land. The historic moment was doubly shocking to me, who had grown up in the tradition of the empire, whose first song at school had been the Kaiserlied, and who had taken the military oath to obey, on land, at sea, and in the air, this serious and thoughtful-looking man in mufti. Innumerable times had I seen the old emperor in the long-since legendary splendor of elaborate celebrations. I had seen him on the great staircase of Schönbrunn, surrounded by his family and brilliantly uniformed generals, receiving the homage of the 80,000 Viennese school children, massed on the broad green plain, singing, their thin voices united in touching chorus, Haydn's Gott erhalt. I had seen him at the court ball, at the theater pair performances in glittering array, and again in Ischl, riding to the hunt in a green Tyrolean hat. I had seen him marching devoutly, with bowed head, in the Corpus Christi procession to the Cathedral of St. Stephen, and then the catafalque, on that foggy, wet winter day in the midst of war, which bore the aged man to his last rest in the Capuchin crypt. The Kaiser. From earliest childhood, we had learned to pronounce those words reverently, for they embodied all of power and wealth and symbolized Austria's imperishability. And now I saw his heir, the last emperor, banished from his country. From century to century, the glorious line of Habsburg had passed the imperial globe and crown from hand to hand, and this was the minute of its end. All of those who stood about sensed history, world history, in this tragic sight. The gendarmes, the police, the soldiery were embarrassed and looked abashed because uncertain whether the traditional recognition was still in order. The women hardly dared to look up. All were silent, and thus the faint sobbing of the old lady in mourning who had come heaven knows what distance, only to see her emperor once more, was plainly audible. At last the conductor gave the signal. Everybody stared up mechanically. The irrevocable instant had come. The locomotive started with a violent jerk as if it too had to overcome a disinclination, and slowly the train withdrew. The officials followed it with a respectful gaze, after which, with that air of embarrassment which is observable at funerals, they returned to their respective stations. It was the moment in which the almost millenary monarchy really ended. I knew it was a different Austria, a different world, to which I was returning. Hardly was the train out of sight when we were obliged to change from the spruce, clean Swiss cars into the Austrian. One had but to enter them to become aware beforehand of what had happened to the country. The guards who showed us our seats were haggard, starved, and tatterdemalion. They crawled about with torn and shabby uniforms hanging loosely over their stooped shoulders. The leather straps for opening and closing windows had been cut off, for every piece of that material was precious. Predatory knives or bayonets had had their will of the seats, whole sections of the covering having been rudely removed by such as needed to have their shoes repaired and obtain their leather wherever it was to be had. Likewise, the ashtrays were missing, stolen for the sake of their might of nickel or copper. Through the broken windows the late fall wind blew the soot and cinders of the miserable lignite with which the locomotives were fueled. It smudged the floor and walls, but its odor at least tempered the smell of iodoform, a reminder of the sick and wounded who had been transported in these skeleton cars during the war. That the train moved at all was a miracle, even if a wearisome one. Every time the unlubricated wheels shrieked a little less shrilly, we were afraid that the work-worn engine had given up the ghost. Distances which used to take an hour now required 4 or 5, and when dusk set in we remained in darkness. The electric bulbs had either been smashed or stolen, so that whoever searched for anything had to feel his way about with matches. And if we did not freeze, it was only because we had been crowded together throughout, with 6 or 8 people in each compartment. New passengers had been crowding in from our very first stop, and more continued to come, all of them already weary with hours of waiting. The corridors were jammed, and some people even spent the semi-wintry night on the steps of the cars. Everyone held on to his baggage anxiously and hugged his package of provisions close. No one dared separate himself from a possession for a single minute in the darkness. From the midst of peace, I was riding back into the horror of war which I had thought to be over. Just before reaching Innsbruck, the locomotive suddenly began to rattle and, in spite of much puffing and whistling, failed to master a small hill. The railway men ran to and fro excitedly with their smoking lanterns. An hour passed before an emergency engine came panting, and it took us 17 instead of 7 hours to get to Salzburg. There was no porter in sight, and eventually some ragged soldiers offered to carry our baggage. My cab horse was so old and undernourished that it seemed as if the shafts were there to sustain him rather than he to draw the vehicle. The spectral beast did not inspire me with belief that he could pull the luggage-filled cab so, though I feared I would never see them again. I deposited my bags at the station. During the war, I had bought myself a house in Salzburg because the estrangement from my former friends as a result of our opposite attitude to the war had aroused my desire to live away from big cities and masses of people. This withdrawal did indeed prove of advantage to my work later. Of all Austrian towns, Salzburg seemed to me the most ideal, not merely scenically but also because of its geographical position, for, at Austria's edge, I could get to Munich in 2.5 hours by train, to Vienna in 5, to Zurich or Venice in 10, and to Paris in 20, thus the right springboard to Europe. To be sure, it was then not yet the meeting place for the prominent of the earth, or I should not have chosen it to work in, or famous for its festival plays, but an old-time, sleepy, romantic little town on that last slope of the Alps where the hills gently resigned themselves to the German plain. The little wooded hill on which I lived was the dying wave, so to speak, of the mighty mountain chain. Inaccessible to automobiles and attainable only by 100 or more stairs up a way of the cross that was over 3 centuries old, the effort was rewarded by an enchanting view over the roofs and gables of the many-steepled city. Beyond it the panorama opened into the glorious chain of the Alps, including, too, the Salzburg at Berchtesgaden where, before long, the then obscure Adolf Hitler was to live across from me. The house itself proved as romantic as it was impracticable. A 17th-century archbishop's hunting lodge, it rested against a great fortress wall. Late in the 18th century, it had been enlarged by a room at either side. A splendid old tapestry and a decorated bowling ball which Emperor Franz himself, upon a visit to Salzburg in 1807, had rolled down the long corridor of our house. Besides some ancient parchment attesting the chain of ownership were tangible evidence of a rather impressive past. The fact that this diminutive manor house, whose broad front made an impression of magnificence, it had little depth and contained but 9 rooms, was an antique curio, tended to charm our visitors, but at the time its historic past manifested itself unhappily. We found our home in almost uninhabitable condition. The rain dripped merrily into the rooms. After every snowfall, the halls were flooded. A thorough repair of the roof was impossible because the carpenters had no lumber for rafters, the tinsmith no lead for gutters. The worst leaks were painstakingly covered with tar paper, and when fresh snow fell, there was no alternative to a personal clambering on the roof so as to remove the load in good time. The telephone mutinied, iron having been used for the wire instead of copper. Every little item had to be lugged up the hill since nobody made deliveries. Worst of all was the cold, for there was no coal for miles around. The wood cut on the place was too green and hissed like a snake instead of heating, and sputtered instead of burning. In our need, we utilized peat, which at least gave the semblance of warmth. But for 3 months, I did my writing almost exclusively in bed with blue, frozen fingers which I would warm under the blanket after every finished page. But even this meager accommodation was not to be disparaged because, in this year of catastrophe, besides the dearth of provisions, there was a housing famine too. There had been no building construction in Austria for 4 years. Many houses had crumbled, and now, suddenly, countless discharged soldiers and prisoners flowed back, homeless, so that, under compulsion, each available room was allotted to a family. Commissions visited us 4 times, but we had long since yielded 2 rooms voluntarily, and now the insufficiency of our house, which had been a trial to us at first, turned out to be beneficent. Nobody else cared to climb that 100 steps only to freeze after getting up. Every descent into the town at that period was a moving experience. It was my first sight of the yellow and dangerous eyes of famine. The bread crumbled into black particles and tasted like pitch and glue. Coffee was a brew of roasted barley, beer like yellow water, chocolate like colored sand, and the potatoes were frozen. Most people raised rabbits, in order not wholly to forget the taste of meat. A young lad shot squirrels in our garden for his Sunday dinner, and well-nourished dogs or cats returned only seldom from lengthy prowls. Such textiles as were for sale were no more than specially treated paper, ersatz for an ersatz. Men crept about almost always dressed in old uniforms, even Russian uniforms, which they had obtained from some depot or hospital, and in which more than one had already died. Trousers tailored from old sacks were not uncommon. Every step through the street, where show windows had a plundered look, where decaying houses shed crumbling mortar like scurf, where visibly undernourished people painfully dragged themselves to their work, served to trouble one's soul. Out in the country, the food situation was better. No peasant farmer allowed himself to be influenced by the general breakdown of morale to sell his butter, eggs, or milk at the legally prescribed maximum prices. He concealed his goods wherever he could and waited at home for the highest bidder. This procedure gave rise to the black market. A man would set off with an empty bag or 2 and go from farm to farm, sometimes even taking the train to particularly productive illicit sources of provisions, which he would then peddle in town at 4 and 5 times the cost price. In the beginning, the peasants gloated over the shower of paper money for which they had sold their butter and eggs, and which made them profiteers. However, when they brought their bursting wallets to town to make purchases, they discovered to their exasperation that while they had merely quintupled normal prices, the scythe, the hammer, the kettle which they had come to buy had meanwhile risen 20 or 50 times in price. Thereafter they sought to exchange only for manufactured goods and demanded substance for substance, merchandise for merchandise. Mankind, with its trenches having been content to retrogress to cave-dweller times, it now dissolved the 1,000-year-old convention of money and reverted to primitive barter. The whole country was seized with a grotesque traffic. The city dwellers hauled out to the farms whatever they could get along without: Chinese porcelain vases and rugs, sabers and rifles, cameras and books, lamps and ornaments. Thus, entering a Salzburg peasant's home, One might be surprised by a staring Indian Buddha or a Rococo bookcase, with French leather-bound books of which the new owners were particularly proud. Genuine leather. France, they bragged impressively. Substance, anything but money, became the watchword. There were those who had to take their wedding ring from their finger or the leather belt from around their body merely to keep that body alive. Finally, the authorities interfered to stop the subversive trade in the execution of which none but the well-to-do derived benefit. In every province, cordons were thrown around key points, and illicit goods arriving by train or bicycle were confiscated for the benefit of the municipal food offices. The hoarders responded by organizing nightly deliveries by lorry with Western desperado accompaniment or by bribing inspectors, themselves the fathers of hungry children. Sometimes there were real battles with revolvers and knives which these youths, after 4 years of practice at the front, knew how to use just as well as they knew the approved military way of finding cover when in flight. The chaos grew from week to week. The population became more excited. The progressive devaluation of money became increasingly manifest. The neighboring states had substituted their new currency for the old Austro-Hungarian notes, thus saddling tiny Austria with the main burden, more or less, of redeeming the old krone. The first sign of distrust was the disappearance of hard money, for people tended to value a bit of copper or nickel more highly than mere printed paper. The government did its best to get maximum note production from the printing presses, following Mephistopheles' prescription, but it could not keep pace with the inflation. Then every city and town, eventually every village, began to print its own emergency money, which neighboring villages could reject and which, for the most part, was recognized to be worthless and was thrown away. An economist who knew how to describe graphically all the phases of the inflation which spread from Austria to Germany would find it unsurpassed material for an exciting novel, for the chaos took on ever more fantastic forms. Soon nobody knew what any article was worth. Prices jumped arbitrarily. A thrifty merchant would raise the price of a box of matches to 20 times the amount charged by his upright competitor who was innocently holding to yesterday's quotation. The reward for his honesty was the sale of his stock within an hour, because the news got around quickly and everybody rushed to buy whatever was for sale, whether it was something they needed or not. Even a goldfish or an old telescope was goods, and what people wanted was goods instead of paper. The most grotesque discrepancy developed with respect to rents, the government having forbidden any rise. Thus tenants, the great majority, were protected, but property owners were the losers. Before long, a medium-sized apartment in Austria cost its tenant less for the whole year than a single dinner. During 5 or 10 years, for the cancellation of leases was forbidden even afterwards, the population of Austria enjoyed more or less free lodgings. In consequence of this mad disorder, the situation became more paradoxical and unmoral from week to week. A man who had been saving for 40 years and who, furthermore, had patriotically invested his all in war bonds, became a beggar. A man who had debts became free of them. A man who respected the food rationing system starved. Only one who disregarded it brazenly could eat his fill. A man schooled in bribery got ahead. If he speculated, he profited. If a man sold at cost price, he was robbed. If he made careful calculation, he yet cheated. Standards and values disappeared during this melting and evaporation of money. There was but one merit: to be clever, shrewd, and scrupulous, and to mount the racing horse instead of being trampled by it. To top it all, during the financial whirlwind when Austrians were deprived of every economic yardstick, certain foreigners recognized how our misery might be made to serve their purposes. The only thing that remained stable within the land during the 3 years in which the inflation progressed at accelerating tempo was foreign currency. Because Austrian money melted like snow in one's hand, everyone wanted Swiss francs or American dollars, and foreigners in substantial numbers availed themselves of the chance to fatten on the quivering cadaver of the Austrian krone. Austria was discovered and suffered a calamitous tourist season. Every hotel in Vienna was filled with these vultures. They bought everything from toothbrushes to landed estates. They mopped up private collections and antique shop stocks before their owners, in their distress, woke to how they had been plundered. Humble hotel clerks from Switzerland, stenographers from Holland, would put up in the deluxe suites of the Ringstrasse hotels. Incredible as it may seem, I can vouch for it as an eyewitness that Salzburg's first-rate Hotel de l'Europe was occupied for a period by English unemployed, who, because of Britain's generous dole, were able to live more cheaply at that distinguished hostelry than in their slums at home. Whatever was not nailed down disappeared. The tidings of cheap living and cheap goods in Austria spread far and wide. Greedy visitors came from Sweden, from France. More Italian, French, Turkish, and Romanian was spoken than German in Vienna's business district. Even Germany, where the inflation started at a much slower pace, even if eventually to become 100,000 times greater than Austria's, exploited our shrinking krone to the advantage of her mark. Salzburg, a border town, afforded me an opportunity to observe these daily rates. Bavarians from neighboring villages and cities poured into the little town by hundreds and by thousands. They patronized the tailor, they had their cars repaired, they consulted physicians, and bought their drugs. Munich businessmen mailed their foreign letters and filed their cables from Austria so as to pocket the saving in the rates. Then, at the instigation of the German government, a border control was established to stop Germans from buying their supplies in Salzburg, where a mark fetched 70 Austrian crowns. Merchandise coming from Austria was strictly confiscated at the custom house. One article, however, that could not be confiscated remained free of duty: the beer in one's stomach. And the beer-drinking Bavarians would watch the daily rate of exchange to determine whether the falling krone would allow them 5 or 6 or 10 liters of beer in Salzburg for the price of a single liter at home. No more superb enticement could be imagined, and so they would come in hordes with their wives and children from nearby Freilissing and Reichenhall to enjoy the luxury of gulping down as much beer as belly and stomach would hold. Every night the railway station was a veritable pandemonium of drunken, bawling, belching humanity. Some of them, helpless from overindulgence, had to be carried to the train on hand, trucks, and then, with bacchanalian yelling and singing, they were transported back to their own country. The merry Bavarians did not, to be sure, suspect how terrible a revenge was in store for them. For, when the krone was stabilized and the mark in turn plunged down in astronomical proportions, it was the Austrians who traversed the same stretch of track to get drunk cheaply, and the spectacle was duplicated, but this time in the opposite direction. This beer war between two inflations remains one of my oddest recollections because it was a precise reflection, in grotesque graphic miniature, of the whole insane character of those years. The strangest thing is that I cannot recall, however I may try, how we kept house during that era, or in what manner the Austrians kept on raising the thousands and tens of thousands of kronen, and the Germans, in their turn, the millions which were daily needed to keep body and soul together. Mysteriously enough, they did raise them. Habits are acquired, and the chaos became normal to life. It stands to reason that one who was not a witness would imagine that, at a time when an egg cost what a fine motor car used to cost. In Germany, eggs went up to 4 billion marks, the approximate past value of all the real estate in Greater Berlin. Women must have been running wildly through the streets with tousled hair, that shops were deserted for lack of purchasing power, and that theaters and amusement places were surely empty. Astonishingly enough, just the opposite was the case. The will to pursue life was great enough to overcome the instability of the currency. Financial chaos prevailed, yet the daily round seemed little affected. There were widespread individual changes, such as those who had wealth in the form of cash in bank or government bonds became impoverished, speculators became rich. But the balance wheel maintained its rhythm unconcerned with single fates. There was no standstill. Bakers baked bread, cobblers made boots, authors wrote books, peasants sowed and reaped, trains ran on schedule, the morning newspaper never failed, and it was just the places of entertainment, bars, and theaters that were filled to capacity. The very fact that what once represented the greatest stability, money, was dwindling in value daily caused people to assess the true values of life work, love, friendships, art, and nature the more highly, and the whole nation lived more intensively and more buoyantly than ever despite the catastrophe. Young people went on mountain tramps and returned healthily tanned. Dance halls kept going until late at night. New factories and business enterprises sprang up. I don't think that I ever lived and worked with greater zest than in those years. Whatever had meant much to us in days gone by meant even more now. At no time had we ever been so devoted to art in Austria as in those years of chaos, because the collapse of money made us feel that nothing was enduring except the eternal within ourselves. I shall never forget what an opera performance meant in those days of direst need. For lack of coal, the streets were only dimly lit, and people had to grope their way through. Gallery seats were paid for with a bundle of notes in such denominations as would once have been sufficient for a season's subscription to the best box. The theater was not heated, thus the audience kept their overcoats on and huddled together. And how melancholy and gray this house was that used to glitter with uniforms and costly gowns. There never was any certainty that the opera would last into the next week. What with the sinking value of money and the doubts about coal deliveries, the desperation seemed doubly great in this abode of luxury and imperial abundance. The Philharmonic players were like gray shadows in their shabby dress suits, undernourished and exhausted by many privations, and the audience, too, seemed to be ghosts in a theater which had become ghostly. Then, however, the conductor lifted his baton, the curtain parted, and it was as glorious as ever. Every singer, every musician did his best, his utmost, for each had in mind that perhaps it might be his last time in this beloved house. And we strained and listened, receptive as never before, because perhaps it was really the last time. That was the spirit in which we lived, thousands of us, multitudes, giving forth to the limit of our capacity in those weeks and months and years, on the brink of destruction. Never have I experienced in a people and in myself so powerful a surge of life as at that period when our very existence and survival were at stake. I would be hard put to it to explain how Austria, pillaged and desolate, managed to escape disintegration. In Bavaria, to our right, a communist workers' republic had been established. Hungary, on our left, had gone Bolshevik under Belakuin. And to this day, I cannot comprehend how it was that the revolution did not seize Austria. There was certainly no lack of explosive material. Underfed, tattered, returned soldiers lounged about observing resentfully the scandalous profligacy of those who profited by the war and the inflation. A Red Guard battalion was already on the alert in the barracks, and there was no sort of counter-organization. A couple of hundred determined men could have gained mastery over Vienna and the whole of Austria then. But nothing of any consequence happened. There was one time when a raw gang attempted a putsch, but 50 or 60 armed policemen put it down easily. And then the miracle occurred. Cut off from its sources of power, its factories, its coal mines, its oil fields, with an avalanche of worthless paper currency, the thoroughly looted nation maintained and asserted itself. It may have been because of its weakness, for the people were too exhausted and hungry to struggle for anything. But perhaps it was through the mysterious strength peculiar to Austria, its innate conciliatoriness. For in the critical hour, the two largest parties, Social Democrats and Christian Socialists, despite their fundamental differences, formed a coalition government. There were mutual concessions in order to prevent a catastrophe which might have swept all of Europe with it. In due time, life became ordered and integrated, and, surprisingly enough, the incredible came to pass. The crippled state persisted and was even ready to defend its independence when Hitler came to rob this folk, faithful and magnificently brave and suffering, of its soul. But it was only outwardly and in a political sense that radical change was averted. A tremendous inner revolution occurred during those first post-war years. Something besides the army had been crushed. Faith in the infallibility of the authority to which we had been trained to over-submissiveness in our own youth. But would it have been expected of the Germans to keep on admiring their Kaiser, who first swore to fight, to the last breath of horse and man, and then fled across the border under cover of night and mist? Of their military leaders, their politicians, and their old poets who ground out commonplace patriotic rhymes? It was only after the smoke of war had lifted that the terrible destruction that resulted became visible. How could an ethical commandment still count as holy which sanctioned murder and robbery under the cloak of heroism and requisition for 4 long years? How could a people rely on the promises of a state which had annulled all those obligations to its citizens which it could not conveniently fulfill? It was the same old clique, the so-called men of experience who now surpassed the folly of the war with their bungling of the peace. It is common knowledge today, and a few of us knew it then, that the peace offered one of the greatest, if not the greatest, moral potentialities of history. Wilson knew it. In his comprehensive vision, he sketched the plan for a veritable and enduring world agreement. But the old generals, the old statesmen, the old captains of industry had snipped that great concept to bits and reduced it to worthless paper. The sacred promise to the world that this war would be the last war alone served to buoy up the already half-disappointed, half-exhausted and despairing soldiers, but it was cynically sacrificed to the interests of the merchants of death and to the gambling passion of the politicians who successfully played their old, fateful game of negotiations and secret treaties behind the screen of Wilson's wise and humane demands. To the extent that it was wide awake, the world knew that it had been cheated. Cheated the mothers who had sacrificed their children, cheated the soldiers who came home as beggars, cheated those who had subscribed patriotically to war loans, cheated all who had placed faith in any promise of the state, cheated those of us who had dreamed of a new and better ordered world and who perceived that the same old gamblers were turning the same old trick in which our existence, our happiness, our time, our fortunes were at stake. Small wonder, then, that the entire youthful generation looked with exasperation and contempt at their fathers who had permitted first victory, then the peace to be taken away from them, who had done everything wrong, had been without prescience, and had everywhere miscalculated. Was it not intelligible that the new generation lost every trace of respect? It doubted parents, politicians, teachers. Every decree, every proclamation of the state was read with a dubious eye. The post-war generation emancipated itself with a violent wrench from the established order and revolted against every tradition, determined to mold its own fate, to abandon bygones, and to soar into the future. It was to be a quite new world in which fresh regulations were to govern every phase of life. And, as was to be expected, the new life began with gross excesses. Anybody or anything older than they were was put on the shelf. Children as young as 11 or 12 went off in organized Wandervogel troops, which were well instructed in matters of sex, and traveled about the country as far as Italy and the North Sea. Following the Russian pattern, pupils' councils were set up in the schools, and these supervised the teachers and upset the curriculum, for it was the intention as well as their will to study only what pleased them. They revolted against every legitimated form for the mere pleasure of revolting, even against the order of nature, against the eternal polarity of the sexes. The girls adopted boyish bobs so that they were indistinguishable from boys. The young men, for their part, shaved in an effort to seem girlish. Homosexuality and lesbianism became the fashion, not from an inner instinct, but by way of protest against the traditional and normal expressions of love. The general impulse to radical and revolutionary excess manifested itself in art, too, of course. The new painting declared all that Rembrandt, Holbein, and Velázquez had created as finished and done for, and set off on the most fantastic cubistic and surrealistic experiments. The comprehensible element in everything was prescribed: melody in music, resemblance in portraits, intelligibility in language. Every sort of liberty was taken with grammar, sentence structure was wrecked, prose read like a telegram with peppery interjections, besides which, such literature as was not activistic, that is, not saturated with political theorizing, went on the dust heap. Music stubbornly sought a new tonality and did violence to the rules. Architecture twisted houses inside out. The dance saw the waltz replaced by Cuban and Negro forms. Fashion in dress, heavily accenting nudity, invented multiform absurdities. The theater disclosed Hamlet in evening dress and essayed fulminating dramatics. In that epoch of wild experiment in every field, everybody desired to surpass at a single impetuous leap whatever had been achieved in the past. The younger one was, the less he knew, the better he suited the situation because of his freedom from all tradition. At last youth's vengeance against the world of parents raged itself out triumphantly. Nothing was more tragicomic in this riotous carnival than the attitude of the elder intellectuals who, in a panic of fear of being considered behind the times, rushed desperately to the cover of an artificial egregiousness and dragged themselves through devious paths in the hope of keeping up with the procession. Respectable, proper, gray-bearded academicians painted over their now unsaleable still life with symbolic cubes and dice, because the young curators, they had to be young, and the younger the better, regarded all other pictures as too classic, and were removing them from the galleries to the basements. Writers who had used plain, direct language for decades obediently hacked their sentences apart and excelled in activism. Complacent Prussian privy councillors expounded Karl Marx from their lofty university seats. Old-time ballerinas in a state of undress performed stylized gyrations to Beethoven's Appassionata and Schönberg's Verklarknacht. Bewildered old age everywhere pursued the latest fashion. The paramount ambition was to be young, to discover in some new, and unheard of and more radical tendency a substitute for the outmoded tendency of yesterday. How wild, anarchic, and unreal were those years in which, with the dwindling value of money, all other values in Austria and Germany began to slip. It was an epoch of high ecstasy and ugly scheming, a singular mixture of unrest and fanaticism. Every extravagant idea that was not subject to regulation reaped a golden harvest. Theosophy, occultism, spiritualism, somnambulism, anthroposophy, palm reading, graphology, yoga, and Paracelsusm. Anything that gave hope of newer and greater thrills. Anything in the way of narcotics, morphine, cocaine, heroin found a tremendous market. On the stage, incest and parricide. In politics, communism and fascism constituted the most favored themes. Unconditionally prescribed, however, was any representation of normality and moderation. But I would not for anything wipe out that era of chaos, neither from my own life nor from art in its onward movement. Thrusting forward in the orgy of its first impulse it had, like every spiritual revolution, swept the air clean of all stuffy tradition and relieved the strains of many years. For all that may be said, its daring experiments have left a residuum of valuable stimuli. Much as some of its excesses amazed us, we did not feel justified in any arrogant censure or rejection for. In essence, this youth of the new day was seeking to correct, though perhaps with too great fire and impatience, what our cautious and aloof generation had failed in. Their instinct that the post-war period had to be different from the one before the war was fundamentally correct. Had not we oldsters also longed for a new and better world before and during the war? Admittedly, the elders had again disclosed, after the war, their inability to erect opportunely any supranational defense against the new political orientation that menaced the world. While peace negotiations were still in progress, Henri Barbusse, known throughout the world for his novel Le Fou, attempted to unite all European intellectuals in the spirit of conciliation. Clart was to be the name of this group, the clear, thinking, and its purpose was to unite writers and artists of all nations in a pledge to oppose future mischief-making among the nations. Barbusse invited me and René Schickele to undertake leadership of the German group, a task of no small difficulty, for irritation over the Treaty of Versailles still smoldered in Germany. The prospect of gaining Germans of rank for intellectual internationalism while the Rhineland, the Saar, the bridgehead at Mainz, were occupied by foreign troops was meager. And yet such an organization would have been possible, just as Galsworthy realized one later in the PN Club, if Barbusse had not let us down. Unfortunately, as the result of a visit to Russia where great masses had demonstrated their enthusiasm for his person, He became convinced that bourgeois states and democracies were incapable of bringing about a genuine fraternity of peoples, and that such world brotherhood was feasible only in communism. Unnoticeably, he sought to make of Klart an instrument of class struggle, but we objected to a radicalization which, of necessity, would have weakened our ranks. Thus the project, in itself a distinguished thing, collapsed prematurely. Once more we had failed in the struggle for intellectual freedom, for too great love of individual freedom and independence. There remained but to withdraw and work, quietly and in retirement. From the point of view of the expressionists and, may I say, the excessivists, my 36 years made me eligible for the elder generation that was already disposed of, because I declined any ape-like adherence. My earlier works now failed to please even me, and I refused to have any books of my aesthetic period reprinted. That meant beginning afresh and waiting for the impatient tide of the many isms to ebb, and in this lot of my own choosing my indifference to personal preferment proved helpful. I began my large Master Builders series just because of the certainty that it would occupy me for years. I wrote such stories as A Muck and Letter from an Unknown Woman in quite unactivistic unconcern. The land in which I lived, the world about me, began to assume form and order, and my day of hesitation was past, too. Gone was the time when I could pretend to myself that whatever I essayed was solely for the time being. The middle of life had been reached, the age of mere promises had gone by. The time had come to confirm promises, to stand the test, or to give up for good. Into the world again. For 3 years, 1919, 1920, 1921, Austria's 3 hardest post-war years, I lived buried in Salzburg, practically giving up hope of ever seeing the world again. The collapse after the war, the hate abroad against every German and all German writing, and the devaluation of our currency were so catastrophic that one was already resigned from the start to stay put for life in one's narrow sphere at home. But everything turned out much better. We ate our fill again. We sat undisturbed at our desks. There had been no plundering. There was no revolution. We lived, we sensed our powers. Why not once more test the pleasure of one's youth and travel? Long journeys were out of the question, but Italy lay near, no more than 8 or 10 hours distant. Should one try it out? Although Austrians were considered the arch-enemy, over there, they had never considered themselves to be so. Would one have to let oneself be snubbed, pass by old friends, so as not to embarrass them? I took a chance, and, one day at noon, crossed the frontier. I arrived at Verona in the evening and went to a hotel. I was given a form and registered. The clerk glanced at the paper and looked up startled when, under nationality, he read the word Austriaco. Lei Austriaco, he asked. I wondered whether I would be rejected. But when I said yes, he was almost jubilant. Ah, c'è piacere. Finalmente. This was the first greeting and a renewed confirmation of a sense, already felt during the war, that the entire hate propaganda and agitation had produced but a brief intellectual fever without fundamentally affecting the real masses of Europe. A quarter of an hour later, the friendly clerk even came to my room to make sure that I was comfortable. He praised my Italian enthusiastically, and we parted with a cordial handshake. The next day I was in Milan. I saw the cathedral again, strolled through the Galleria. It was pleasant to hear again the beloved musical Italian language, to be confident of finding one's way about, and to enjoy the strangeness as something familiar. Passing a large building, the sign Corriere della Sera caught my eye. At once I remembered that my old friend G.A. Borges was an important member of the editorial staff there, Borges with whom, together with Count Kaiserling and Benno Geiger, I had spent many an intellectually elevating evening in Berlin and Vienna. One of Italy's best and most earnest writers, especially influential with the youth of the land, he had, although the translator of Werther's Leiden and a fanatic on German philosophy, aligned himself sharply against Germany and Austria, and, shoulder to shoulder with Mussolini, with whom he broke later on, pressed for war. Throughout the war it had been a strange thought for me that an old comrade was an active participant on the other side. The more now I felt a desire to see such an enemy. Just the same, I did not wish to chance being turned away. So I left my card for him with the address of my hotel. But I was not even down the stairs when someone ran after me, his highly animated face aglow with pleasure. It was Borges. In 5 minutes we were talking as cordially as always, perhaps even more so. He too was the wiser for the war, and, approaching each other from opposite banks, we came closer together than ever. And it occurred thus everywhere. In Florence, my old friend Albert Stringa, a painter, rushed up to me on the street and embraced me so vehemently and unexpectedly that my wife, who was with me and did not know him, thought this strange bearded man intended to attack me. Everything was the same as of old. No, even more cordial. I sighed with relief. The war was buried. The war was over. But it was not over. We merely did not know it. We all deceived ourselves in our credulity and mistook our personal readiness for that of the world. But we need not be ashamed of this error, for no less than ourselves, the statesmen, the economists, and the bankers were also mistaken, and during those years also thought that the deceptive boom meant recovery, and weariness contentment. Actually, the struggle had only transposed itself from the national into the social. And in those very first days I witnessed a scene the far-reaching implications of which did not become clear to me until later. In Austria, we knew no more about the Italian internal situation than that, together with the post-war disappointment, definite socialistic and even Bolshevistic tendencies had gained foothold. Many walls bore, crudely traced in charcoal or chalk, "Viva Lenin." Furthermore, one had heard that a socialist leader, by name Mussolini, had separated from his party during the war and had organized a countergroup. But one received news of that sort with indifference. What significance could one attach to just another little bloc? Petty conspiracies of the kind lodged in all lands. There were free corps marching about in the Baltic provinces, separatist groups constituted themselves in Bavaria and the Rhineland. Demonstrations and riots occurred everywhere, but were nearly always suppressed. Nobody thought of regarding these fascists, who wore black shirts instead of the Garibaldi red, as an important factor in the future development of Europe. But in Venice the mere word became suddenly invested with meaning. From Milan I arrived in the beloved city of the lagoons in the afternoon. There were no porters, no gondolas. Workers and railroad employees stood around idly, their hands almost conspicuously in their pockets. Since I was lugging 2 pretty heavy bags around with me, I looked about for help and asked an elderly gentleman where one could find a porter. "You arrived on a bad day," he answered regretfully. "But we have many such days now. There is a general strike again." I did not know why there was a strike, and I didn't trouble to inquire further. We were too accustomed to such things in Austria, where the Social Democrats, much to their undoing, too frequently used this most potent of weapons without ever following through. So I toiled on painfully with my bags, until finally, from a side canal, I saw a gondolier beckoning to me furtively, and he took me and my suitcases in. After half an hour, passing by many a clenched fist raised against the strike-breaker, we arrived at the hotel. With the spontaneity of habit, I immediately went to the Piazza San Marco. It looked strikingly deserted. The shutters of most of the stores were closed. Nobody sat in the cafes. Only a large number of workers stood around under the arcades in small groups, like people waiting for a particular thing to happen. I waited with them, and suddenly it came. From a side alley a company of young people, in regular formation, approached in a rapid march step, confidently singing a song, the words of which were unfamiliar to me. Later I knew it to be the Giovinezza. They had already passed in their running step, swinging their sticks, before the crowd, 100 times greater in numbers, had had time to pounce upon its adversary. This bold and really audacious demonstration on the part of this small, organized group had happened so quickly that by the time the crowd became aware of the provocation, it was too late for them to catch up with their adversaries. Angrily they pressed together and shook their fists, but it was too late. The little storm troop was beyond reach. Visual impressions always have something convincing about them. Now, for the first time, I knew that this hazy fascism, until then almost unknown to me, was something real, something well directed, and that it made fanatics of decided, bold, young people. No longer could I agree with my older friends in Florence and Rome who disposed of these young people with a contemptuous shrug of their shoulders as a paid gang, and made fun of their Fra Diavolo. Out of curiosity, I bought a few copies of the Popolo d'Italia and perceived in the sharp, concise, plastic, Latin style of Mussolini the same resoluteness as in the double-quick march of those young men across the Piazza San Marco. Naturally, I could not dream of the dimensions which this struggle would acquire in not more than a year. But from that hour, I was conscious that a struggle was imminent here and everywhere, and that our peace was not yet the peace. For me, this was the first warning that under the apparently quiet surface our Europe was full of dangerous subterranean currents. I did not have to wait long for the second. I had decided, again lured by the pleasure of traveling, to go to Westerland, on the German North Sea. For an Austrian, a visit to Germany still had something encouraging about it. The mark, compared with our miserable krone, had held up beautifully thus far, and the process of recovery seemed to be in full swing. The trains ran on time. The hotels were clean and shining. Everywhere on the right and the left of the tracks, there were new houses and new factories. Everywhere the perfect, quiet order which one had hated before the war and which one had learned to appreciate again during the chaos. A certain tension, to be sure, was in the air, for the whole country was waiting to learn whether the negotiations at Genoa and Rapallo, the first at which Germany had a seat as an equal with the formerly hostile powers, would bring the hoped-for alleviations of the war burdens, or at least a faint gesture of real understanding. The leader of these negotiations, so memorable in the history of Europe, was no other than my old friend Rathenau. His genial instinct for organization had already proven itself excellently during the war. From the start, he had recognized the weakest spot in the German economy where, later on, it also received its mortal blow, the procurement of raw materials, and early, here too anticipating time, he centralized the whole economic system. When the war was over and a German foreign minister was needed who could meet the shrewdest and most experienced diplomats among the former opponents on their own ground, naturally the choice fell on him. Hesitatingly, I telephoned him in Berlin. Why break in on a man absorbed in shaping our destiny? Yes, it's difficult, he said to me over the telephone. Even friendship must now be sacrificed to my duty. But with his extraordinary facility for employing every minute, he immediately devised a meeting. He had to leave his card at certain embassies, and as it was a half-hour's drive from Grunewald, the simplest thing was for me to go there and have a chat in his car while he was on his way. It is a fact that his capacity for mental concentration, his stupendous facility for switching from one subject to another was so perfect that he could talk at any time, in the car or on a train, as precisely and profoundly as in his own room. I did not wish to miss this opportunity, and I believe that it afforded him satisfaction to talk with someone who was politically disinterested and bound to him personally by years of friendship. It became a long talk, and I can vouch that Rathenau, who personally was not free of vanity, had not accepted the position of German foreign minister with a light heart, let alone eagerly and impatiently. He knew from the start that for the time being the problem still was insoluble, and that at best he could return with some slight success, a few unimportant concessions, and that it was too early to hope for a real peace, for a generous understanding. Perhaps 10 years from now, he said to me, provided that things go badly with everybody and not only with us alone. First, the old generation will have to be swept out of diplomacy, and the generals will have to become silent monuments on the public squares. He was fully cognizant of his doubled responsibility through the burden of his being a Jew. Seldom perhaps in history has a man entered with so much skepticism and so many inner scruples on a task which he knew that not he, but only time alone could solve, and he knew also its personal danger. Since the murder of Erzberger, who had taken on the unpleasant duty of the armistice which Ludendorff had carefully shirked by going abroad, he could not doubt that a similar fate might await him also as a pioneer for mutual understanding. But, being unmarried, without children and fundamentally deeply lonesome, he felt that he should not avoid the danger, nor was I bold enough to warn him to take precautions. That Rathenau accomplished his task at Rapallo as excellently as it was possible under the then prevailing circumstances is now a historical fact. His splendid gift of quickly grasping any favorable situation, his cosmopolitan and his personal prestige never proved themselves more brilliantly. But already there were groups strong in the land that knew that they would secure followers only by assuring the vanquished people again and again that they really were not vanquished, and that negotiations or compromises were treason to the nation. Already the secret organizations, strongly under homosexual influence, were far more powerful than the then leaders of the Republic suspected, and the latter, in their conception of freedom, gave free rein to those who sought to do away with freedom in Germany for good. It was in the city then that I said goodbye to him in front of the ministry, without having any premonition that this would be the last goodbye. And later I saw by photographs that the road through which we had driven together was the same where, shortly thereafter, the murderers waylaid the same automobile. It was no more than chance that I did not witness the historically fateful scene. Thus, I was the better able to appreciate fully, because of the lively impression on my senses, the tragic episode with which the disaster of Germany, the disaster of Europe began. On that day, I was already in Westerland. Hundreds of vacationists were bathing gaily in the surf. Again, as on the day when the assassination of Franz Ferdinand was announced, a band played to carefree people when, like white petrels, the newsboys stormed over the boardwalk. Walter Rathenau assassinated. A panic broke out, and the tremor spread through the whole Reich. Abruptly the mark plunged down, never to stop until it had reached the fantastic figures of madness, the millions, the billions and trillions. Now the real witches' Sabbath of inflation started, against which our Austrian inflation, with its absurd enough ratio of 15,000 old to 1 of new currency, had been shabby child's play. To describe it in detail, with its incredibilities, would take a whole book, and to readers of today, it would seem like a fairy tale. I have known days when I had to pay 50,000 marks for a newspaper in the morning and 100,000 in the evening. Whoever had foreign currency to exchange did so from hour to hour, because at 4 o'clock he would get a better rate than at 3, and at 5 o'clock he would get much more than he had got an hour earlier. For instance, I sent a manuscript to my publisher on which I had worked for a year. To be on the safe side, I asked for an advance payment of royalties on 10,000 copies. By the time the check was deposited, it hardly paid the postage I had put on the parcel a week before. On streetcars one paid in millions, trucks carried the paper money from the Reichsbank to the other banks, and a fortnight later one found 100,000-mark notes in the gutter. A beggar had thrown them away contemptuously. A pair of shoelaces cost more than a shoe had once cost. No, more than a fashionable store with 2,000 pairs of shoes had cost before. To repair a broken window more than the whole house had formerly cost. A book more than the printer's shop with 100 presses. For $100 one could buy rows of 6-story houses on Kurfürstendamm, and factories were to be had for the old equivalent of a wheelbarrow. Some adolescent boys who had found a case of soap forgotten in the harbor disported themselves for months in cars and lived like kings, selling a cake every day, while their parents, formerly well-to-do, slunk about like beggars. Messenger boys established foreign exchange businesses and speculated in currencies of all lands. Towering over all of them was the gigantic figure of the superprofiteer Stinnes. Expanding his credit, and in thus exploiting the mark, he bought whatever was for sale: coal mines and ships, factories and stocks, castles and country estates, actually for nothing, because every payment, every promise became equal to naught. Soon a quarter of Germany was in his hands, and, perversely, the masses, who in Germany always become intoxicated at a success that they can see with their eyes, cheered him as a genius. The unemployed stood around by the thousands and shook their fists at the profiteers and foreigners in their luxurious cars who bought whole rows of streets like a box of matches. Everyone who could read and write traded, speculated and profited, and had a secret sense that they were deceiving themselves and were being deceived by a hidden force which brought about this chaos deliberately in order to liberate the state from its debts and obligations. I have a pretty thorough knowledge of history, but never, to my recollection, has it produced such madness in such gigantic proportions. All values were changed, and not only material ones. The laws of the state were flouted, no tradition, no moral code was respected. Berlin was transformed into the Babylon of the world. Bars, amusement parks, honky-tonks sprang up like mushrooms. What we had seen in Austria proved to be just a mild and shy prologue to this witches' Sabbath, for the Germans introduced all their vehemence and methodical organization into the perversion. Along the entire Kurfürstentum powdered and rouged young men sauntered, and they were not all professionals. Every high school boy wanted to earn some money, and in the dimly lit bars one might see government officials and men of the world of finance tenderly courting drunken sailors without any shame. Even the Rome of Suetonius had never known such orgies as the pervert balls of Berlin, where hundreds of men costumed as women and hundreds of women as men danced under the benevolent eyes of the police. In the collapse of all values, a kind of madness gained hold, particularly in the bourgeois circles, which until then had been unshakable in their probity. Young girls bragged proudly of their perversion. To be 16 and still under suspicion of virginity would have been considered a disgrace in any school of Berlin at that time. Every girl wanted to be able to tell of her adventures, and the more exotic, the better. But the most revolting thing about this pathetic eroticism was its spuriousness. At bottom, the orgiastic period which broke out in Germany simultaneously with the inflation was nothing more than feverish imitation. One could see that these girls of the decent middle-class families much rather would have worn their hair in a simple arrangement than in a sleek man's haircut, that they would much rather have eaten apple pie with whipped cream than drink strong liquor. Everywhere it was unmistakable that this overexcitation was unbearable for the people, this being stretched daily on the rack of inflation, and that the whole nation, tired of war, actually only longed for order, quiet, and a little security in bourgeois life. And secretly it hated the Republic, not because it suppressed this wild freedom, but on the contrary, because it held the reins too loosely. Whoever lived through these apocalyptic months, these years, disgusted and embittered, since the coming of a counterblow, a horrible reaction. And behind the scenes, smiling, there waited, watch in hand, those same people who had driven the German nation into the chaos. The worse it is for the country, the better for us. They knew that their hour was at hand. Around Ludendorff, more than around the then still powerless Hitler, the counter-revolution was already crystallizing openly. The officers whose epaulets had been torn off their shoulders organized in secret. The small tradesmen who had been cheated out of their savings silently closed ranks and aligned themselves in readiness for any slogan that promised order. Nothing was as fateful to the German Republic as the idealistic attempt to give liberty not only to the people, but even to its enemies. For the German people, a disciplined folk, did not know what to do with their freedom and already looked impatiently toward those who were to take it from them. The day the German inflation ended, 1924, could have become a turning point in history, when, as if at the sound of a gong, each billion of artificially inflated marks was exchanged for a single new mark. A norm had been created. And, truly, the muddy tide with all its filth and slime flowed back soon. The bars, the honky-tonks disappeared. Conditions became normal again. Everybody could now figure clearly how much he had won, how much he had lost. The great majority, the mighty masses, had lost. But the blame was laid not on those who had caused the war, but on those who with sacrifice and without thanks had undertaken the burden of reconstruction. Nothing ever embittered the German people so much. It is important to remember this. Nothing made them so furious with hate and so ripe for Hitler as the inflation. For the war, murderous as it was, had yet yielded hours of jubilation, with ringing of bells and fanfares of victory. And, being an incurably militaristic nation, Germany felt lifted in her pride by her temporary victories, while the inflation served only to make it feel soiled, cheated, and humiliated. A whole generation never forgot or forgave the German Republic for those years and preferred to reinstate its butchers. But all of that was still far away. On the surface, in 1924 the wild phantasmagoria seemed to have passed like a dance of will-o'-the-wisps. It was day again. One saw one's way in and out. And already we greeted the ascendance of order as the beginning of lasting peace. Again, once more, we thought we had risen above war, chronic fools as we always had been. But at least this deceptive delusion bestowed on us a decade of work, of hope, and even of security. Viewed from today, the short decade between 1924 and 1933, from the end of the German inflation to Hitler's seizure of power, represents, in spite of all, an intermission in the catastrophic sequence of events whose witnesses and victims our generation has been since 1914. Not that the period was free of tension, excitement, or crises. There was the economic collapse of 1929, but during this decade, peace at least seemed guaranteed in Europe, and that in itself meant much. Germany had been taken into the League of Nations with all honors, had received loans to facilitate her economic reconstruction, actually her secret rearmament. England had disarmed. In Italy, Mussolini had taken over the protection of Austria. The world seemed dedicated to reconstruction. Paris, Vienna, Berlin, New York, Rome. The victors' cities as well as those of the vanquished became more beautiful than ever. The airplane gave wings to travel. Passport and visa restrictions were relaxed. The fluctuations of currencies had ceased. One knew how much one earned and how much one could spend. Attention was no longer centered so feverishly on such externals. Once more one could work, concentrate inwardly, apply oneself to things of the spirit. One might even dream again and hope for a united Europe. For a world moment, those 10 years, it seemed as if a normal life was again in store for our much-tried generation. In my personal life, the most notable happening of those years was the presence of a guest who settled himself most benevolently, a guest whom I had never expected, success. It is understandable that I do not feel at ease in mentioning the public success of my books, and in normal times I would have avoided even the most casual reference which might be interpreted as vanity or bragging. But I have a particular right, and am even compelled not to pass over this fact in the story of my life, because this success, upon Hitler's advent 9 years ago, passed into history. Of the hundreds of thousands and even millions of my books which had their secure place in the bookshops and in innumerable homes in Germany, not a single one is obtainable today. Whoever still has a copy keeps it carefully hidden, and in the public libraries they remain locked away in the so-called poison cabinet for those few who with a special permit from the authorities want to use them scientifically, mostly for purposes of defamation. Of my readers, the friends who used to write me, it is long since any dared to write my infamous name on an envelope. Nor is this all. In France also, in Italy, in all the countries now enslaved, and in which my books in translation were among those most widely read, they have been similarly banned by Hitler's command. Today, as a writer I am, in Grillparzer's words, one who living follows his own corpse. Everything, or almost everything that represents my work in the world during 40 years has been destroyed by one and the same fist. So, if I allude to my success, I do not refer to something that belongs to me, but something that formerly was mine, like my house, my home, my security, my freedom, my ease of manner. I could not adequately describe the fall into the abyss which I with countless others equally innocent suffered, if I did not indicate the height from which it occurred, and the singularity and consequences of this destruction of our whole literary generation, an occurrence unique in history. This success had not stormed my house suddenly. It came slowly, consideredly, but it stayed constantly and faithfully until the hour when Hitler chased it away from me with the whip of his decrees. Its influence grew from year to year. The very first book which I published after Jeremiah, the first volume of my Master Builders, the trilogy Three Masters, even the way for me, the expressionists, the activists, the experimentalists had played out. The way to the people was again open to the patient and the persistent. My stories, A Muck and Letter from an Unknown Woman, achieved the popularity usually reserved to full-length novels. They were dramatized, publicly read, made into films. A small book was adopted by the schools, and in a short time achieved 250,000 copies in the Incipit Hitler. In a few years, I had created what, to my way of thinking, is the most valuable kind of success for an author: a community, a dependable group of people which looked forward to each new book, which bought each new book, which trusted in one, and which trust one dared not disappoint. As time went on, it became bigger and bigger. On the day each of my books was published, 20,000 copies were sold in Germany before even a single advertisement appeared in the newspapers. Sometimes, I tried consciously to avoid success, but it followed me in a surprisingly insistent manner. Thus, I wrote for my own private pleasure the biography of Fouché. When I sent it to my publisher, he wrote that he would make a first printing of 10,000 copies. I promptly implored him not to print so many, urging that Fouché was an unsympathetic personality, that the book contained no single episode with women and could not possibly attract a great circle of readers. Better try 5,000 at first. Within a year, 50,000 copies had been sold in Germany, the same Germany that today is not allowed to read a single line of mine. Something similar happened to me, in my almost pathological self-distrust, with my version of Volpone. I had intended to write it in verse, and in 9 days in Marseilles I had loosely sketched out the various scenes in prose. The court theater in Dresden, to which I felt morally obligated because of their production of my first work, Thersites, chancing to ask about my current plans, I sent them the prose version, apologizing for presenting only a first sketch of the work, which was to take final form in verse. But the theater telegraphed back immediately, saying for the love of heaven not to change a thing. And surely enough, that version of the play has been produced all over the world, in New York by the Theater Guild with Alfred Lunt. Whatever I undertook in those years, success and a steadily increasing body of German readers remained faithful to me. As a biographer and essayist, I had always felt it incumbent on me to study the causes of the influence or lack of influence of books or personages within their own time, and I could not but ask myself in hours of reflection to what particular characteristics my books owed their, to me, unexpected success. In the final analysis, I believe it sprang from a personal bad habit of mine, namely, that I myself am an impatient and temperamental reader. Every redundance, all embellishment, and anything vaguely rapturous, everything nebulous and unclear, whatever tends to retard a novel, a biography, an intellectual discussion, irritates me. Only a book that steadily, page after page, maintains its level and that seizes and carries one breathlessly to the last line, gives me perfect enjoyment. 9/10 of the books that happen into my hands are too greatly expanded by superfluous description, talky dialogue, and unnecessary minor characters, hence fail in magnetism and dynamic power. Even in the most celebrated classics, the many sandy and dragging passages disturb me, and often I have laid before publishers the bold notion of a comprehensive series of the literature of the world from Homer through Balzac and Dostoevsky to the Magic Mountain, thoroughly curtailing the superfluous in each. Then all of those works whose timeless value is undoubted could acquire new life and influence in our day. This distaste for everything redundant and long-winded necessarily had to transfer itself from the reading of other people's works to my own writing, and had to train me to a special caution. Usually I produce very easily and fluently, and in the first draft of a book I let my fancy run away with me and put no break in my pen. Similarly, in a biography, in the beginning I use all available documentary details of every kind. Preparing for my Marie Antoinette, I actually checked every single account in order to determine her personal expenditures. I pored over contemporary newspapers and pamphlets, plowed through legal documents to the last. But in the printed book, not a single line of that remains, because hardly is there a fair copy of the first approximate version of a book than my real work begins, that of condensing and composing, a task I cannot do too thoroughly from version to version. It is an unrelenting throwing overboard of ballast, an ever-tightening and clarifying of the inner structure, where many others cannot bring themselves to withhold something that they know and, with a sort of infatuation for every rounded period, seek to display a greater breadth and depth than they possess. It is my ambition always to know more than the surface discloses. This process of condensation and dramatization repeats itself once, twice, and 3 times in the proof sheets. In the end, it becomes a kind of joyful hunt for another sentence, or even merely a word the absence of which would not lessen the precision and yet at the same time accelerate the tempo. The task of cutting is the one that really affords me the most enjoyment. And I remember that one day, when I got up from my work particularly pleased and my wife remarked that I must have hit something off very well today, I answered proudly, yes. I was able to kill another whole paragraph and consequently to achieve a much more rapid continuity. If, then, the sweeping pace of my books is sometimes lauded, this characteristic owes nothing to a native heat or an inner excitation, but only to that systematic method of steady elimination of all superfluous stops and starts. And if I am aware of any art of my own, it is that of being able to forego. For I make no complaint if of 1,000 manuscript pages 800 make their way into the waste basket and only 200, the essence, survive the sifting. If anything, the strict discipline of restricting myself rather to the more limited forms of expression and always to the absolutely essential partially accounts for the effect of my books. It made me extremely happy, who had always thought in terms of the continent, of the supranational, when publishers from abroad announced their interest, French, Bulgarian, Armenian, Portuguese, Argentinian, Norwegian, Latvian, Finnish, Chinese. Soon I had to buy a large cabinet in which to stow copies of the various translations, and one day I read in the statistics of the Cooperation Intellectual of the League of Nations at Geneva that I was then the most translated author in the world, but true to my disposition, I doubted the correctness of the report. And on another day a letter came from my Russian publisher at Leningrad, stating that he wished to publish a complete edition of my works in Russian and asking whether it would be agreeable to me if Maxim Gorky were to write the introduction to it. Would it be agreeable to me? As a boy at school, I had read Gorky's stories hidden under the desk. For years I had loved and admired him. But I had never flattered myself that he had ever heard my name, let alone that he had read anything of mine, and certainly not that it might appear important enough to such a master to write an introduction to my work. Still another time, an American publisher appeared in my house in Salzburg with a letter of introduction, as if such would have been necessary, with the proposal to take over my work in its entirety and publish it regularly in the future. It was Benjamin Hubsch of the Viking Press, who has remained the most reliable friend and advisor and who, all and everything having been crushed under Hitler's hobnailed boots, has conserved a last homeland of expression for me, now that I have lost the old one, the one that was my own, the German, the European. Such apparent success was apt to confuse one whose faith, hitherto, had been in his good intentions rather than in his ability and the efficacy of his work. Publicity in itself, of whatever nature, connotes a disturbance of the natural equilibrium of a man. Under normal circumstances, the name a human being bears is no more than the band is to a cigar, a means of identification, a superficial, almost unimportant thing that is only loosely related to the real subject, the true ego. In the event of a success, the name begins to swell, so to say. It loosens itself from the human being that bears it and becomes a power in itself, a force, an independent thing, an article of commerce, a capital asset. And psychologically again, with strong reaction, it becomes a force which tends to influence, to dominate, to transform the person who bears it. Happy, self-confident people usually identify themselves unconsciously with the effect they produce. A title, a post, a decoration, let alone a name become well known, have a tendency to create in them a greater measure of self-assurance, a heightened self-confidence, and to seduce them into the conviction that special importance is their due in society, the state, and the age, and involuntarily they inflate themselves in order to attain in their person the volume of their external achievement. But whoever is naturally distrustful of himself regards every kind of outward success as just so much more of an obligation to preserve himself as unchanged as possible in such difficult case. I do not mean to intimate thereby that I was not happy about my success. On the contrary, it made me extremely happy, but only insofar as it applied to what I produced, to my books with which the shadow of my name was linked. Chancing to be in a bookshop in Germany, I was touched on observing, unrecognized, a very young gymnasium student enter and ask for the Tide of Fortune, paying for it out of his meager allowance. It tickled one's vanity when a sleeping car conductor reacted respectfully to the sight of my name on my passport, or an Italian customs officer, in recognition of some book that he had read, would magnanimously forego musing my baggage. There is something fascinating, too, in the purely quantitative aspect of authorship. I happened to arrive at Leipzig on the day when a new book of mine began to be shipped out. It thrilled me strangely to see how much human labor one sets into motion unconsciously by means of something set down on 300 pages of paper in the course of 3 or 4 months. Workers packed books into large cases. Others lugged them pantingly to trucks, which took them to freight cars, thence to the 4 corners of the world. Dozens of girls gathered the folded sheets in the bindery. Typesetters, printers, shipping clerks, salesmen worked from morning until night. One could conjure up these books, laid side by side like bricks, as paving a street of impressive dimensions. Nor did I ever haughtily disdain the material aspect. During the first years, I was never bold enough to think of earning money with my books, let alone to be able to make a living out of their proceeds. Now, suddenly they brought in considerable and ever-increasing amounts which seemed, who could have foreseen times like the present, to lift me above financial worries for all time? I was able to give free rein to the passion of my youth, manuscript collecting, and some of the most beautiful, most valuable of those marvelous relics became the objects of my tender care. For those relatively ephemeral works which I had written, I was able to acquire manuscripts of everlasting works, manuscripts by Mozart and Bach and Beethoven, Goethe and Balzac. So it would be a ridiculous pose for me to declare that the unexpected public success left me indifferent or even inwardly averse. But I am honest when I say that I enjoyed my success only as it applied to my books and my name as an author, but that it irked me, rather, when inquisitive interest directed itself to my person. From my earliest youth, my strongest instinct was to remain free and independent. And I sense that much of the best part of any human being's personal freedom becomes inhibited and deformed by photographic publicity. Besides, what I had commenced as inclination threatened to take the shape of a profession, even of a business. Every mail brought piles of letters, invitations, requests, inquiries that required answers, and upon my return from an occasional month's absence, it always took 2 or 3 days afterwards to clear away the accumulation and get the business going again. Unintentionally, and because of the currency of my books, I found myself in something that was like a business which demanded order, clarity, punctuality, and skill if it were to be handled correctly. All very respectable virtues which, alas, by no means correspond to my nature, and which seriously threatened to disturb my innocent, simple musings and dreaming. Thus, the more frequently I was invited to lecture, to attend public affairs, the more I withdrew, and I have never been able to surmount this almost pathological aversion to appearing publicly as a substitute for my name. Even today, in any public gathering, at a concert or theater, my instinct is to take an inconspicuous back seat, and nothing is more unbearable than to have to expose my face in the center of a platform or some other dangerous place. Anonymity in every aspect of life is a necessity to me. Even as a boy, I could never understand those writers and artists of an earlier generation who, by means of velvet coats and waving hair, by means of unruly locks falling over their brow, as with my esteemed friends Arthur Schnitzler and Hermann Bahr, by means of showily trimmed beards or clothing in extreme style, sought easy recognition on the street. I am convinced that when the physical appearance of a man becomes familiar, he is unconsciously tempted to live like, to use Werfel's title, a mirror man of his own ego, to assume with each and every gesture a particular manner, and with this external alteration cordiality, freedom and carefreeness of the inner self are usually effaced. Therefore, if I could start all over again today, I should try to derive double enjoyment, as it were, from those 2 happy states, those of literary success and of personal anonymity, by publishing my works under another, an invented name, a pseudonym. Because if life itself is exciting and full of surprises, how much more so is a double life? Sunset. It was a comparatively peaceful time for Europe. I shall recall it often in gratitude. This decade from 1924 to 1933, until that one man confused our world. Just because our generation had suffered so much from the disturbances, it accepted the relative peace as an unhoped-for gift. We all had the feeling that one had to catch up with what the terrible war and post-war years had stolen out of our life: happiness, freedom, mental concentration. One did more work, but felt less burdened. One experimented. One again discovered Europe, the world. Never did people travel as much as in those years. Was it the impatience of the young to absorb quickly what they had missed during their forced separation from each other? Or was it, perhaps, some dark premonition that one had to escape in time before the barriers closed down anew? I, too, traveled much during that time. Only it was a different sort of traveling than in the days of my youth. For now I was no longer a stranger in the world. I had friends everywhere, publishers, a public. I entered as the author of my books, and not as the unknown inquisitive of former days. This had various advantages. I was able to agitate with greater sweep and better effect for the idea which, over the years, had become central to my life: the intellectual unification of Europe. In this spirit I lectured in Switzerland and in Holland. I spoke in French in the Palais des Arts at Brussels, in Italian at Florence in the historic Salle dei Disegni where once Michelangelo and Leonardo had sat, in English in America on a lecture tour from the Atlantic to the Pacific. It was a different kind of traveling. Everywhere I now had access to the best minds on terms of fraternity, men to whom I had looked up in awe in my youth and to whom I would have never dared to address a line, had become my friends. I entered into circles which commonly were stiffly closed to the stranger. I saw the Palais of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, the Palazzi of Italy, the private collections. In public libraries I no longer stood as suppliant at the counter where the books were handed out, but the directors in person showed me their hidden treasures, and at the rare booksellers to the rich, such as Dr. Rosenbach in Philadelphia, whose shops the modest collector had once passed with furtive gaze, I was a guest. For the first time I had a view of the upper world, and under such circumstances of comfort and convenience as to make advances on my part unnecessary. Everything came to me unbidden. But did I see the world the better for this? Many times I yearned for the travels of my youth when my movements were unnoticed, and when my solitude contributed to make everything seem more mystical. So I had no desire to abandon my old way of wandering. When I came to Paris, I refrained from notifying even my best friends like Roger Martin Dugard, Jules Romain, Duhamel, Mazaril immediately on the day of my arrival. First, as when a student, I wanted again to ramble unhampered and unawaited through the streets. I looked up the old cafes and the small taverns. I pretended a return to my youth. Similarly, when I wanted to work, I chose the most absurd places, small provincial spots like Boulogne, or Toronto, or Dijon. It was wonderful to be unknown, to live in little hotels after the disgustingly luxurious ones, to advance or to recede, to choose light or shade entirely of one's discretion. And much as Hitler later took from me, the satisfaction of having lived the life of a European for at least one decade according to one's own free will and with complete interior freedom, this satisfaction not even he was able to confiscate or destroy. Of all those journeys, one was particularly exciting and instructive to me: a trip into the new Russia. In 1914, just before the war, when I was working on my book about Dostoevsky, I had prepared for this trip. Then the bloody scythe of war had intervened, and since then a scruple had deterred me. Russia, by reason of her Bolshevist experiment, had become the most fascinating country of the post-war period for all thinking people. Precise information being lacking, she was as enthusiastically admired as fanatically attacked. Thanks to the propaganda and the equally unscrupulous counterpropaganda, no one knew exactly what was happening. But one did know that something absolutely new was being tried there, something that, for better or for worse, might have a determining influence on the future form of our world. Shaw, Wells, Barbusse, Istretai, Gide and many others had gone there, some returning as enthusiasts, others disappointed. And I would have been wanting in spiritual affinity with progress if I had not also been tempted to see with my own eyes. My books gained unusual circulation there, not only the complete edition with Maxim Gorky's introduction, but also small cheap editions at but a few kopecks, which seeped through to the widest possible public. So, I could be confident of a pleasant reception. But what gave me pause was that any trip to Russia in itself implied some kind of partisanship which forced one into either a public acceptance or repudiation, while I, who deeply loathed anything political and dogmatic, did not want to declare a compulsory judgment of an endless country and a still unsolved problem after a few weeks' survey. So, in spite of my burning curiosity, I could never make up my mind to travel to Russia. But in the early spring of 1928, I was invited to take part in the celebration of the 100th birthday of Leo Tolstoy in Moscow as the delegate of the Austrian authors and to make a speech in his honor on the festive night. There was no ground to evade such an occasion, for because of the nonpartisan subject matter the visit was removed from the political sphere. Tolstoy, the apostle of nonviolence, was not to be interpreted as a Bolshevik, and to discuss him as a creative writer was my obvious right, for my book about him had been widely disseminated. Also, it seemed to me in terms of Europeanism that it would be a significant demonstration for the writers of all countries to unite to pay homage in common to the greatest among them. Hence I accepted, and I had no reason to regret my quick decision. The trip through Poland in itself was an experience. I saw how quickly our time heals wounds which it itself had inflicted. The same towns of Galicia, which, in 1915, I had seen in ruins, stood there bright and new. Again I realized that 10 years, which in a man's life means a good bit of his existence, are only the blink of an eye in the life of a nation. In Warsaw there was nothing to indicate that twice, 3 and 4 times victorious and vanquished armies had stormed through the city. The cafes shone with elegant women. The trim and slender officers promenading through the streets seemed more like practiced actors impersonating soldiers than like fighters. Everywhere one sensed activity, confidence, and a justifiable pride in the new Republic of Poland, which rose so vigorously from the ashes of the centuries. From Warsaw we went on towards the Russian frontier. The country became flatter and sandier. At every stop the whole village population assembled at the station in their colorful rustic costumes, for then only one passenger train a day crossed into the forbidden and sealed land, and it was a great event to look at the bright cars of this one express train that connected the world of the East with the world of the West. Finally, the border station was reached, Negarello. Above the tracks a blood-red banner was stretched with an inscription in Cyrillic letters which I could not read. It was translated for me, "Workers of the world, unite." Passing under this flaming red band one had entered the empire of the proletariat, the Soviet Republic, a new world. The train in which we traveled was, however, by no means proletarian. It turned out to be a sleeper train of the Tsarist era, more comfortable and more convenient than the European trains because it was wider and slower in tempo. For the first time I rode through the Russian land, and, peculiarly enough, it did not strike me as being strange. All seemed remarkably familiar to me. The vast, empty steppes with their quiet melancholy, the little huts and villages with their onion-shaped towers, the long-bearded men, half peasants, half prophets with their amiable, broad, welcoming smile, the women with their colored kerchiefs and white smocks who offered kvass, eggs and cucumbers for sale. How did I come to know all this? Only through the masters of Russian literature, through Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Aksakov, and Gorky, who had painted for us with such magnificent realism the life of the people. Although I did not know the language, it seemed to me as though I understood the people when they spoke. These touchingly simple men in their white blouses, broad and stocky, or the young workers in the train who played chess or read or debated. This restless and intractable intellectualism of youth, which had been accelerated by the appeal for every possible effort. Was it the memory of Tolstoy's and Dostoevsky's love for the people, which operated? Anyway, already in the train a feeling of sympathy overcame me for that which was childlike and moving, that which was at once wise and yet uninstructed in these people. The fortnight I spent in Soviet Russia passed in a state of continuous high tension. One saw, one heard, one admired, one was repelled, fascinated, annoyed, the current always alternating between hot and cold. Moscow itself was of a dual aspect. There the beautiful red square with its walls, its onion-shaped towers, something wonderfully Tartar, Oriental, Byzantine, and thus Russian to the core, and alongside it, like a strange horde of American giants, modern, supermodern skyscrapers. There was no congruity. In the churches the old smoke-blackened icons and the jewel-studded altars to the saints still glimmered duskily, and 100 paces beyond, in its glass coffin, lay Lenin's corpse just freshly rouged, I don't know whether in our honor, garbed in black. Next to some shiny automobiles, were bearded, dirty, izvoskiki whipping their little lean horses with smacking endearments. The big opera house, in which we held forth, glowed magnificently and Tsaristically in pompous splendor before the proletarian audience, and in the outskirts stood, like dirty, neglected old men, the old crumbling houses which had to lean one against the other so as not to collapse. Everything had been old for too long, lazy and rusty, and now it wanted, at a single jolt, to become modern, ultra-modern, super-technical. Because of this haste, Moscow looked overcrowded, overpopulated, and messed up in wild confusion. Everywhere there were crowds, in the stores, in front of the theaters, and everywhere they were made to wait. Everything was overorganized, and thus failed to function properly. The new bureaucracy created to bring about order was still reveling in the emission of memoranda, permits, etc., which resulted in every sort of delay. The principal event, which was announced for 6 o'clock, began at 9:30. When I left the opera house exhausted at 3 in the morning, the speakers were still hard at it. A European who came on time was always an hour early for every reception, every appointment. Time dissolved rapidly, yet every second was filled to the brim with searching, observing, and debating. Some kind of fever was in all this, and one felt that it seized one insensibly. This mysterious Russian firing of the emotions and the irrepressible impulse to expel feelings and ideas at white heat. A state of exaltation was easily attained, and without why or wherefore, its cause lay in the climate of unrest and novelty. Who knows? It may have been intimations of a Russian soul developing within one. There was much of magnificence, above all, Leningrad, this city genially conceived by daring princes, with its wide avenues, its mighty palaces, and yet at the same time the depressing Petersburg of the White Knights and Raskolnikov. Impressive the hermitage and unforgettable the sight of the crowd, hat in hand, as once they stood reverently before their icons, of workers, soldiers, peasants with their heavy boots, trudging through the former imperial halls and gazing at the paintings with a secret pride. This belongs to us now, and we shall learn to understand such things. Teachers lead round-cheeked children through the galleries. Art commissars explained Rembrandt and Titian to farmers who would listen somewhat embarrassedly and raise their eyes timidly under the heavy lids when some detail was pointed out. Here also, like everywhere, there was a slight ludicrousness in this honest and well-meant attempt to elevate the people overnight from illiteracy to an understanding of Beethoven and Vermeer. But this endeavor, on the one hand, to make the highest values intelligible at the first attempt, and, on the other, to understand them, tried the patience of both parties. In the schools, children would paint the wildest and most extravagant subjects, the works of Hegel and Sorel, whom I myself did not know at that time, lay on the desks of 12-year-old girls. Cab drivers who could hardly read would hold a book in their hands just because it was a book, and a book meant education. Hence honor, the duty of the new proletariat. Often one had to smile when they showed us middling factories and expected startled amazement, as if we had never seen such things in Europe or America. Electric, said a worker, quite proud. pointing to a sewing machine and looking at me in expectation of wonderment and admiration. Because the people had never before seen these technical contrivances, they humbly believed the revolution and the little fathers Lenin and Trotsky had thought up and invented them all. So, one smiled in admiration and admired while being inwardly amused. What a wonderful, big, gifted, and kindly child. This Russia, was the constant thought, and one asked oneself, will it really learn its enormous lesson as quickly as it proposes to do? Will this plan continue to unfold itself magnificently, or will it break up on the reef of the traditional Russian Oblomovism? At one moment I was filled with confidence, at the next with doubt. The more I saw, the less I could make up my mind. But this duality, was it in me, or was it not rather founded in the very nature of the Russian? Did it not lie in the very soul of Tolstoy, whom we had come to celebrate? On the train ride to Yasnaya Polyana, I discussed this with Lunacharsky. Which was he really? Lunacharsky said to me. Revolutionary or reactionary? Did he know which himself? As an ingrained Russian, he was too eager for results to change the whole world in a twist of the wrist, after thousands of years, just as we do, he added, smiling. And with a single formula, exactly like us. They misunderstand us Russians, if they call us patient. We are patient with our bodies and even with our soul. But in our thinking we are more impatient than any other folk. We want to know all truths, the truth, instanter, and how he tortured himself about it, the great old man. And really, as I walked through Tolstoy's house in Yasnaya Polyana, I felt ever this, how he tortured himself, the great old man. There was the table at which he had written his everlasting works, and which he had left to cobble shoes in a shabby room next to it. Bad shoes. There was the door. This was the stair through which he wanted to escape the house and the duality of his existence. There was the rifle with which he had killed enemies during the war. He, who was the enemy of all war. The whole problem of his life stood out before me clearly, in this low white manor house. But all that was tragic was beautifully alleviated by the visit to his last resting place. For I saw nothing more magnificent, nothing more moving in Russia than Tolstoy's grave. Away from the road and lonely, this noble shrine lies shaded in the forest. A small footpath leads to the mound, which is no more than a built-up rectangle of earth, guarded by none and watched by none, merely shaded by a few big trees. These towering trees, as his granddaughter told me at the grave, Leo Tolstoy had planted himself. His brother Nikolai and he as boys had once heard from some village crone a proverb, that happiness would prevail where trees were planted. So half in play, they had planted a few shoots. Long afterward, when the old man remembered this beautiful prophecy, he expressed the wish to be buried under the trees he had planted. That was done, according to his desire, and it proves the most impressive grave in the world, through its overpowering simplicity. A small rectangular mound amidst the forest, overarched by trees. Nulla crux, nulla corona. No cross, no tombstone, no inscription. Nameless, the great man lies buried who like none other suffered from his name and his fame, just like some wayside vagrant, like an unknown soldier. Anyone may approach his last resting place. The light wooden fence around it is not locked. Nothing guards the last rest of the restless but the respect of mankind, which usually throngs curiously around the splendor of a grave. But here the compelling simplicity banishes mere curiosity. The wind tones like God's word over the grave of the nameless. No other voice. One might pass it unsuspectingly without knowing more than that a body lies there, that of any Russian man in Russian earth. Not Napoleon's crypt under the marble arches of the Invalids, not Goethe's coffin in the Fürstengruft, not the sepulchres in Westminster Abbey evoke such profound emotion as this gloriously silent, touchingly unmarked grave somewhere in the forest that hears only whispers of the wind and itself offers no word or message. I had spent 2 weeks in Russia and still felt this inner tension, this warm haze of spiritual intoxication. What was it exactly that so aroused one? Soon, I hit on it. It was the people and the impulsive cordiality that welled from them. All of them, from the first to the last, were convinced that they were participants in a momentous matter which concerned all mankind. All were imbued with the thought that the privations and restrictions which they had to take upon themselves were for the sake of a higher mission. The old sense of inferiority to Europe had converted itself into a drunken pride of leadership, a desire to be ahead of everybody. Ex orient lux. That salvation would come from them was their honest and sincere belief. It was they who had recognized the truth. It was given them to fulfill what others had only dreamed of. They would display a quite insignificant thing with glowing eyes. This we have done, and that we permeated all of life. The coachman who drove one around would point with his whip to any sort of new structure, his face widening to a smile. We built this. The Tartars, the Mongols in classrooms revealed their books full of pride. Darwin, one would say. Marx, the other, with the same air as if they themselves had written the books. Incessantly they pressed to exhibit, to explain. They were so thankful that somebody had come to see their work. Everybody had, years before Stalin. Boundless confidence in Europeans, they looked at one with kindly, trusting eyes and shook one's hand mightily. But the least of them showed that though they loved one, they did not feel respect, for was one not a brother, a tovarish, a comrade? It was no different amongst writers. We were sitting together in a house that once was Alexander Herzen's, not only Europeans and Russians, but Tungus, Georgians and Caucasians as well, for every Soviet republic had sent its delegate for Tolstoy. None could make himself understood to most of them. Nevertheless, there was mutual understanding. Occasionally one would rise, approach, name the title of a book one had written, and, pointing to his heart as if to say, "I like it very much," would grip one's hand and shake it as if he wanted to break all its bones for love. And what was even more touching, each one brought a gift. Times were still bad. They did not own anything of value, yet each had found something. An old worthless etching, a book one could not read, a rustic wood carving. I had the advantage over them of being able to reciprocate with treasures unknown in Russia for years, with a Gillette razor blade, a fountain pen, a few sheets of good white writing paper, a pair of soft leather slippers, so that I came home with meager baggage. But just this silent and yet impulsive cordiality was overwhelming with its heartiness and warmth, new to us, that affected every sense, for in our own homes one never reached the underlying population. Each contact with these people became a dangerous temptation to which not a few foreign writers succumbed during their visits in Russia. They saw themselves celebrated as never before and loved by the real masses, thus considered it incumbent on them to applaud the regime under which they were so fervently read and loved. It is no more than natural to wish to reciprocate generosity with generosity, rapture with rapture. I must admit that I myself in many a moment in Russia came near to crying Hosanna and to becoming exalted from the exaltation. That I did not succumb to this magic intoxication was due less to any force within myself than to an unknown whose name I do not know and never shall find out. It was after a celebration with some students. They had pressed about me. There were embraces and hearty handshakes. I was still warm from their enthusiasm, still saw their joyous, vivid faces. 4 or 5 of them escorted me home, a whole troop, while the interpretress allotted to me, also a student, translated all that was said. Only after I had closed the door of my hotel room behind me was I really alone, alone indeed for the first time in 12 days, for one was always accompanied, always guarded, carried on waves of warmth. I started undressing and took off my coat. I heard something crackle. I reached into the pocket. It was a letter in French, but not a letter that had come to me by mail, but one which someone during these embracings or jostlings must have cleverly slipped into my pocket. It was a letter without signature, a very wise, human letter, not one from a white Russian, but full of bitterness against the ever-growing restriction of freedom during recent years. Don't believe everything one tells you, this unknown said. Don't forget that with all that they show you, there is much that is not shown you. Remember that most of the people who talk to you do not say what they wish to say, but only what they may tell you. We all are watched, and you yourself no less. Your interpreter reports every word. Your telephone is tapped. Every step is observed. He cited instances and details which I was unable to check. But I burned the letter as he directed. Don't just tear it up because they will piece it together from your wastebasket. And began, for the first time, to think it all over. Was it not really a fact that amidst all this hearty warmth, this wonderful comradeship, I had not had a single opportunity to talk with anybody privately, face to face? My ignorance of the language had prevented close touch with the man in the street. And furthermore, how small a part of this endless country I had seen in these 2 weeks. If I wanted to be honest with myself and to others, I could not but admit that my impression, exciting and stimulating in many a detail as it was, could yet have no objective validity. This was the reason why, though almost all other European authors who returned from Russia promptly published a book of either enthusiastic affirmation or incensed negation, I wrote no more than a few articles. And I did well with this restraint, for already after 3 months, much was different from what I had seen, and after a year, due to the rapid transformations, every word would have been given the lie by the facts. In any event, I felt the underlying currents of our time as keenly in Russia as ever in my life. My suitcases were fairly empty when I departed from Moscow. Whatever I could give away I had distributed, and for my part, I took only 2 icons with me, which graced my room for a long time. But the most valuable thing I brought home with me was the friendship of Maxim Gorky, whom I had met personally for the first time in Moscow. I saw him again 1 or 2 years later in Sorrento, where he had gone because of poor health, and spent 3 unforgettable days as a guest in his house. This occasion had its odd aspect. Gorky did not know any foreign language, nor, again, did I know any Russian. According to all rules of logic, we would consequently have had to face each other silently, or would only have been able to converse through the interpretership of our valued friend, Marie, Baroness Budberg. But it was not by mere chance that Gorky was one of the most genial narrators in world literature. Storytelling to him meant not only an artistic form of expression, it was a functional emanation of his whole being. He was alive. He became one with the stuff of his narrative, and from the outset I understood him, without understanding his language, through the mobility of his face. He looked just Russian. There is no other expression for it. There was nothing striking about his features. One could have imagined the tall, lank man with the straw-yellow hair and the broad cheekbones a peasant in the fields, a cab driver, an insignificant cobbler, an unkempt vagabond. He was no more than folk, the concentrated prototype of the Russian people. On the street, one would have passed by him indifferently, without perceiving anything extraordinary. Only when seated opposite him and he began to talk did one recognize what he was. For involuntarily, he became the character which he portrayed. I remember how he described, and I grasped it before it was translated, an old, hunchbacked, tired man whom he had encountered in his travels. Without exercise of the will, his head sank in, the shoulders pressed themselves down, his eyes, radiant blue and shining when he started, became clouded and weary, his voice broke. Unknown to himself, he had been transformed into the old hunchback. And promptly, when he related something humorous, he would break into wide laughter, lean back relaxed with face aglow. It was an indescribable joy to listen to him as he recreated countryside and people to the accompaniment of almost sculptural gestures. Everything about him was simple, natural, his gait, his sitting posture, his attentiveness, his merriment. One evening he dressed up as a boyar, girded himself with a saber, and at once his eye took on something lofty. His eyebrows tightened imperiously, he paced the floor energetically as if contemplating some stern ukase, and a moment later, after removing the disguise, he laughed childlike as if he were a country boy. His vitality was a miracle. He lived with his wasted lung against every law of medicine, but a prodigious will to live, an iron sense of duty kept him going. Every morning he wrote in his clear, calligraphic handwriting at his current novel, answered hundreds of questions which young writers and workers addressed to him from the homeland. To be with him meant for me to experience Russia, not the Bolshevik, neither the erstwhile Russia, nor that of today, but the broad, strong, dark soul of the whole people. Inwardly, in these years, he had not yet quite come to a decision. As an old revolutionary, he had desired the revolution, had been a personal friend of Lenin, but he still hesitated to align himself fully with the party, to become priest or pope, as he said, and yet his conscience bothered him at being away from his people in those years when no week was without its crisis. By chance I witnessed a scene which was very characteristic and thoroughly new Russian, one which revealed his whole inner duality to me. For the first time, a Russian warship on a training cruise had anchored in Naples. The young sailors who had never seen the Western world sauntered through the Via Toledo in their trim uniforms and could not see enough of all the novelty with their big, hungry peasant eyes. The next day, a group of them decided to go to Sorrento to visit their author. They did not announce their coming. In their Russian idea of fraternity, it seemed quite a matter of course that their author should receive them whenever they came. There they were, then, and they had guessed correctly. Gorky welcomed them at once and invited them in. But, Gorky related it laughingly the following day, these young men to whom the cause rose above all else, began by taking him sternly to task. "What sort of life is this that you live here?" they said, having barely entered the nice, comfortable villa. "You live exactly like a bourgeois. And anyway, why don't you come back to Russia?" Gorky was obliged to explain in detail as best he could. But at bottom, these good lads were not as strict as they sounded. They had merely wanted to demonstrate that they had no respect for fame and that their primary consideration was for party convictions. They made themselves comfortable, took tea, chatted, and at parting one after the other embraced him to say goodbye. It was wonderful how Gorky related the whole scene, completely enchanted with the easygoingness of this new generation and without being in the least offended by their unceremoniousness. How different we were, he repeated again and again, either timid or very impetuous, but never with self-confidence. His eyes glowed throughout the evening, and when I said to him, "I think the thing you wanted most was to sail home with them," he stopped short and looked at me sharply. "How did you know that?" "Actually, up to the last moment I was cogitating whether I shouldn't drop everything, books, papers, and work, and go off with these young lads for a fortnight's sail into the blue on their boat. That would have taught me again what Russia is. Away, one forgets the best. None of us has ever produced anything of value in exile." But Gorky was mistaken in calling Sorrento exile. He could have returned home any day, and as a matter of fact did go home. He had not been banned, nor his books, like Merejkovsky, whom I had met in Paris, tragically embittered, not as we today who, as Grillparzer put it, have two abroads but not a home, homeless in borrowed languages, tossed about by the wind. As against that I found myself looking up a real exile, one of an unusual sort, a few days later in Naples, Benedetto Croce. For decades the youth of the land had looked up to him as its intellectual leader. As a senator and minister, he had enjoyed every public honor, until his opposition to fascism brought him into conflict with Mussolini. He resigned his offices and retired, which did not satisfy the intransigents who wanted to break his resistance and, if necessary, even to punish him. The students, in contrast with former times, in these days the storm troops of reaction, attacked his house and broke his windows. But the short, thick-set man, whose little, knowing eyes and small pointed beard suggested the comfortable burgher, would not be intimidated. He did not leave the country. He stayed right in his house behind the ramparts of his books despite the many calls from American and other foreign universities. He kept on publishing his periodical Critica in unaltered tone, continued producing his books, and so powerful was his authority that the otherwise inexorable censor stopped short of him upon Mussolini's orders while his students and like-minded colleagues were completely liquidated. For an Italian, or even a foreigner to look him up took a good deal of boldness, for the authorities knew well enough that in the citadel of his book-crowded rooms he made no bones about his views. So he lived in an airtight sealed room, as it were, in a sort of glass bottle in the midst of the 40 millions of his countrymen. This hermetic isolation of a single individual in a city of millions, a country of millions, was at once weird and magnificent. Although I could not then realize that this yet constituted a much milder form of intellectual devitalization than the one which we were to experience, I could not but admire the freshness and mental elasticity which the old man preserved in the daily struggle. But he merely laughed. It's just opposition that rejuvenates. Had I remained a senator, it would have been too easy for me. I would long since have become intellectually lazy and inconsistent. Nothing harms a thinking man more than lack of opposition. It is only since I found myself alone and no longer surrounded by youth that I was forced to become young again myself. Some years had to pass before I understood that trials challenge, persecution strengthens, and isolation exalts, provided they do not break one. Like all important things in life, one never derives such knowledge from other people's experience, but only from one's own fate. That I have never seen the most important man of Italy, Mussolini, is ascribable to my reluctance to approach political dignitaries. Even in my fatherland, modest Austria, where it was almost an achievement not to do so, I never met any of the leading statesmen, neither Seipel, nor Dollfuss, nor Schuschnigg. It would seem to have been my duty to thank Mussolini personally. Friends whom we had in common told me that he was one of the first and most appreciative of my readers in Italy, for the spontaneous way in which he granted the first request I ever addressed to a statesman. This is what happened. One day I received a special delivery letter from a friend in Paris saying that an Italian lady wanted to see me in Salzburg on a matter of great importance and asking me to receive her at once. She called the next day, and her story was truly affecting. Her husband, an outstanding physician, had come from a poor family and had been educated at the expense of Mediati, the socialist leader who had been so brutally murdered by the fascists. That was the last occasion on which the already over-fatigued world, conscience once more reacted in rage against a single crime. All Europe had risen in indignation. The faithful friend was one of the 6 courageous men who had dared to carry the coffin of the murdered man publicly through the streets of Rome. Shortly afterwards, boycotted and threatened, he had gone into exile. But the fate of Mediati's family left him no peace, and in memory of his benefactor, he wanted to smuggle his children out of Italy. In his attempt to do so, he had fallen into the hands of spies or agents provocateurs and had been arrested. Since every reminder of Mediati was very embarrassing to Italy, a trial might not have turned out very badly for him. But the prosecutor cleverly implicated the man in another trial, which dealt with a planned attempt on Mussolini's life. So the young physician who had earned the highest war decorations in combat was sentenced to 10 years at hard labor. The young woman was naturally very excited. Something had to be done about the sentence. Her husband would not survive it. The thing to do was to unite the big literary names of Europe in a great protest, and she wanted my help to this end. I promptly advised her against attempting anything with protests. I knew how threadbare such manifestations had become since the war. I reminded her that national pride alone would prevent a country from permitting its justice to be corrected from abroad, and that the European protest in the case of Sacco and Vanzetti had operated badly rather than favorably in America. I begged her earnestly not to do anything of that kind. She would make her husband's situation only more bitter and acute, for Mussolini never would, never could, even if he wanted to, order any reduction of the sentence if outside pressure were exerted to force him to do so. Being genuinely moved, I promised to do the best I could. It happened that I was going to Italy the next week, where I had kindly friends in influential positions. Perhaps they could privately do something in his favor. I made an attempt on the first day, but I saw how greatly fear had already eaten its way into men's souls. Hardly had I mentioned the name when people became embarrassed. Sorry, but I can't help you there. It's quite out of the question. I got that from one after another. I returned shamed, for might not the unhappy woman doubt that I had done my utmost? Nor had I. One possibility remained, the straight, frank way, to write to the man in whose hands the decision lay, to Mussolini himself. I did that. I wrote a straightforward letter. I did not wish to open with flattering phrases, I said, and I wished to make plain at the outset that I knew neither the man nor the measure of his guilt. But I had seen his wife, who was undoubtedly innocent, and on whom the full impact of the sentence would also fall if her husband, had to spend 10 years in prison. It was not my purpose to criticize the sentence in any way, but I imagined that it might mean saving the woman's life if her husband were to be consigned to one of the penal islands where women and children were permitted to live with the exiled instead of the penitentiary. I took the letter, addressed to His Excellency Benito Mussolini, and dropped it into the usual Salzburg mailbox. 4 days later, the Italian legation in Vienna wrote me that His Excellency wished them to thank me and to inform me that he had granted my wish and also had ordered a reduction in the sentence. At the same time, a telegram came from Italy confirming the requested transfer. With a single stroke of the pen, Mussolini personally had granted my request, and, as a matter of fact, the prisoner was soon thereafter fully pardoned. No letter in my life has ever given me more joy and satisfaction, and if I think of any literary success, it is this one that I recall with particular gratitude. It was pleasant to travel in those years of the last period of calm, but homecoming, too, was agreeable. A remarkable thing had come about quite silently. The little town of Salzburg, with its 40,000 inhabitants, which I had selected just for its romantic remoteness, had become amazingly transformed. It had become the summer artistic capital not only of Europe but of the whole world. Max Reinhardt and Hugo von Hofmannsthal, in order to alleviate the plight of actors and musicians who were unemployed during the summer months of the hard post-war years, had arranged a few performances, notably that famous outdoor production of Everyman on the Domplatz, which first had attracted visitors from the immediate vicinity. Subsequently, they added operatic performances, which grew constantly toward perfection. Little by little, the world began to take notice. The best conductors, singers, actors competed ambitiously for the opportunity to disclose their talents not only in the limits of their home, but before an international audience. All at once, the Salzburg Festival plays became a world attraction, a modern Olympic of art at which all nations contended to exhibit their best, as it were. These extraordinary performances became something that none wanted to miss. Kings and princes, American millionaires and film stars, music lovers, artists, poets, and snobs would assemble in Salzburg. Never had there been a similar concentration of theatrical and musical perfection in Europe as in this little town of little, long-neglected Austria. Salzburg blossomed out. In summer, one encountered on its streets everybody from America and Europe who sought the highest manifestations of art. In Salzburg, costumes, white linen shorts and jackets for the men, the gay dirndls for the women. Diminutive Salzburg suddenly set the world's fashions. One battled for rooms in the hotels. The line up of automobiles at the Festspielhaus was as ostentatious as once at the Imperial Court Ball. The railroad station was uninterruptedly overcrowded. Other towns tried to divert this gold-laden stream to themselves. None succeeded. Salzburg was and remained for a decade the artistic mecca of Europe. Thus I found myself in my own town in the center of Europe. Fate had again granted a wish of mine which I had hardly dared dream, and our house on the Kapuzinerberg had become a European house. What a variety of visitors we had! Our guest book would bear witness more reliably than mere memory, but it, together with the house and much else, fell to the National Socialists. What cordial hours we spent with our guests there, looking out from the terrace into the beautiful and peaceful countryside, without suspecting that on the Berchtesgaden mountain directly opposite sat the one man who was to destroy all this. Romain Rolland stayed with us, and Thomas Mann. Among writers, H.G. Wells, Hofmannsthal, Jacob Wasserman, Van Loon, James Joyce, Emil Ludwig, Franz Werfel, George Brandes, Paul Valery, Jane Addams, Shalom Asch, Arthur Schnitzler were welcome guests. Among the musicians, Ravel and Richard Strauss, Alban Berg, Bruno Walter, Bartók, and many others among painters, actors, scientists, and scholars from the four corners of the world. The many lucid hours of intellectual conversation that each summer wafted into our house. One day Arturo Toscanini climbed the steep way to us, and in that hour a friendship began which enabled me to love and enjoy music even more and more understandingly than ever before. For years thereafter, I was a faithful attendant at his rehearsals and experienced repeatedly the passionate struggle with which he compels this faultless perfection, which in the subsequent public concerts seems a miracle while merely fulfilling expectation. In an essay, I once tried to describe these rehearsals which, for the artist, constitute the most exemplary motive never to desist until final perfection has been attained. Shakespeare's "Music be the food of love" was gloriously confirmed for me, and, observing the contest of the arts, I blessed the fate that had given me lasting union with them. How rich, how colorful were these summer days when art and the blessed countryside enhanced each other. And always when, in retrospect, I remembered the little town, shabby, neglected, gray, depressing as it had been immediately after the war, our own house where, freezing, we had contended with the rain that came through our roof, I sensed what those blessed years of peace had meant to my life. Faith in the world, in humanity, had again become possible. Many desired and famous guests came into our house in those years, but in the hours of solitude, too, a magic circle of exalted figures whose shadow and trace I had slowly succeeded in conjuring up, gathered around me. In the manuscript collection, which I have already mentioned, the greatest masters of all times had assembled in their handwriting. That which I had begun amateurishly at the age of 15 had, in the course of years, thanks to much experience, larger means, and an even augmented passion, developed from a mere accumulation into an organic structure and, I feel free to say, into a real work of art. At first, like every beginner, I had striven merely to collect names, famous names. Later, out of psychological curiosity, I sought only manuscripts. The originals of works or fragments of works, which served also to give me a glimpse into the creative method of some beloved master. For, if we look at the whole world with its countless insoluble riddles, the secret of creation remains still the deepest and the most mysterious one. Here nature permits no eavesdroppers. Never will she permit anyone to detect the ultimate trick, how the earth originated, and how a little flower is created, how a poem, how man is made. At this, merciless and inexorable, she draws the veil. Even the poet, even he who achieves poetical creation, even the musician cannot describe and explain the moment of his inspiration. Once his creation is perfectly shaped, the artist is no longer cognizant of its origin, of its growing and becoming. Never, or almost never, is he able to explain how in his exalted state words joined themselves into a verse, single tones into melodies, which then resound through the centuries. The one thing that can grant a slight inkling of this incomprehensible process of creation is the handwritten pages, and particularly those not yet intended for the press, those sprinkled with corrections, the tentative first outlines, from which gradually the future valid form crystallizes. The assembling of such pages of the great poets, such proof sheets with the testimony to struggle that they bear, was the second, more knowing period of my autograph collecting. It was a pleasure to me to hunt them down at auctions, a joyous effort, to follow a scent to the most hidden places, and at the same time a kind of science. For slowly, in addition to my collection of manuscripts, a second had developed which comprised all the books that were ever written about autographs, all the catalogs that had ever been printed, more than 4,000 in number, an unequaled reference library without a single rival, because even dealers could not devote so much time and love to their specialty. I may well say, what I would never dare to say in reference to literature or any other field of life, that in these 30 or 40 years of collecting I had become an authority in the field of manuscripts, and that I knew about every important handwriting, where it was, to whom it belonged, and how it had come to its possessor. Thus a real connoisseur who could judge authenticity at the first glance and who, in appraisal, was more experienced than most professionals. But, gradually my collector's ambition went even further. I was not satisfied with having a mere manuscript gallery of the world's literature and music, a mirror of the thousand kinds of creative methods. The mere amplification of the collection no longer tempted me, but what I undertook in the last 10 years of my collecting was a systematic refinement. If at first I was satisfied to have manuscript pages of a poet or composer which disclosed him in a creative moment, my efforts gradually led to represent each one in his happiest creative moment, the one of highest achievement. So I searched not only for the manuscript of one of a poet's poems, but of one of his most beautiful poems, and if possible, one of those poems which from the minute that the inspiration found its first earthly realization started on its way to eternity. I wanted from the immortals bold presumption, in the relic of their autograph precisely that which had made them immortal for the world. In consequence, the collection was in a state of continuous flux. Any leaf not adequate to the goal which I had set was eliminated, sold, or traded in. As soon as I succeeded in finding a more essential, more characteristic, a more, if I may use the word, eternity-containing one. And miraculously, I succeeded in many instances because there were very few besides me who collected the most significant works of art with such experience, such tenacity, and at the same time such knowledge. So finally, it was first a portfolio, and then a whole box, with metal and asbestos protecting them against destruction, that united manuscripts of works or parts of works which belong to the most durable manifestations of creative humanity. I do not have at hand here, in my enforced nomadic existence, the catalogue of this long since dispersed collection, and can enumerate only haphazardly some of the things to illustrate how earthly genius was embodied in a moment of eternity. There was a leaf from Leonardo's workbook, notes in mirror writing for sketches, dashed in scarcely legible writing on 4 pages, Napoleon's order of the day to his soldiers at Rivoli. There was a complete novel in proof sheets by Balzac, every page a battlefield with 1,000 corrections and representing with indescribable clarity his titanic struggle from proof to proof. A photostat copy was luckily saved for an American university. There was Nietzsche's Birth of Tragedy in a first, unknown version, which long before publication he had written for the beloved Cosimo Wagner, a cantata by Bach, and the aria of Alceste by Gluck and one by Handel, whose music manuscripts are the rarest of all. Always the most characteristic was sought, and for the most part found. Brahms's Zauberlieder, Chopin's Barcarolle, Schubert's immortal and die Musik, no more and no less than the undying melody of Gott ihr Halt from the Kaiser Quartet by Haydn. In some cases, I even succeeded in expanding the unique manifestation of the creative into a complete life picture of the creative individuality. So of Mozart, I had not only a crude page written by the 11-year-old boy, but also as a token of his art in song, the immortal Veilchen, of his dance music, the minuets which paraphrase Figaro's Non più André, and from Figaro itself the aria of Cherubino, besides which the charmingly improper letters, never yet published unabridged, to Das Ball, a Schaber's canon, and finally a page written just before his death, an aria from Titus. Just as full was the arc of Goethe's life, the first leaf a translation from the Latin by the 9-year-old boy, the last a poem written in his 82nd year, shortly before he died, and in between a mighty page from his crowning work, a double folio from Faust, a manuscript on the natural sciences, a number of poems, and besides drawings from the widely varying stages of his career. In these 15 leaves one surveyed Goethe's entire life. But in the matter of Beethoven, revered above all, I was unable to achieve so rounded a picture. As my publisher Professor Kippenberg competed with me in the field of Goethe, so one of the richest men of Switzerland, owner of an incomparable Beethoven collection, opposed and outbid me. But, apart from the early notebook, the Song der Kuss and fragments from the Egmont music, I was successful in presenting visually in its entirety one moment, the most tragic of his life, in a fullness impossible to any museum. By a first stroke of luck, I was able to acquire all the remaining pieces of furniture from his room, which had been auctioned off after his death and bought by Privy Councillor Brenning. The great desk above all, in whose drawers were concealed pictures of 2 loves, Countess Giulietta Guicciardi and Countess Erdodi. The strongbox which stood next to his bed up to the last moment. The little portable desk on which he had written in bed his last compositions and letters, a white lock of his hair, cut off on his deathbed, the invitation to his funeral, the last laundry list written in a trembling hand, the inventory of Beethoven's goods for the auction, and the subscription list of all his friends for the benefit of his cook Sally, who was left impecunious. As if to demonstrate to me that chance always deals good cards to the true collector, I had an opportunity, shortly after I had purchased all these objects from his death chamber, to acquire the 3 drawings of his deathbed. According to contemporary reports, a young painter, friend of Schubert's, Joseph Teltscher, had tried to sketch the dying man on that 27th of November when Beethoven lay in his death struggle, but had been ordered out of the room by Privy Councillor Brenning, who considered the act irreverent. For 100 years the sketches were gone until at a small auction at Brunn some dozens of this minor painter's sketchbooks were sold for a song, and among them were revealed the present drawings. And as chance follows chance, a dealer rang me up one day to ask whether I was interested in the original of the drawing of Beethoven's deathbed. I told him that I owned these myself, but it turned out that what he was offering was the original of Dannhauser's famous lithograph of that subject. Thus it came about that I assembled all the visible evidences that remained to recall this last memorable and truly immortal moment. That I never considered myself as owner of these things, but only their temporary custodian, went without saying. Not the sense of possession, of having them for my very own, enticed me, but the allurement of unifying, of molding a collection into a work of art. I was aware that in this collection I had created something which, as an entity, was worthier of survival than my own works. In spite of many proposals, I was reluctant to make a catalog because the structure was still in the building and lacked some names and many specimens in their most desirable forms. My carefully considered purpose was to bequeath this unique collection to such institution as would fulfill my particular condition, namely, to spend a certain sum annually to further the collection in the spirit that had animated me. Thus it would not have remained a rigid thing, but a living organism which, for 50 or 100 years after my own life, would improve and perfect itself toward a fuller beauty. But to our tried generation it is denied to think beyond itself. When Hitler's day set in and I left my home, the pleasure of collecting was gone, and also the certainty of being able to preserve anything lastingly. For a while I still kept parts of it in safes and with friends, but then I decided, remembering Goethe's admonition, that museums, collections, and arsenals grow numb if they be not constantly developed, rather to say goodbye to a collection to which I could no longer devote creative effort. One section I gave by way of farewell to the National Library of Vienna, mainly those items which had been gifts to me from friends among contemporaries. Another part one sold, and what has happened or is happening to the rest no longer burdens my thoughts. My joy always lay in the act of creating, never in what had been created. So I do not lament for what I once owned. For, if we, driven and hunted in these times which are inimical to every art and every collection, were put to it to learn a new art, it would be that of parting from all that once had been our pride and our love. And so the years passed with work and travel, with study, reading, collecting, and enjoying life. One morning in November 1931, I woke to find myself 50 years old. For the good white-haired Salzburg postman, this date marked a bad day for, as it was an established tradition in Germany to celebrate an author's 50th birthday widely in the newspapers. The old man had a goodly freight of letters and telegrams to lug up the steep stairs. Before I opened and read them, I paused to reflect on what this day signified to me. The 50th year means a turning point. Disturbed, one looks back to see how much of the way has already been covered and silently asks oneself whether it leads further upward. I reviewed the time I had lived. In the same way as I looked from my house at the range of the Alps and the gently sloping valley, I looked back at those 50 years and had to admit that it would be wicked not to feel grateful. After all, more, immeasurably more had been given me than I had expected or had thought myself capable of. The medium through which I had wanted to develop and to express my being, that of literature, had operated with an efficacy beyond the boldest dreams of my boyhood. There lay, as a present from the Inselverlag, printed for my birthday, a bibliography of my books as published in all languages, a book in itself. No language was absent, not Bulgarian or Finnish, not Portuguese or Armenian, not Chinese or Marathi. In Braille, in shorthand, in all exotic alphabets and idioms, thoughts and words of mine had gone out to people. I had expanded my existence immeasurably beyond the space of my being. I had established personal friendship with many of the best people of our time, had enjoyed the most perfect performances. It was given me to see and to enjoy the eternal cities, the eternal paintings, the most beautiful prospects on earth. I had retained my freedom, was not dependent on office or profession. My work was my joy, and furthermore, it had brought joy to others. What evil could possibly happen? There were my books. Could they be destroyed? So I mused, unsuspectingly, at that hour. My house. Could I be dispossessed of it? There were my friends. Could I ever lose them? I thought without fear of death, of illness, but not the remotest picture came into my mind of what I was still to live through. That homeless, pursued, hunted, as a refugee, I would again have to wander from land to land, across oceans and oceans, that my books would be burned, forbidden, prescribed, that my name would be posted in Germany like a criminal's, and that those friends whose letters and telegrams lay before me on the table would pale if by chance they encountered me. That the achievements of 30 or 40 years of perseverance could be extinguished without trace. That the structure of a life seemingly firm and secure as I surveyed it could collapse, and that, close to its summit, I would be compelled, with powers already slightly on the wane and troubled soul, to start all over again. Truly, this was no day to conjure up anything so irrational and absurd. I had reason to be satisfied. I loved my work, hence loved life. I was protected from material worry. Even if I never wrote another line, my books would take care of me. It seemed as if there were nothing further to be achieved. Destiny seemed to be tamed. The security which I had known of old in my parents' home, and which had disappeared during the war, had been recaptured by my own efforts. What more could one wish? But strangely enough, the very fact that I had no desire in this hour caused me private discomfort. Something in me, not I myself, asked me whether it was really desirable that life go on like this, so calmly, orderly, lucratively, comfortably, quite without fresh exertions or trials. Were not the privileges and complete security of my existence foreign to my essential self? Thoughtfully I walked through the house. It had taken on beauty in these years and had become just as I had wanted it. But yet, was I always to live here, always sit at this same desk and write books? One book, then another book, receive royalties and then more royalties, eventually becoming a dignified gentleman required to live up to his name and his work with grace and propriety, absent from the play of chance, all dangers and suspense? Was it always to go on like this, until 60, until 70, on an even keel? Would I not be better off? My dream continued. If something were to enter my life that would make me more restless, more eager, younger by challenging me to new and perhaps more dangerous struggle? Every artist harbors a mysterious duality. If life tosses him about stormily, he yearns for peace, but no sooner is peace given him than he longs for the old agitation. So, on this 50th birthday, deep within myself I had but one wicked wish, for something that would once more tear me away from all these guarantees and comforts, that would necessitate my not merely continuing, but my starting anew. Was it the fear of growing old, of weariness, of becoming lazy? Or was it a mysterious premonition which made me desire a different, a harder life for my soul's sake? I do not know. I do not know. For that which emerged from the twilight of the unconscious in this strange hour was not a clearly formed wish, and surely nothing that was related to my conscious will. It was no more than a passing thought that blew my way, perhaps not even my own thought, but rather one which came from depths I knew nothing of. But the obscure, incomprehensible power over my life which had fulfilled so much more for me than I had ever presumed to wish, must have made it out. And, obediently, its hand was already raised to destroy my life to its very foundation and to make me build out of its ruins a completely different, harder and more difficult one, anew from the ground up. Incipit Hitler. It remains an irrefragable law of history that contemporaries are denied a recognition of the early beginnings of the great movements which determine their times. So I am frankly unable to recall when I first heard the name of Adolf Hitler, that name which for years we have been forced to think of or to pronounce every day. Yes, almost every second, in one connection or another. The name of the man who has brought more evil to our world than any other through the ages. However, it must have been fairly early, because Salzburg, within 2.5 hours by train, was so much of a neighbor to Munich that even its local concerns became our familiar talk. I only remember that one day, I cannot remember the date, an acquaintance dropped in and bemoaned that Munich was again becoming restless. In particular, a wild agitator named Hitler, who held meetings at which fights occurred and who agitated most vulgarly against the Republic and the Jews. The name made no impression upon me. I gave it no thought. There were so many, now long forgotten, names of agitators and putschists in the confused Germany of that day which rose only to disappear. Those of Captain Ehrhardt with his Baltic troops, of General Kapp, of the Weimar murderers, of the Bavarian, the Rhenish separatists, the Freikorps leaders. Hundreds of such small bubbles floated about in the general fermentation, which bursting, left nothing but a foul odor that clearly betrayed the inner decomposition in Germany's still open wound. The little organ of the new National Socialist movement happened into my hands, the Maisbacher Anzeiger, which was to evolve into the Völkisch Beobachter. But Maisbach was nothing more than a tiny village, and the newspaper was a common performance. Who cared? Then, however, in the neighboring frontier towns of Reichenhall and Berchtesgaden, which I visited almost weekly, there bobbed up small but ever growing squads of young fellows in riding boots and brown shirts, each with a loud-colored swastika on his sleeve. They arranged rallies and marches, paraded through the streets, singing and shouting in unison, plastered the walls with large posters, and besmeared them with swastikas. Only then I sensed that financial and otherwise influential forces must be behind these mobs which disclosed themselves so unexpectedly. Hitler alone, whose speeches then were limited to Bavarian beer cellars, could not have manipulated these thousands of lads into so expensive an apparatus. There must have been mightier hands which used this new movement as a front. For the uniforms were brand new, and the storm troops, which were sent from town to town in a time of such poverty that the real army veterans had only their tattered uniforms, commanded a remarkable fleet of fine new automobiles, motorcycles, and lorries. Furthermore, it was notorious that these young men were learning tactics from army men and were receiving what was then known as paramilitary discipline, and that it must have been the Reichswehr itself, in whose secret service Hitler had been a spy from the outset, which here undertook the systematic technical training of manpower that was answerable to him. By chance, I had an early opportunity of observing one of these well-rehearsed combat maneuvers. In a border village, where a social democrat meeting was being conducted in perfect peace, 4 lorries suddenly whizzed up, each one filled with young National Socialists armed with rubber truncheons, and, exactly as I had once seen it before at St. Mark's in Venice, their adversaries succumbed to rapid surprise tactics. It was the same method copied from the fascists, only drilled in with greater military precision and systematically prepared down to the smallest detail in the German way. Like a flash, the S.A. men were out of their autos at the sound of a whistle and beat aside all who stood in their way with their clubs, and before the police could interfere or the workers could collect themselves, they were already back on their trucks and off at top speed. What dumbfounded me was the exact technique of this jumping off and jumping on which followed the single shrill whistle of the file leader. It was apparent that each fellow knew and felt in every muscle and nerve just which handle he had to grasp, at which wheel of the truck, and where he had to jump in order not to obstruct the next one so as not to lose a second. It was not individual skill. Rather, every one of these manipulations must have been practiced in advance dozens and perhaps hundreds of times in barracks and on drill grounds. From the start, it was plain at a glance. These troops had been trained to attack, force, and terror. Soon one heard more about these undercover maneuvers in Bavaria. In the dead of night, the young men sneaked out of their homes and assembled for such nightly terrain exercises. Officers of the Reichswehr on active duty or retired, paid by the state or the party's mysterious financial backers, drilled these troops, and the authorities paid little attention to these strange nocturnal goings-on. Were they really asleep, or did they just shut their eyes? Did they think the movement was unimportant, or did they secretly further its expansion? In any event, even those who covertly supported the movement eventually became terrified by the brutality and rapidity with which it suddenly matured. One morning, in 1923, the authorities woke up to find Munich in Hitler's hands, all official buildings occupied, the newspapers forced at the point of a gun to announce triumphantly the successfully accomplished revolution. As from the clouds, to which the unsuspecting Republic had only looked up dreamily, appeared the deus ex machina, General Ludendorff, the first of the many who thought they could beat Hitler at his own game, but who lived to be fooled by him instead. In the morning, this famous putsch that was intended to conquer Germany started. At noon, this is no place to recount world history. As is known, it was already over. Hitler fled and was soon arrested, and therewith the movement seemed to be snuffed out. During 1923, the swastikas disappeared, the storm troops, and the name of Adolf Hitler all but fell into oblivion. Nobody thought of him anymore as a possible political factor. A few years elapsed before he again rose to the surface, this time on a rising wave of dissatisfaction that quickly lifted him high. Inflation, unemployment, the political crises, and, not least, the folly of lands abroad, had made the German people restless. A tremendous desire for order animated all circles of the German people, to whom order had always been more important than freedom and justice. And anyone who promised order, even Goethe said that disorder was more distasteful to him than even an injustice, could count on hundreds of thousands of supporters from the start. Even then we did not note the danger. The few among writers who had taken the trouble to read Hitler's book ridiculed the bombast of his stilted prose instead of occupying themselves with his program. The big democratic newspapers, instead of warning their readers, reassured them day by day that the movement, which in truth found difficulty in financing its enormous activities with no more than the contributions of big business and audacious borrowing, would inevitably collapse in no time. But perhaps to the outside world, the real reason why Germany in all these years had so greatly underestimated and belittled the person and growing power of Hitler has never been intelligible. Germany has not only always been a class-conscious country, but within these class ideals she has, besides, always borne the burden of a blind overestimation and deification of education. Except for a few generals, the high government positions were always the exclusive preserves of the so-called academically educated, while in England a Lloyd George, in Italy a Mussolini and a Garibaldi. In France, a Briand had truly risen from the people to the highest posts in the gift of the state. It was unthinkable to Germans that a man who had not even finished high school, to say nothing of college, who had lodged in flop houses, and whose mode of life for years is a mystery to this day, should even make a pass toward a position once held by a Bismarck, a Baron von Stein, a Prince Bülow. Nothing misled the German intellectuals as much as this education vainglory into believing that Hitler was still only the beer hall agitator who never could become a real danger, at a time when, thanks to his invisible wire pullers, he already had won to himself powerful supporters in the most varied circles. And even when he had become chancellor on that day in January 1933, the masses, as well as those who had backed him for the post, regarded him as no more than a temporary incumbent and the National Socialist mastery as an episode. Then it was that the technique of Hitler's cynical genius revealed itself for the first time on a grand scale. For years he had made promises right and left, and in all parties he had gained important adherents, each of whom thought he could make use of the mystical powers of the unknown soldier for his own ends. But the technique which Hitler later used on a world scale when he made pacts under oath and with German candor with those whom he intended to destroy and emasculate, now celebrated its first triumph. So well had he distributed his promises that on the day of his coming to power there was jubilation in the most diverse camps. The monarchists in Dorn thought he was the Kaiser's most faithful advance agent, and the Bavarians, The Wittelsbach monarchists rejoiced similarly in Munich, for they regarded him as their man. The German nationalists were in hopes that he would fill their crib, their leader, Hugenberg, having contracted for the most important place in Hitler's cabinet, thus had a foot in the stirrup. Naturally, in spite of a sworn agreement, he was thrown out in the first few weeks. Heavy industry felt relieved of the Bolshevik menace. It saw in power the man whom it had financed secretly for years, and simultaneously the impoverished petty citizen to whom in hundreds of meetings had been promised emancipation from interest slavery, breathed a joyous sigh. The small shopkeepers remembered his promise to abolish the big department stores, their greatest competitors, a promise that was never fulfilled. And Hitler was particularly welcome to the military because his outlook was militaristic and he vilified pacifism. Even the Social Democrats were not as unfriendly to his ascent as one might have expected, because they hoped he would do away with their archenemies, the communists who were crowding them so uncomfortably. The most varied, most contrary parties considered this unknown soldier, who had promised and confirmed by oath everything to every class, every party, every movement, as their friend. Even the German Jews were not very worried. They flattered themselves that a minister Jacobin was no longer a Jacobin. An anti-Semitic agitator become chancellor would, as a matter of course, throw off such vulgarities. And finally, what could he put through by force in a state where law was securely anchored, where the majority in parliament was against him, and where every citizen believed his liberty and equal rights secured by the solemnly affirmed Constitution? Then came the Reichstag fire, parliament disappeared, Goering let loose his hordes, and at one blow all of justice in Germany was smashed. Shudderingly one learned of peacetime concentration camps and of secret chambers built into barracks where innocent people were done away with without trial or formality. This could only be an eruption of an initial, senseless rage, one told oneself. That sort of thing could not last in the 20th century. But it was only the beginning. The world was startled and at first refused to believe the unbelievable. But already in those days I saw the first refugees. At night they had climbed over the Salzburg Mountains or swum across the frontier stream. Starved, shabby, agitated, they stared at one. They were the leaders in the panic flight from inhumanity which was to spread over the whole earth. But even then I did not suspect when I looked at these fugitives that I ought to perceive in their pale faces, as in a mirror, my own life, and that we all would become victims of the lust for power of this one man. One cannot easily dispose of 30 or 40 years of deep faith in the world inside of a few brief weeks. In the clutch of our conception of justice, we believed that there was a German, a European, a world conscience, and were convinced that there existed a measure of barbarousness that would make its own quietus, once and for all, because of mankind. Since I am trying here to stick to the truth as much as possible, I have to admit that none of us in Germany and in Austria in 1933 and even in 1934 thought that even 100th, 1,000th part of what was to break upon us within a few weeks could be possible. However, it was clear from the beginning that we free and independent writers had to expect certain difficulties, troubles, hostility. Immediately after the Reichstag fire, I warned my publisher that the end of my books in Germany was in sight. I shall not forget his astonishment. "Who is there to forbid your books?" he said then, in 1933, still nonplussed. "You haven't ever written a word against Germany or interfered in politics." Note that such monstrous things as book burnings and pilloryings, which but a few months later were to be facts, seemed, a month after Hitler's seizure of power, still beyond the comprehension of even rather ample minds. For National Socialism, in its unscrupulous technique of deceit, was wary about disclosing the full extent of its aims before the world had become inured. Thus they practiced their method carefully. Only a small dose to begin with, then a brief pause. Only a single pill at a time, and then a moment of waiting to observe the effect of its strength, to see whether the world conscience would still digest this dose. And since the European conscience, to the hurt and shame of our civilization, eagerly accented its unconcern because, after all, these atrocities occurred beyond the border, The doses became progressively stronger until all of Europe finally perished from them. Hitler has achieved nothing more ingenious than this technique of slowly feeling his way and increasing pressure with accelerating force against a Europe that was waning morally and soon also militarily. The long-planned project to destroy all free speech and every independent book in Germany was effected according to this method, too. By no means was an order issued immediately. That followed only after 2 years. To shut down on our books. Instead, they first felt their way to see how far they could go in that the first attack on our books was assigned to an officially non-responsible group, the National Socialist students. Using the same system with which they staged public wrath to put over the long-decided boycott of the Jews, they quietly tipped the students off to display their indignation against our books publicly. And the German students, glad of any opportunity of manifesting their reactionary sentiments, obediently assembled in every university, possessed themselves of copies of our books from bookshops, and marched with their booty, banners waving, to a public square. There they would either nail the books to a pillory according to the ancient German custom, medievalism having suddenly become their strong card. I myself once had a nail-perforated copy of one of my books, the gift of a student friend who had retrieved it after the execution, or permission to burn human beings not being accorded. They were reduced to ashes in huge bonfires to the accompaniment of patriotic sentiments. Although Propaganda Minister Goebbels had decided after long hesitation and at the last moment to bless the burning of books, it yet remained a semi-official proceeding, and nothing more clearly indicated Germany's unconcern with such acts than that the public failed to react to these undergraduate burnings and proscriptions. Book dealers were warned not to display any of our books, and newspapers ignored them. Nevertheless, the general public remained indifferent. While yet there was no threat of punishment in prison or concentration camp, my books sold almost as well in 1933 and 1934, in spite of all difficulties and chicaneries, as they had before. Only after the grandiose order for the protection of the German people, by which the printing, sale, and distribution of our books were declared criminal, had become law, were we forcibly estranged from the millions of Germans who even today would rather read our works than all the mushroom growth, blood, and soil, writers, and would endorse what we represent. I regarded it more as an honor than a disgrace to be permitted to share this fate of the complete destruction of literary existence in Germany with such eminent contemporaries as Thomas Mann, Heinrich Mann, Werfel, Freud, Einstein, and many others whose work I consider incomparably more important than my own. And as any gesture of martyrdom is so repugnant to me, I mention my personal inclusion in the common fate only reluctantly. But by strange chance it was just my lot to get the National Socialists, and even Adolf Hitler in person, into a very embarrassing situation. It was allotted to me, among the literary outlaws, to become repeatedly the object of heated and long debate in the high circles of the Berchtesgaden villa, with the result that I am able to record among the pleasant things in my life the modest satisfaction of having annoyed Adolf Hitler, the most powerful man of modern times. In the very first days of the new regime, I had innocently been the cause of something like tumult. A motion picture based on my short story, The Burning Secret, and bearing that title was being shown all over Germany. Nobody made the slightest objection to that. But the day after the Reichstag fire, responsibility for which the National Socialists vainly tried to put on the Communists, it was noted that people gathered in front of the theater placards nudging each other, winking and laughing. It was not long before the Gestapo understood what was funny about the title, for by evening, motorcycle policemen had made the rounds. The performances were forbidden, and the next day the title of my story, The Burning Secret, had disappeared without trace from all the newspaper advertisements and from all of the posters. It was easy enough for them to forbid a word that annoyed them, or even to burn and destroy all the books whose authors they did not like. In one particular case, however, they could not touch me without at the same time hurting a man whom they needed more than anyone else in this critical moment for their prestige before the world, the greatest, the most famous living composer of the German nation, Richard Strauss, together with whom I had just finished an opera. This had been my first collaboration with Richard Strauss. Ever since Elektra and the Rosenkavalier Hugo von Hofmannsthal had written all of his opera books, and I had never personally met Richard Strauss. After Hofmannsthal's death, he notified my publisher that he wished to start on a new work and inquired whether I would be willing to write an opera libretto for him. I was fully conscious of the honor of such a request. Since Max Reger had set my first poems to music, I had always lived in music and with musicians. I had ties of close friendship with Busoni, Toscanini, Bruno Walter, and Alban Berg. But there was no productive musician of our time whom I would more willingly have served than Richard Strauss, last of the great line of thoroughbred musicians that reaches from Handel and Bach by way of Beethoven and Brahms to our day. I consented at once, and at our first meeting suggested using The Silent Woman by Ben Jonson as the theme for an opera, and it was a pleasant surprise to see how quickly, how clear-sightedly Strauss responded to my suggestions. I had not suspected in him so alert an understanding of art, so astounding a knowledge of dramaturgy. While the nature of the material was being explained to him, he was already shaping it dramatically and adjusting it astonishingly to the limits of his own abilities of which he was uncannily cognizant. I have met many great artists in my life, but never one who knew how to maintain such abstract and unerring objectivity towards himself. Thus Strauss frankly admitted to me in the first hour of our meeting that he well knew that at 70 the composer's musical inspiration no longer possesses its pristine power. He could hardly succeed in composing symphonics works like Till Eulenspiegel and Death and Transfiguration, because just pure music requires an extreme measure of creative freshness. But the word could still inspire him. Something tangible, a substance already scaffolded, appealed to him for full dramatic realization, because musical themes sprang to him spontaneously out of situations and words. Hence he had been devoting himself exclusively to the opera in his later years. He knew well indeed, he said, that as an art form opera was dead. Wagner was so gigantic a peak that nobody could rise higher. But, he added, with a broad, Bavarian grin, I solved the problem by making a detour around it. After we had agreed on outlines, he gave me a few minor instructions. He wished me to write unrestrictedly because he never was inspired by a ready-made book after the manner of a Verdi libretto, but only by a work conceived poetically. But it would suit him well if I were able to work in some complicated effects which would afford special possibilities for the employment of color. I am not one to compare long melodies as did Mozart. I can't get beyond short themes. But what I can do is to utilize such a theme, paraphrase it, and extract everything that is in it. And I don't think there's anybody today who can match me at that. Again, I was dumbfounded by this frankness, for it is true enough that there is hardly a Strauss melody that is longer than a few bars. But how these few bars, take the Rosenkavalier waltz, are enhanced and fugued into a rich fulfillment. Subsequent meetings confirmed my admiration of the surety and objectivity with which the old master evaluated his own work. Once I sat alone with him at a private rehearsal of his Egyptian Helena in the Salzburg Festival Theater. Nobody else was there. The place was completely dark. Strauss listened intently. All at once he began to drum inaudibly and impatiently with his fingers upon the arm of the chair. Then he whispered to me, "Bad, very bad. That spot is a blank." And again, after a few minutes, "If I could cut that out. Oh Lord, Lord, that's just hollow, and too long, much too long." A little later, "Look you, that's good." He appraised his own work as objectively and unconcernedly as if he were hearing the music for the first time, and as if it were written by a composer unknown to him. And this astounding sense of his own dimensions never deserted him. He was always exactly aware of his significance and of his capacity. How little or how much others registered in comparison to him interested him, but little, and just as little how he registered on others. What gave him pleasure was work in itself. Work, as he practiced it, was a quite remarkable procedure with Strauss. Nothing of the demonic, nothing of the artist's mad exaltation, nothing of those depressions and desperations which we know from accounts of Beethoven and Wagner. Strauss works to the point and composes like Johann Sebastian Bach, like all those sublime craftsmen of their art, quietly and systematically. At 9 in the morning, he sits down to resume his work just where he left off the day before, always writing the first sketch of his composition with pencil, the piano score in ink, and continues thus without pause until 12 or 1 o'clock. In the afternoon, he plays skat, a German card game, transfers 2 or 3 pages to the final score, and possibly conducts an opera in the evening. He does not know what nervousness is. By day and night, his artistic mind is equally alert and lucid. When his valet knocks at the door to bring his evening clothes, he gets up from his work, dresses, rides to the theater, and conducts with the same assurance and calm with which he plays skat in the afternoon, and the next morning inspiration again falls into its proper place. For, as Goethe says, Strauss commands his fancies. Art means to him knowing and even knowing everything, as his jest implies. Anybody who wants to be a real musician must be able to set even a menu to music. Difficulties do not menace him, but rather serve to amuse his creative mastery. I recall with pleasure how his little blue eyes glistened when he said to me triumphantly about a certain passage, "I've given the singer a hard nut to crack there. Let her struggle like hell to get what's in it." In such rare seconds, when his eyes light up, one feels that something demonic lies deep down in this extraordinary person who at first arouses something like distrust by his punctuality, by his methodical ways, his respectability, his artisanship, his seeming nervelessness at work, just as his face first impresses as almost banal with its fat, childlike cheeks, the rather ordinary roundness of features, and the hesitantly retreating brow. But only one glance into his eyes, these bright, blue, highly radiant eyes, and one instantly feels some particular magic power behind this bourgeois mask. They are perhaps the most wide-awake eyes I have ever seen in a musician, not demonic, but in some way clairvoyant, the eyes of a man cognizant of the full significance of his task. Back in Salzburg, after so stimulating an encounter, I immediately started to work. Curious myself whether my verses met his views, I sent him the first act within 2 weeks. Promptly he wrote me on a postcard a quotation from Die Meistersinger. The first stanza is successful. His response to the second act was even more heartfelt. The opening bars of his song, "Oh, that I have found you, my dear beloved child," and this joy of his enthusiasm, invested my continued work with an indescribable pleasure. Strauss did not change a single line in my whole libretto and asked only that I add 3 or 4 lines for the sake of a counterpart. Thus developed between us the most cordial relation imaginable. He came to our house, and I would visit him at Garmisch where, with his long thin fingers, he played for me on the piano little by little, from his sketch, the whole opera. And without contract or obligation, it was taken for granted and accepted that, after finishing this opera, I should outline a second one, the plan for which he had already fully approved in advance. In January 1933, when Hitler came into power, the piano score of our opera The Silent Woman was as good as finished and the first act practically orchestrated. A few weeks later, a strict order was issued to German theaters not to produce any works by non-Aryans or even such in which a Jew had merely participated. This comprehensive ban reached even to the dead, and to the indignation of music lovers everywhere the statue of Mendelssohn in front of the Gewandhaus in Leipzig was removed. For me, this order seemed to seal the fate of our opera. It went without saying that Richard Strauss would abandon further work on it and begin another with someone else. Instead, he wrote me letter after letter asking what had got into me. Quite the contrary, he said, for as he was already at the orchestration, he wanted me to work on the text of his next opera. He would not think of letting anybody forbid his collaboration with me, and I have to admit that he kept faith with me throughout this whole affair as long as it was possible for him to do so. To be sure, simultaneously he took steps which I liked less. He approached the men in power, met frequently with Hitler, Goering, and Goebbels, and at a time when even Furtwängler was still in mutiny, allowed himself be made president of the Nazi Chamber of Music. Strauss's open participation was of tremendous importance to the National Socialists at that moment. For annoyingly enough, not only the best writers but the most important musicians as well had openly snubbed them, and the few who held with them or came over to the reservation were unknown to the wide public. To have the most famous musician of Germany align himself with them at so embarrassing a moment meant, in its mere decorative aspect, an immeasurable gain to Goebbels and Hitler. Hitler, who had, as Strauss told me, during his Viennese vagabond years scraped up enough money to travel to Graz to attend the premiere of Salome, was honoring him demonstratively. At all festive evenings at Berchtesgaden besides Wagner, Strauss songs were sung almost exclusively. Strauss's cooperation, however, was much more purposeful. Through his art egoism, which he always acknowledged openly and coolly, he was inwardly indifferent whatever the regime. He had served the German Kaiser as a conductor and had arranged military marches for him. Later he had served the Emperor of Austria as court conductor in Vienna and had been persona gratissima likewise in the Austrian and German republics. To be particularly cooperative with the National Socialists was furthermore of vital interest to him, because in the National Socialist sense he was very much in the red. His son had married a Jewess, and thus he feared that his grandchildren, whom he loved above everything else, would be excluded as scum from the schools. His new opera was tainted through me. His earlier operas through the half-Jew, Hugo von Hofmannsthal. His publisher was a Jew. Therefore it seemed to him more and more imperative to create some support and security for himself, and he did it most perseveringly. He conducted wherever the new masters wanted him to. He set a hymn to music for the Olympic Games, at the same time writing me with little enthusiasm in his shockingly frank letters about this commission. In truth, in the sacro egoismo of the artist, he cared only about one thing: to keep his work alive, and above all for a production of the new opera, which lay particularly close to his heart. That such concessions to National Socialism were extremely embarrassing to me goes without saying. For how easily might the impression develop that I collaborated secretly, or even agreed that in my person a single exception to such a shameful boycott should be made. From all quarters friends urged me to protest publicly against a performance in National Socialist Germany. But fundamentally I loathed public and pathetic gestures. Besides, I was reluctant to cause difficulties for a genius of his rank. After all, Strauss was the greatest living musician and 70 years old. He had spent 3 years at this work, and during the entire time had always given evidence of the most friendly sentiments, propriety, and even courage. Hence I considered that my course was to wait silently and to let matters develop as they might. Besides, I knew that I caused the new guardians of German culture more difficulties by complete passivity than by doing anything else. For the National Socialist Chamber of Writers and the propaganda ministry were just looking for a welcome reason or pretext to be able to cloak an injunction against their greatest composer in an unquestionable manner. So, for instance, the libretto was demanded by every imaginable office and person in the secret hope of finding a pretext. How convenient would it have been had the silent woman contained a situation something like the one in the Rosenkavalier, where a young man emerges from the bedroom of a married woman. Then they could have pretended the protection of German morals. But to their disappointment my book held nothing immoral. Then all imaginable files of the Gestapo and all my earlier books were combed through. But here also nothing could be found to show that I ever had said a detrimental word about Germany, or about any other nation of the earth, or that I had been politically active. However they maneuvered, the decision immutably fell back into their hands. Should they, in the sight of the whole world, deny to the senior master of National Socialist music in whose hands they themselves had placed the banner, the right to have his opera performed, or, oh, day of national shame, should the name Stefan Zweig, on the appearance of which on the libretto Richard Strauss had expressly insisted, once again, as so often before, sully a German theater program? How I secretly enjoyed their great worry and painful headache. I sensed that, even without my doing anything, or just because of my doing nothing for and nothing against it, my musical comedy would inevitably develop into a caterwauling of party politics. The party evaded deciding as long as it could possibly do so. But in the beginning of 1934 it had to determine whether to take its stand against its own law or against the greatest musician of the day. The date could not longer be delayed. The score, the piano version, The librettos had long since been printed, the costumes had been ordered by the Dresden Court Theatre, the roles allotted and even studied, and still the various authorities, Goering and Goebbels, Chamber of Writers, Council of Culture, Ministry of Education, and the Streicher Guard had not been able to agree. Of all these authorities, none dared to take the full responsibility for saying yes or no. Thus nothing remained but to leave the matter to the personal decision of the master of Germany and master of the party, Adolf Hitler. My books had already enjoyed the honor of being widely read by the National Socialists. It had been the Fouché in particular which, as an example of political unscrupulousness, they had studied and discussed repeatedly. But I had truly never expected that after Goebbels and Göring I would have to trouble Adolf Hitler personally to study the 3 acts of my lyric libretto. The decision was not easy for him. There were many conferences and meetings, as I learned later, in roundabout ways. Finally, Richard Strauss was summoned before the all-powerful, and Hitler in person told him that he would permit the performance as an exception, although it was an offense against all laws of the new Germany, a decision which probably was given just as unwillingly and dishonestly as the signing of the treaty with Stalin and Molotov. Thus the Black Day broke over National Socialist Germany when once again an opera was to be performed where the prescribed name of Stefan Zweig showed up on every poster. Of course, I did not attend the performance because I knew that the audience would be full of brown uniforms and that Hitler himself was expected at one of the performances. The opera was a great success, and I must say to their credit that 9/10 of the music critics enthusiastically used the favorable opportunity, once more and for the last time, to give evidence of their inner resistance to the race theory by writing the friendliest possible words about my libretto. All of the German theaters, Berlin, Hamburg, Frankfurt, Munich, immediately announced the production of the opera for the next season. Suddenly, after the second performance, lightning struck from the high heavens. Overnight, everything was cancelled. The opera was forbidden in Dresden and throughout all of Germany. And even more, one read in astonishment that Richard Strauss had submitted his resignation as president of the Reich Chamber of Music. Everyone knew that something extraordinary must have had happened, but it took a while before I learned the whole truth. Strauss had once more written a letter to me urging that I begin the libretto of a new opera, and in which he expressed himself with too much frankness about his personal attitude. This letter had fallen into the hands of the Gestapo. Strauss was confronted with it. He was required immediately to submit his resignation, and the opera was forbidden. In the German language, it has been produced only in Free Switzerland and in Prague. Later on also in Italian at the Scala in Milan with the special permission of Mussolini, who had then not yet been required to subject himself to Hitler's racial notions. The German people, however, have never again been allowed to hear a single note of this in part enchanting opera of the old age of their greatest living composer. It is not my fault. I lived abroad while this rather noisy affair took place, because I felt that the unrest in Austria would make tranquil work impossible for me. My house in Salzburg lay so close to the border that with the naked eye I could view the Berchtesgaden mountain on which Adolf Hitler's house stood, an uninviting and very disturbing neighborhood. This proximity to the German border, however, gave me an opportunity to judge the threat to the Austrian situation better than my friends in Vienna. In that city, the café observers, and even men in the government, regarded National Socialism as something that was happening over there, and that could in no way affect Austria. Was not the Social Democratic Party, with its tight organization comprising practically half of the population, firmly placed? Was not the Clerical Party united with them in hot defense, since Hitler's German Christians had publicly persecuted Christianity and proclaimed their leader frankly and literally greater than Christ? Were not France, England, and the League of Nations Austria's protectors? Had not Mussolini explicitly undertaken the protection and even the guarantee of Austrian independence? Not even the Jews worried, and they acted as if the canceling of all the rights of physicians, lawyers, scholars, and actors was happening in China instead of across the border 3 hours away where their own language was spoken. They rested comfortably in their homes, wrote about in their cars. Moreover, everybody had a ready-made phrase, "That cannot last long." But I remembered a conversation with my publisher in Leningrad on my short trip to Russia. He had been telling me how rich he had once been, what beautiful paintings he had owned, and I asked him why he had not left Russia immediately on the outbreak of the revolution, as so many others had done. "Ah," he answered, "who would have believed that such a thing as a workers' and soldiers' republic could last longer than a fortnight?" It was the self-deception that we practice because of reluctance to abandon our accustomed life. In Salzburg, to be sure, close to the border, one saw things clearer. A constant traffic across the narrow border stream had set in. Young men would slink across at night to be drilled. Agitators would arrive over the border in automobiles or on foot with mountain sticks as simple tourists and organize their cells among all classes. They preached their gospel to the accompaniment of threats that whoever did not join promptly would have to pay for it later. Such intimidation was effective with the police and civil servants. Increasingly, I perceived, from a certain uneasiness in their behavior, how the public vacillated. It is the petty, personal experiences in life that are the most convincing. I had a boyhood friend in Salzburg, a rather well-known writer with whom I had been on the most intimate and cordial terms for 30 years. We had dedicated books to one another. We saw each other every week. One day, I saw this old friend on the street with a stranger and noticed that he stopped abruptly before a show window that could have meant nothing to him, and, with his back to me, pointed out something to his companion with conspicuous eagerness. How odd, I thought. Surely he must have seen me. But perhaps it just happened that way. The next day, he telephoned to ask whether he could come over in the afternoon for a little chat. I agreed, somewhat astonished, because we usually met in a cafe. It turned out that he had nothing in particular to say in spite of the seeming urgency of his visit. And immediately, I became aware that while he was desirous of keeping up his friendship with me, he did not want to make a show of intimacy with me in the little town in order not to be suspected of friendship with Jews. That made me attentive, and soon it became apparent that a number of my friends who used to visit me frequently were staying away. The situation was dangerous. At this time, I had not yet considered leaving Salzburg for good, but I decided more readily than usual to spend the winter abroad so as not to be occupied by all these petty discords. I did not suspect, though, that when I left my beautiful home in October 1933, it was already a kind of farewell. My plan had been to spend January and February at work in France. I loved that beautiful intellectual country as a second homeland and had no sense of being a foreigner there. Valery, Romain Roland, André Gide, Roger Martin Dugard, Duhamel, Vilderac, and Jean-Richard Bloch, the leaders of literature, were all old friends. My circle of readers was almost as large as in Germany. I was not regarded as a foreign writer, a stranger. I loved the people, I loved the country, I loved the city of Paris, and felt so much at home there that every time my train pulled into the Gare du Nord it was like coming back. But this time, because of the particular circumstances, I had left sooner than was my habit, and it was not my purpose to go to Paris until after Christmas. Where to in the meantime? Then it occurred to me that I had not been to England since my student days, more than a quarter of a century. Why always only Paris? I asked myself, why not once again spend a week or two in London, to study the museums with different eyes after these many years, to see the city and the country? So, instead of the express train to Paris, I took the one to Calais. And in the prescribed fog of a November day, I once more alighted after 30 years at Victoria Station, and my only surprise was that it was not a cab that took me to my hotel, but an automobile. The fog, that cool, soft grayness, was unchanged. Before even looking at the city, my sense of smell after 3 decades had recognized this singular acerb, dense, moist, almost enveloping air. The baggage that I brought along was meager, and so were my expectations. In London, I had as good as no ties of friendship. Professionally, too, there was but little contact between continental and English writers. They lived a bounded life peculiarly their own in their own sphere of activity within their tradition, which was never fully accessible to us. Among the many books which arrived on my library table from all over the world, I cannot remember ever having found one from an English writer as a fraternal gift. I had met Shaw once in Hellerau, and Wells had visited me at my house in Salzburg. All of my books had been translated, but they were not widely known. Always England was the country in which they were the least effective. And, two, while my American, my French, my Russian, and my Italian publishers were my personal friends, I had never seen anybody from the firm which published me in England. I was thus prepared to feel no more at home than I had felt 30 years before. But it worked out differently. After a few days, I felt indescribably satisfied in London. Not that London had materially changed, but I myself had changed. I had grown 30 years older and filled with longing, after the war and post-war years of strain and overstrain, to live the quiet life and get away from political talk. Of course, there were parties in England, a conservative, liberal, Labour, but their arguments did not concern me. Doubtless in literature, too, there were controversies and currents, strife and covert rivalries, but here I stood completely outside. What was really salutary was the sense of again being in a civil, courteous, unexcited, hateless atmosphere. Nothing poisoned my life more during the preceding years than the consciousness of being surrounded by hate and stress, in the country, in the city, of always having to ward off embroilment in these discussions. Here the population was not confused in the same degree, a higher measure of justice and decency obtained in public life than in our countries which through the fraud of inflation alone had become immoral. They lived more peacefully, more contentedly, and were more interested in their gardens and little hobbies than in their neighbors. Here one could breathe, reflect, and think things over. But the real thing that held me was a new task. This is how it came about. My Marie Antoinette had just been published, and I was reading the proof of my book about Erasmus, in which I attempted a spiritual portrait of the humanist who, though he understood the madness of the time more clearly than the professional world reformers, for all his sound reason was, tragically enough, unable to oppose unreason. After the completion of this veiled self-portrait, it had been my intention to write a long, planned novel. I had had enough of biographies. But it happened that on my third day, attracted by my old passion for autographs, I was looking at the public exhibit in the British Museum. Among them was the handwritten report of the execution of Mary Stuart. Involuntarily, I asked myself, what was the truth about Mary Stuart? Was she really involved in the murder of her second husband, or was she not? Not having anything to read that night, I bought a book about her. It was a laudation that defended her as a saint, a flat and silly book. In my incurable curiosity, I purchased another the next day that expressed a point of view approximately the exact opposite. And now the case began to interest me. I asked for a truly reliable book. Nobody was able to name one, and thus, through searching and inquiring, without consciously willing it, I found myself working on a book about Mary Stuart, which then kept me in the libraries for weeks. Returning to Austria early in 1934, I was determined to come back to London, which had gained my affection, in order to complete the book there in quietude. 2 or 3 days in Austria were enough to see how much worse the situation had become within the few months of the new year, 1934. Coming from the serene and secure atmosphere of England into this fever and struggle-shaken Austria was like suddenly, on a stifling hot July day in New York, changing from an air-conditioned room to the steaming street. The National Socialist pressure began slowly to undermine the nerves of the clerical and middle-class population. The severity of the economic, the subversive thumbscrews of impatient Germany was increasingly felt. The Dollfuss administration, which sought to keep Austria independent and to save her from Hitler, looked about with growing desperation for firm support. France and England were too remote, besides feeling no real concern. Czechoslovakia still remembered her old rancor and rivalry toward Vienna, so there was only Italy, which then aspired to an economic and political protectorate over Austria, so as to make secure the Alpine passes to its own territory and Trieste. For this protection Mussolini, however, demanded a stiff price. Austria was to be adapted to fascist principles, Parliament was to pass out, and with it democracy. This was impossible without either the collaboration of or the emasculation of the Social Democratic Party, the strongest and best organized of Austria. There was no other way to break it than by brute force. For such terrorism, an organization already existed, the Heimwehr, the creation of Ignaz Seipel, Dollfuß's predecessor. Superficially viewed, it was about as shabby an affair as one could imagine. Petty provincial lawyers, disbanded officers, black sheep, unemployed engineers, each one a frustrated mediocrity, all hating one another bitterly. Finally, a leader was found in the young Prince Starhemberg, who, although he once had sat at Hitler's feet and had fulminated against the Republic and democracy, paraded about with his hired soldiers and promised to make heads roll. What the Heimwehr actually wanted was quite obscure. The truth is that the Heimwehr had no other aim than somehow to get to the public crib, and its power consisted of Mussolini's fist which pushed it forward. Those allegedly patriotic Austrians never noticed that they were sawing off the limb on which they were sitting, with their made-in-Italy bayonets. The Social Democratic Party understood better where the real danger lay. They had no need to fear an open fight. They had their weapons and could, by means of a general strike, paralyze the railroads, the waterworks, and all the power works. But they also knew that Hitler was only waiting for such a so-called Red Revolution in order to have a pretext to march in as Austria's savior. So it seemed better to them to sacrifice their rights in large part, and even their parliament, in order to reach a bearable compromise. All sensible people advocated such a settlement in view of the precarious position in which Austria found herself under the menacing shadow of Hitlerism. Even Dollfuß himself, a shrewd, ambitious but quite realistic person, seemed inclined toward an agreement. But young Starhemberg and his compeer Major Fay, who afterward played a peculiar role at the murder of Dollfuß, demanded that the Schutzbund should surrender its arms and that all traces of democratic and civil liberty should be eradicated. Up to the present, the Social Democrats had resisted the demand, and threats were being exchanged by the two camps. A decision, one felt, was imminent, and in this state of general tension, I thought forebodingly of Shakespeare's words, "So foul a sky clears not without a storm." I spent only a few days in Salzburg, and soon went on to Vienna. And just in those first days of February, the storm broke. The Heimwehr had raided the workers' house at Linz in order to confiscate the stock of arms which allegedly was hidden there. The workers' response was a general strike, upon which Dollfuß ordered this ingeniously forced revolution to be suppressed by armed force. Thereupon the regular army advanced with machine guns and artillery against the Viennese workers' houses. For 3 days there was severe fighting from house to house. It was to be the last time, until Spain, that democracy defended itself against fascism in Europe. The workers held out for 3 days before they succumbed to technical superiority. I was in Vienna during these 3 days, and thus can testify to this decisive battle, which was no less than the suicide of Austrian independence. But as I have to testify honestly, I must admit the seemingly paradoxical fact that I saw not the least bit of this revolution that actually took place during my presence there. One who aims to depict his time as honestly and clearly as possible must also have the courage to disappoint romantic conceptions. And nothing seems to me more characteristic of the technique and peculiarity of modern revolutions than that in the great area of a modern capital, they unfold in only a very few spots, and hence remain completely out of sight of most of the inhabitants. Singular as it may seem, I was in Vienna during these historic February days of 1934, without seeing anything of the historic events which were then occurring, and without the slightest inkling that they were happening. Cannon were thundering, buildings were being occupied, hundreds of corpses were being carried off. I saw not a single one. Every newspaper reader in New York, London, or Paris knew more of what was really going on than those of us who seemingly were witnesses. Later, I had frequent confirmations of the phenomenon that people thousands of miles away are better informed than those who live 10 blocks from the scene of momentous decisions. When, a few months thereafter, Dollfuß was murdered in Vienna one day at noon, I saw the news placards in the streets of London at 5:30 in the afternoon. I put in a call to Vienna and, to my astonishment, was connected at once and discovered to my still greater astonishment that 5 streets away from the Foreign Office in Vienna they knew less than was known in London on every street corner. My experience of the Viennese Revolution, therefore, has only the value of demonstrating how little a contemporary, unless he chances to stand at the crucial spot, sees of events which alter the face of the earth and his own destiny as well. All that I knew of it was this. I had an appointment on that evening with the choreographer of the opera, Margaret Wallman, in a café on the Ringstrasse. I walked along and was about to cross that street mechanically. Suddenly, a few armed men in worn, sketchy uniforms interrupted me and asked where I was bound for, and upon my explanation that I was going to the Café J, they quietly made way. I knew neither why soldiers were abruptly posted in the streets, nor what purpose was sought. In reality, shooting and hard fighting had been going on at the outer edge for hours, but in the inner city, it went quite unknown. It was only that night, when I returned to my hotel and offered to pay my bill, because I was leaving for Salzburg the next morning, that the clerk said that he was afraid that would be impossible since no trains were running. There was a railroad workers' strike on, and, besides, something was doing in the suburbs. The next day's newspapers published rather nebulous reports about an uprising of the Social Democrats, which, however, had already been more or less suppressed. The fact is that the struggle only reached its full force on this day, and the government decided to follow up the use of machine guns on the workers' houses with artillery. But I did not know anything about that either. If all of Austria had been seized then, be it by the socialists, National Socialists, or communists, I would have known it as little as did the citizens of Munich, who woke up one morning only to learn from the Münchener Neueste Nachrichten that their city was in Hitler's hands. In the center of the town, life pursued the even tenor of its way, while in the outer districts the battle was raging, and we stupidly believed the official communiques that the trouble was over and done with. In the National Library, where I had gone to look up something, the students were at their books, as always. The stores were open. Nobody was excited. Only on the third day, when all was over, one began to get the truth piecemeal. By the fourth day, the trains were running again. And in the morning, I went back to Salzburg, where 2 or 3 acquaintances whom I met in the street plied me with questions as to what had really happened in Vienna. And I, who chronologically had been the eyewitness of the revolution, had to tell them honestly, "Don't ask me. Better buy a foreign newspaper." Oddly enough, the next day marked a critical point in my own life in connection with these events. I had arrived in Salzburg from Vienna in the afternoon, had found waiting piles of proof sheets and letters, and had worked late into the night in order to settle arrears. The next morning, while I was still in bed, there was a knock at the door. Our loyal old servant, who never woke me unless I expressly said a definite hour, appeared with a worried look. Would I come down? There were several gentlemen from the police who asked to see me. I was somewhat surprised, put on a dressing gown, and went downstairs. There stood 4 policemen in mufti who said that they had orders to search the house and to seize immediately whatever arms belonging to the Republican Schutzbund were hidden there. I have to admit that in the first moment I was too dumbfounded to make any reply. Arms of the Republican Schutzbund in my house. It was too absurd. I never had belonged to any party, never bothered with politics. I had not been in Salzburg for many months, and besides, it would have been the most ridiculous thing in the world to establish an arms depot in this house, which lay outside the town on a hill, for anybody who carried a rifle or other weapon could have been observed on the way. So I only answered coolly, "Please look for yourself." The men went through the house, opened a few chests, tapped on a few walls, but it became immediately apparent to me from the sluggish manner of their operations that the search was only a matter of form, and that none of them seriously believed that there were arms in my house. After half an hour, they declared the investigation finished and disappeared. My reason for being so embittered at that farce unfortunately calls for an explanatory historical annotation. For of recent decades, Europe and the world have almost forgotten the old sacredness of personal rights and civil liberties. Since 1933, searches, arbitrary arrests, expropriation of property, expulsion from home and country, deportation, and all other imaginable forms of humiliation have become an almost matter-of-course occurrence. I have hardly any European friends who have not experienced something of the sort. But then, at the beginning of 1934, a house search in Austria was still a tremendous affront. That somebody like myself who stood completely aloof from all politics and for years had not even exercised my right to vote, should be searched must have had a special reason, and, in point of fact, it was a typically Austrian matter. The chief of police in Salzburg had been forced to take sharp measures against the National Socialists, who terrorized the populace night after night with bombs and explosives, and his course was risky and courageous, for the party had already started its practice of terrorism. Every day the authorities received letters threatening reprisals if they kept on persecuting the National Socialists. And, truly, where revenge was concerned, the National Socialists have always kept their word 100%. On the very first day of Hitler's invasion, the most faithful of Austrian officials were dragged to the concentration camps. Therefore, it seemed a good idea to search my house by way of conspicuous announcement that none was exempt from such measures of security. Behind this episode, in itself unimportant, I felt how serious the situation had become in Austria, how overpowering the pressure from Germany. I did not care for my house any more after that official visit, and a certain intuition told me that an episode of that nature could be no less than a timid prologue to much more far-reaching encroachments. The same evening I started to pack my most important papers, determined to live abroad permanently from now on. And this meant more than giving up house and country, for my family clung to the house as their home. They loved the land. For me, however, personal liberty was the most important thing on earth. Without notifying any of my friends or acquaintances of my intention, I went back to London 2 days later. The first thing I did on arrival there was to notify the authorities in Salzburg that I definitely had given up my residence there. It was the first step toward detaching me from my homeland. But since those days in Vienna, I had been aware that Austria was lost, not yet suspecting, to be sure, how much I had lost thereby. The agony of peace. The sun of Rome is set. Our day is gone. Clouds, dews, and dangers come. Our deeds are done. Shakespeare, Julius Caesar. During my first years in England, I felt no more in exile than Gorky did in Sorrento. Austria continued to endure even after the so-called revolution and the attempt, hard thereupon, of the National Socialists to seize the country by a coup d'état and the murder of Dollfuss. The agony of my native land was to last for 4 more years. I could have gone home at any hour. I was not banned, not proscribed. My books stood still unmolested in my house at Salzburg. I still bore my Austrian passport. The homeland was still my homeland. I was still a citizen there, a citizen with unimpaired rights. Not yet had that terrible state of homelessness begun, inexplicable to such as have not experienced it, that nerve-wracking sensation of reeling, open-eyed and wide, awake, through space, knowing that wherever one might gain a foothold one might momentarily be thrust back. But as yet I was merely at the start. However, it was a different sort of arrival when, late in February 1934, I got off at Victoria Station. One looks with different eyes at a city in which one intends to remain than at one which one enters merely as a visitor. I had no idea how long I would stay in London. Only one thing was important to me: to get back to my work again, to maintain my freedom of thought and action. Because property implied fresh ties, I did not take a house, but rented a little flat, just big enough to accommodate the 2 bookcases holding the volumes which I was unwilling to do without, and a writing table. Therewith I really had all that an intellectual worker needs. For social life there was no room, to be sure, but I preferred to lodge modestly so as to be free to travel at intervals. My life was already unconsciously accommodating itself to the temporary rather than to the permanent. On the first evening, it was already getting dark with the contours of the walls fading away in the dusk. I entered the small apartment which was finally ready and experienced a shock. For in that moment I felt as if I had entered that other little apartment which I had fixed up for myself almost 30 years earlier in Vienna. The rooms quite as small, and the one welcome greeting these very books against the wall and the hallucinatory eyes of Blake's King John, which accompanied me everywhere. It really took me a moment to collect myself, because for years and years I had not given that earlier apartment a thought. Was this a symbol that my life after long expansion was shriveling to an earlier form of being, and that I was becoming my own shadow? 30 years back, when I had chosen that room in Vienna, it represented a beginning. I had not yet created anything, at least nothing of importance. Neither my books nor my name were yet known to my own country. Now, in turn, in strange similarity, my books once more had almost vanished from their language. My recent work remained unknown to Germany. My friends were far away, the old circle was destroyed, the home with its collections and paintings and books lost. I stood alone in a strange land, exactly as in the past. Everything which I had attempted, achieved, learned, enjoyed, in the meantime seemed wafted away, and now, over 50 years old, I faced a beginning, was once more a student working at a desk or in a library, only not as credulous, not as enthusiastic, with a suspicion of gray in my hair and a faint dawn of despair over my wearied soul. I am reluctant to say much about the years 1934 to 1940 in England because it brings me close to our own time, which all of us have lived through in almost equal manner, with like unrest, baited by radio and newspaper, with the same hopes and the same worries. We reflect on it with little pride in its political folly and with horror of whither it has led us. Whoever would wish to explain would have to make charges, and who among us all would have the right to do so? What is more, my life in England was one long reserve. Foolish as I knew so superfluous an inhibition to be, I spent those years of semi-exile and exile apart from wholesome intercourse in the delusion that it was bad form to express myself on topics of the day in a foreign land. In Austria, I had not been able to combat the folly of influential circles. How then could I attempt it here? Here where I considered myself a guest of this kindly island, knowing well that if, in our clearer, better informed judgment, I were to point out the world danger which Hitler represented, it would be considered a personal, prejudiced opinion. Indeed, it was sometimes hard to keep my mouth shut in the face of notorious errors. It was painful to stand by when the greatest virtue of the English, their loyalty, their honest desire to believe anyone until proved a liar, was being abused by a masterfully conducted propaganda. Ever and again there was the cajoling intimation that Hitler wanted no more than to absorb the Germans of the border states, after which he would be content and would, in gratitude, exterminate Bolshevism. This bait worked excellently. Hitler merely had to utter the word peace in a speech to arouse the newspapers to enthusiasm, to make them forget all his past deeds, and desist from asking why. After all, Germany was arming so madly. Tourists coming back from Berlin, where they had been painstakingly escorted and flattered, praised the management of things and the new manager. Gradually one began to hear quiet approval in England of the justice of his claims for a greater Germany, there being none to grasp the fact that Austria was the stone whose removal from the wall would cause Europe's collapse. I, however, experienced the naivete, the good faith in which the English and their leaders let themselves be bamboozled with the smarting eyes of one who had seen the faces of the storm troopers at close range at home and who had heard them sing, "Today we conquer Germany, tomorrow the whole world." The sharper the political tension became, the more I withdrew from discussions and from any public participation. England was the only country in the Old World in which I never published an opportune article in a newspaper, never spoke over the radio, never shared in a public discussion. My life in the small apartment there was more anonymous than that of the student in his Vienna 30 years before. Thus I am not qualified to describe England, the less so for having to admit to myself later on that prior to the war I had never recognized England's profound, repressed power which discloses itself only in the hour of extremest danger. Nor did I see many of its literary men, just those two whom I was beginning to know well, John Drinkwater and Hugh Walpole, were removed by an early death. The younger ones I met infrequently because I avoided, out of that wretched feeling of being a foreigner, clubs, dinners, and public occasions. However, once I had the special and truly unforgettable pleasure of hearing those two cleverest brains, Bernard Shaw and H. G. Wells, engage in a brilliant discussion which was outwardly perfectly courteous though highly charged with a concealed current. It was at an intimate luncheon at Shaw's, and I found myself in the interesting yet embarrassing position of one who was not in the know concerning the cause of this underground high tension, which could be deduced even from the way the two elders greeted each other, with a familiarity slightly shot through with irony. Something important must have been up between them, which had only recently been settled, or was to be settled at this luncheon. These two great figures, each one a part of England's glory, had, half a century ago, fought shoulder to shoulder for socialism, then young like themselves, in the Fabian Society. Since then, in accordance with their very pronounced personalities, they had developed more and more away from each other, Wells persisting in practical idealism, indefatigably perfecting his vision of the future of mankind. Shaw, on the contrary, increasingly viewing the future with the same skepticism and irony as the present, as stuff for his amused, superior play of intellect. In physical appearance, too, the years had heightened the contrast between them. Shaw, the incredibly brisk octogenarian, whose lunch was only nuts and fruit, tall, slim, always intent, always a sharp smile about his mobile lips, and more than ever in love with the fireworks of his paradoxes. Wells, feeling the joy of life at 70, more Epicurean, more easygoing than ever before, short, red-cheeked, and inexorably serious behind his occasional cheerfulness. Shaw, dazzling in his aggressiveness, quickly and adroitly changing the points of attack, the other employing the right tactics for defense, steadfast in belief and conviction. At once I had the impression that Wells was present not merely for a friendly luncheon chat, but for some sort of fundamental discussion. And just because I was not informed about the background of the intellectual conflict, I was the more susceptible to its atmosphere. In every gesture, every glance, every word they spoke, there was a flicker of high spirits, but with more than a suspicion of pugnacity. It was as if two fencers, before getting down to serious business, try themselves out with a series of feints. Shaw was the more rapid of mind. There was a gleam under his bushy eyebrows whenever he responded or parried, his joy in wit and play on words, which he had perfected over 60 years to an unequaled virtuosity, accelerated to a sort of arrogance. His white bushy beard sometimes trembled with a grim, quiet laughter, and with head slightly cocked and inclined, his gaze always seemed to follow his arrow to see whether it had really hit. Wells, with his little red cheeks and his quiet masked eyes, was more caustic and direct. His mind also operated at extreme speed, but he did not seek to make sparks fly. His thrust was limber and made with a light assurance. This flashing exchange went on so rapidly, back and forth, with its parry and thrust, thrust and parry, always within the bounds of fun, that the outsider could not but admire the play of the foils, the sparkle, and give and take. But behind this swift dialogue maintained on a high level, there was some kind of intellectual irritation which in the English manner grandly disciplined itself into urbane dialectics. What made the discussion specially interesting was the serious way in which they engaged in sport, and the sporting way in which they were serious in this opposition of two polar characters which only seemingly flamed up because of something pertinent, but really because it was immutably fixed. In any event, I had seen the two best men of England in one of their best moments, and the continuation of that polemic as printed in the London Nation during the weeks that followed did not give me a fraction of the pleasure that I had derived from the animated dialogue, because the arguments had become abstract and the living person, the true essence, was no longer present. But seldom have I enjoyed the phosphorescence induced by mutual friction of two spirits. Never before or since have I seen a play in which the art of dialogue was practiced with such virtuosity as on that occasion when it achieved itself unintentionally, untheatrically, and in finest fashion. But during those years I lived in England only spatially and not with my whole soul. It was just my worry about Europe, that worry which pressed painfully upon our nerves for all those years, which made me travel so much in the years between Hitler's rise to power and the outbreak of the Second World War. I crossed the ocean twice. Perhaps some premonition told me that one should hoard against darker days as many impressions and experiences as the heart could hold while the world was still open and ships, could still take their course peacefully across the seas. Also, it may have been the longing to know that while the old world was destroying itself through suspicion and strife, another one was building itself over there. Perhaps it was even a dim prescience that our, and even my personal, future lay beyond Europe. A lecture tour straight across the United States gave me welcome opportunity to see this mighty land in all its variety and yet inward unity from east to west, from north to south. But perhaps even deeper was my impression of South America, where I gladly accepted an invitation to attend the convention of the International P.E.N. Club. Never had it seemed more important to me than then to support the idea of intellectual solidarity over and beyond national boundaries and languages. The last hours in Europe before my departure offered serious warning to ponder on my way. In the summer of 1936, the Spanish Civil War had begun. Superficially viewed, it was no more than an internal strife of that beautiful and tragic country. In reality, however, the preparatory maneuver of the two ideological power groups for their future encounter. I had left from Southampton on an English boat and was under the impression that the ship would, in order to avoid the war zone, skip its usual first stop, Vigo. To my surprise, we entered the harbor nonetheless, and the passengers were even allowed to go ashore for a few hours. Vigo was under Franco's control at the time and lay far away from the scene of battle. Yet I saw things during my brief stay which afforded justifiable reasons for depressing thoughts. In front of the town hall, over which Franco's banner waved, young lads, peasants to judge by their dress, were lined up, led mostly by priests, and apparently rounded up from the neighboring villages. At first I did not know what they were there for. Were they workers hired for some emergency, or unemployed assembled to get food? After a quarter of an hour, I saw these same youths emerge from the town hall, quite different persons. They wore spotless new uniforms and carried rifles with bayonets. Under the supervision of officers, they were loaded into similarly spotless new automobiles and whizzed through the streets out of the city. I was startled. Where had I seen this once before? First in Italy, and then in Germany. Here as there, these faultless new uniforms, these new automobiles and machine guns, turned up unexpectedly. And again I asked myself, who supplies, who pays for these new uniforms, who organizes these impoverished young men, who whips them up against the powers that be, against the elected parliament, against their own legal representatives? The state treasury, I was aware, was controlled by the duly constituted government. So were the arms depots. Thus the automobiles and arms must have been delivered from abroad, and doubtlessly they had come across the border from Portugal. But who had supplied them, and who had paid for them? It was a new power that sought to come into power, one and the same power which was at work here, there and everywhere, a power that loved violence and stood in need of violence, and to which all those concepts to which we held and for which we lived, peace, humanity, conciliation, seemed infirmities of a bygone day. It was mysterious groups, screened by offices and businesses, which cynically diverted the naive idealism of youth to their lust for power and their concerns. It was the will to violence which sought with a new and subtler technique to engulf our unfortunate Europe in the old barbarism of war. A single optical impression exerts greater power over the soul than 1,000 newspaper articles and pamphlets. And in that hour, as I watched how those innocent young lads were being supplied with arms that were intended for use against just as innocent young lads of their own homeland, by mysterious concealed wire pullers, I was affected as never before by a prescience of what was in store for us, for Europe. When the ship put out again, after a few hours, I quickly went down into my stateroom. It was too painful for me to cast another glance at the beautiful country which had fallen prey to gruesome devastation through foreign guilt. Europe seemed to me doomed to die by its own madness. Europe, our sacred home, cradle and Parthenon of our Occidental civilization. All the more joyous, then, was the sight of Argentina. Once again there was Spain, her culture preserved and tended in a new, broader earth not yet fertilized with blood, not yet poisoned by hate. There was an abundance of food, wealth, surplus. There was endless room and hence food for the future. Immeasurable happiness and something like a new confidence animated me. Had not cultures been wandering from country to country for thousands of years? Had not always, even though the tree had fallen to the axe, the seeds been saved, and thus new blossoms and new fruit? Whatever generations before ours had created never disappeared entirely. It was necessary to learn to think on a grander scale in more ample periods of time. One ought to start, I said to myself, to think no longer merely in terms of Europe, but over and beyond Europe, not bury oneself in a moribund past, but participate in its rebirth. For in the warmth with which the whole population of Buenos Aires, the new city of millions, shared in our Congress, I recognized that this was not foreign soil, and that the belief in intellectual unity to which we had devoted the best of ourselves was still alive, valid, and effective, that in our day of new speeds, even the ocean ceased to be a barrier. A new task replaced the old, to build the union of our dreams on a broader scale and in a bolder conception. If I had given Europe up for lost with that last look toward the coming war, I began to hope and believe again under the Southern Cross. Brazil, so prodigally endowed by nature, with the most beautiful city on earth, a country whose gigantic area neither rails nor roads, nor hardly even airplanes are yet able to cover, offered no less mighty and promising an impression. Here there was an even more tender feeling for the past than in Europe itself. The brutality that came in the wake of the First World War had not penetrated the customs or the spirit of the nation. People got along together more peaceably. Intercourse even between the most varied races was more courteous and less hostile than in Europe. Here man was not separated from man by absurd theories of blood, race, and origin. Here, one sensed with intuitive foreknowledge, one might yet live happily. Here, in immeasurable abundance was the room for the smallest atom of which Europe and nations fought and statesmen wrangled. Here the land, ready for the future, still waited for man, so that he might use it and fill it with his presence. Europe's contribution to civilization could be extended and developed magnificently here in new adaptation. My vision blessed by the manifold beauty of this bountiful new nature, I had had a glimpse into the future. But Europe and anxiety about Europe were not to be eluded by travel, not even by journeys to far-off places under other constellations and into different worlds. It almost seems like the mysterious revenge of nature on man, that all the achievements of science by which he has harnessed her most secret powers should serve also to confuse his soul. Science has brought no worse curse on us than that it prohibits our escaping the present even for a single moment. In times of catastrophe, former generations could revert to isolation and remoteness. It was reserved for us to have to know and to co-sense whatever evil happened on our globe at the moment of its occurrence. No matter how far I withdrew from Europe, its fate accompanied me. Landing one night in Pernambuco under the Southern Cross, dark-skinned people in the streets, I read on a news placard of the bombing of Barcelona and of the execution of a Spanish friend together with whom, a few months before, I had spent some pleasant hours. Once in a Pullman car between Houston and another Texas city, I suddenly became aware of loud, mad shouting in German. A fellow passenger had innocently tuned the train radio to Germany's wavelength, and in consequence I had to listen to one of Hitler's inflammatory speeches while the train rolled along the Texas plains. There was no escape, not by day, not by night. Always I was in a torment of anxiety about Europe and of Austria within Europe. It may seem like narrow patriotism that, with the immense complex of the danger which spread from China to the Ebro and Manzanares, the fate of Austria particularly should have occupied me. But I knew that the fate of all Europe was bound up with this small country, by chance my own. Looking back, if one tries to show up the mistakes of statesmanship after the World War, it will be recognized that the greatest was that the European as well as the American politicians mutilated instead of carried out Wilson's clear and simple plan. His idea was to give the small nations freedom and independence, but he well knew that freedom and independence could endure only within an association of all states, large and small, in an authoritative entity. By not creating such a superior organization, a real and total League of Nations, but by realizing only that part of the program that called for the independence of small states. The result was constant tension instead of peace. For nothing is more dangerous than the ambition of the small to be like the great, and the first thing that the small states did, hardly had they been created, was to intrigue against one another and to dispute for insignificant tracts of land. Poles against Czechs, Hungarians against Romanians, Bulgarians against Serbs, and weakest among all in these rivalries stood tiny Austria against overwhelming Germany. This dismembered, mutilated land whose rulers once had reigned over Europe was, I must reiterate it, the stone in the wall. I knew, but the people amongst whom I lived in the English capital could not know, that Czechoslovakia was bound to fall with Austria, upon which the Balkans would be easy prey for Hitler, that by taking Vienna, because of its peculiar structure, National Socialism would hold in its hard hand the lever with which to loosen up the whole of Europe and lift it from its hinges. We Austrians alone knew the eagerness stung to action by a grievance which was driving Hitler toward Vienna, the scene of his greatest wretchedness, and which he now wished to enter in triumph. Every time, therefore, I went to Austria for a hasty visit and then recrossed the border, I sighed with relief. Not yet, this time, and looked back as if for the last time. I saw the catastrophe coming, inevitably. On hundreds of mornings during those years, when everybody else reached for the newspapers confidently, I was gripped by an inner fear of the headline, Finus Austriae. Oh, how had I deceived myself when I had pretended to myself that I had long since pried myself loose from her fate. From afar I suffered her long and feverish agony daily, infinitely more than my friends in the country itself, for they deceived themselves with patriotic demonstrations and reassured each other with France and England cannot let us down. And above all, Mussolini will never stand for it. They believed in the League of Nations and in the peace treaties as sick people do in neatly labeled medicines. They lived on carefree and happy while I, seeing more plainly, worried my heart out. My last trip to Austria had no other ground than one of those bursts of inward fear of the ever closer catastrophe. I had been in Vienna in the fall of 1937 to visit my aged mother, and for some time there had been nothing of consequence to call me there. One day at noon a few weeks later, it must have been toward the end of November, I was on my way home through Regent Street and bought the Evening Standard. It was the day when Lord Halifax flew to Berlin to try for the first time to negotiate with Hitler personally. On the front page of the Evening Standard, I still see it graphically before me, the text in heavy type at the right, were enumerated the particular points on which Halifax was seeking an understanding with Hitler. One of them was a paragraph on Austria, and between the lines I read, or permitted myself to infer, the surrender of Austria, for what else could a discussion with Hitler mean? We Austrians knew well that on this point Hitler would never yield. Significantly, that list of subjects for discussion appeared only in that noon edition of the Evening Standard, and by the afternoon it had vanished without trace in any later edition of the same newspaper. Afterward, there was a rumor that this information had been slipped over to the paper by the Italian legation, for in 1937 there was nothing Italy feared more than an agreement between Germany and England behind her back. How much of the article, which went unnoticed by the general public, was factually correct I cannot judge. I know only how greatly I was frightened at the thought that Hitler and England were already negotiating about Austria. I am not ashamed to say that the newspaper trembled in my hands. True or false, the story excited me as none had for years, because I knew that if only a fraction of it came true, it was the beginning of the end. Then the stone would fall out of the wall, and the wall with it. I reversed my steps immediately and made for the Imperial Airways to book passage for the next morning. I wanted to see my old mother, my family, my homeland once more. Fortunately, I was able to get a ticket. I quickly threw a few things into a bag and flew to Vienna. My friends were astonished at my quick and unexpected return. But how? They ridiculed me when I indicated my concern. I was still the same old Jeremiah, they mocked. Was I not aware that the whole population of Austria now stood 100% strong behind Schuschnigg? They praised in detail the magnificent demonstrations of the Vaterlandish front, of which I well knew of old from Salzburg that most of the participants wore the prescribed insignia of unity only outwardly on their jacket collar in order not to jeopardize their jobs, but that at the same time they had long since prudently registered with the National Socialists in Munich. I had learned and written too much history not to know that the great masses always and at once respond to the force of gravity in the direction of the powers that be. I knew that the same voices which yelled, "Heil Schuschnigg," today would thunder, "Heil Hitler," tomorrow. But everybody I spoke to in Vienna showed an honest unconcern. They invited each other to full-dress parties, little thinking that they would soon be wearing prisoners' clothes in a concentration camp. They were lavish customers at Christmas for their beautiful homes, little thinking that in a few months they would be confiscated and plundered. And this eternal gay unconcern of old Vienna which I had formerly so much loved and which, as a matter of fact, I am always redreaming. This gay unconcern which Vienna's poet laureate Onsengruber once caught concisely in Es kann dir nix geschehen. For the first time it gave me pain. In the last analysis, it seems likely that they were wiser than I, all those friends in Vienna, because they suffered everything only when it really happened, whereas I had already suffered the disaster in advance in my fantasy, and then again when it became reality. In any event, I no longer understood them and could not make myself understood by them. I stopped warning people after the second day. Why disturb people who do not wish to be disturbed? It is not a decorative afterthought, but the sober truth when I say that in those last 2 days in Vienna, I looked at all the familiar streets, every church, every park, every hidden corner of my native city, with a despairing, silent nevermore. I embraced my mother with the secret thought, it is the last time. I reached to everything in the city, in the land, with this never again, knowing that it was a farewell forever. I passed through Salzburg where stood the house in which I had worked for 20 years without even getting off at the station. I could have seen my house on the hill from the train window, with all its memories of faded years. But I did not look. What was the use? I would never again occupy it. And the moment when the train rolled across the Austrian border I knew, as did Lot in the Bible, that all that I had left behind was dust and ashes, a past frozen to a pillar of salt. I thought that I had foreboded all the terror that would come to pass when Hitler's dream of hate would come true, and he would triumphantly occupy Vienna, the city which had turned him off, poor and a failure, in his youth. But how timid, how petty, how lamentable my imagination, all human imagination, in the light of the inhumanity which discharged itself on that March 13th, 1938, that day when Austria and Europe with it fell prey to sheer violence. The mask was off. The other states having plainly shown their fear, there was no further need to check moral inhibitions or to employ hypocritical pretexts about Marxists having to be politically liquidated. Who cared for England, France, for the whole world? Now there was no longer mere robbery and theft, but every private lust for revenge was given free rein. University professors were obliged to scrub the streets with their naked hands. Pious white-bearded Jews were dragged into the synagogue by hooting youths and forced to do knee exercises and to shout, "Heil Hitler," in chorus. Innocent people in the streets were trapped like rabbits and herded off to clean the latrines in the S.A. barracks. All the sickly, unclean fantasies of hate that had been conceived in many orgiastic nights found raging expression in bright daylight. Breaking into homes and tearing earrings from trembling women may well have happened in the looting of cities hundreds of years ago during medieval wars. What was new, however, was the shameless delight in public tortures, in spiritual martyrization, in the refinements of humiliation. All this has been recorded not by one, but by thousands who suffered it. In a more peaceful day, not one already morally fatigued as ours is, will shudder to read what a single hate, crazed man perpetrated in that city of culture in the 20th century. For amidst his military and political victories, Hitler's most diabolic triumph was that he succeeded through progressive excesses in blunting every sense of law and order. Before this new order, the murder of a single man without legal process and without apparent reason would have shocked the world. torture was considered unthinkable in the 20th century. Expropriations were known by the old names, theft and robbery. But now, after successive Bartholomew nights, the daily mortal tortures in the S.A. prisons and behind barbed wire, what did a single injustice or earthly suffering signify? In 1938, after Austria, our universe had become accustomed to inhumanity, to lawlessness and brutality as never in centuries before. In a former day, the occurrences in unhappy Vienna alone would have been sufficient to cause international proscription, but in 1938 the world conscience was silent or merely muttered surlily before it forgot and forgave. Those days, marked by daily cries for help from the homeland when one knew close friends to be kidnapped and humiliated and one trembled helplessly for every loved one, were among the most terrible of my life. These times have so perverted our hearts that I am not ashamed to say that I was not shocked and did not mourn upon learning of the death of my mother in Vienna. On the contrary, I even felt something like composure in the knowledge that she was now safe from suffering and danger. 84 years old, almost completely deaf, she occupied rooms in our old home and thus could not, even under the new Aryan code, be evicted for the time being, and we had hoped somehow to get her abroad after a while. One of the first Viennese ordinances had hit her hard. At her advanced age, she was a little shaky on her legs and was accustomed, when on her daily laborious walk, to rest on a bench in the Ringstrasse or in the park every 5 or 10 minutes. Hitler had not been master of the city for a week when the bestial order forbidding Jews to sit on public benches was issued, one of those orders obviously thought up only for the sadistic purpose of malicious torture. There was logic and reason in robbing Jews, for with the booty from factories, the home furnishings, the villas, and the jobs compulsorily vacated, they could feather their followers' nests, reward their satellites. After all, Goering's picture gallery owes its splendor mainly to this generously exercised practice. But to deny an aged woman or an exhausted old man a few minutes on a park bench to catch his breath, this remained reserved to the 20th century and to the man whom millions worshipped as the greatest in our day. Fortunately, my mother was spared suffering such brutality and humiliation for long. She died a few months after the occupation of Vienna, and I cannot forbear to write about an episode in connection with her passing. It seems important to me to record just such details for a time in which such things will again seem impossible. One morning, the 84-year-old woman suddenly lost consciousness. The doctor who was called declared that she could hardly live through the night and engaged a nurse, a woman of about 40, to attend her deathbed. Neither my brother nor I, her only children, was there, nor could we have come back, because a return to the deathbed of a mother would have been counted a misdeed by the representatives of German culture. A cousin of ours undertook to spend the night in the apartment so that at least one of the family might be present at her death. He was then a man of 60 and in poor health. In fact, he too died about a year later. As he was uncovering his bed in an adjoining room, the nurse appeared and declared her regret that because of the new National Socialist laws, it was impossible for her to stay overnight with the dying woman. To her credit be it said that she was rather shamefaced about it. My cousin being a Jew and she a woman under 50, she was not permitted to spend a night under the same roof with him, even at a deathbed, because according to the striker mentality, it must be a Jew's first thought to practice race defilement upon her. Of course, the regulation was extremely embarrassing, but she would have to obey the law. So my 60-year-old cousin had to leave the house in the evening so that the nurse could stay with my dying mother. It will be intelligible, then, why I considered her almost lucky not to have to live on among such people. The fall of Austria brought with it a change in my personal life which at first I believed to be a quite unimportant formality. My Austrian passport became void, and I had to request an emergency white paper from the English authorities, a passport for the stateless. Often in my cosmopolitan reveries I had imagined how beautiful it would be, how truly in accord with my inmost thoughts, to be stateless, obligated to no one country, and for that reason undifferentiatedly attached to all. But once again I had to recognize the shortcomings of our mortal imagination, and also that one can comprehend really significant sensations only after one has suffered them oneself. 10 years before, meeting Dmitry Merezhkovsky in Paris, he lamented that his books were banned in Russia, and I, in my inexperience, rather thoughtlessly tried to console him by saying that this really meant little when measured by world distribution. But when my own works disappeared from the German language, I could more clearly grasp his lament at being able to produce the created word only in translation, in a diluted, altered medium. Similarly, I only understood what this exchange of my passport for an alien certificate meant in the moment when I was admitted to the English officials after a long wait on the petitioner's bench in an anteroom. An Austrian passport was a symbol of my rights. Every Austrian consul or officer or police officer was in duty bound to issue one to me on demand as a citizen in good standing. But I had to solicit the English certificate. It was a favor that I had to ask for, and what is more, a favor that could be withdrawn at any moment. Overnight, I found myself one rung lower. Only yesterday still a visitor from abroad and, so to speak, a gentleman who was spending his international income and paying his taxes. Now I had become an immigrant, a refugee. I had slipped down to a lesser, even if not dishonorable, category. Besides that, every foreign visa on this travel paper had thenceforth to be specially pleaded for, because all countries were suspicious of this sort of people of which I had suddenly become one, of the outlaws, of the men without a country, whom one could not at a pinch pack off and deport to their own state, as they could others if they became undesirable or stayed too long. Always I had to think of what an exiled Russian had said to me years ago. Formerly man had only a body and a soul. Now he needs a passport as well, for without it he will not be treated like a human being. Indeed, nothing makes us more sensible of the immense relapse into which the world fell after the First World War than the restrictions on man's freedom of movement and the diminution of his civil rights. Before 1914, the earth had belonged to all. People went where they wished and stayed as long as they pleased. There were no permits, no visas, and it always gives me pleasure to astonish the young by telling them that before 1914 I traveled from Europe to India and to America without passport and without ever having seen one. One embarked and alighted without questioning or being questioned. One did not have to fill out a single one of the many papers which are required today. The frontiers which, with their customs officers, police and militia, have become wire barriers thanks to the pathological suspicion of everybody against everybody else, were nothing but symbolic lines which one crossed with as little thought as one crosses the meridian of Greenwich. Nationalism emerged to agitate the world only after the war, and the first visible phenomenon which this intellectual epidemic of our century brought about was xenophobia. Morbid dislike of the foreigner, or at least fear of the foreigner. The world was on the defensive against strangers. Everywhere they got short shrift. The humiliations which once had been devised with criminals alone in mind now were imposed upon the traveler, before and during every journey. There had to be photographs from right and left, in profile and full face. One's hair had to be cropped sufficiently to make the ears visible. Fingerprints were taken, at first only the thumb, but later all 10 fingers. Furthermore, certificates of health, of vaccination, police certificates of good standing had to be shown, letters of recommendation were required, invitations to visit a country had to be procured. They asked for the addresses of relatives, for moral and financial guarantees. Questionnaires and forms in triplicate and quadruplicate needed to be filled out, and if only one of this sheaf of papers was missing, one was lost. Petty details, one thinks, and at the first glance it may seem petty in me even to mention them. But our generation has foolishly wasted irretrievable, valuable time on those senseless pettinesses. If I reckon up the many forms I have filled out during these years, declarations on every trip, tax declarations, foreign exchange certificates, border passes, entrance permits, departure permits, registrations on coming and on going, the many hours I have spent in anterooms of consulates and officials, the many inspectors, friendly and unfriendly, bored and overworked, before whom I have sat, the many examinations and interrogations at frontiers I have been through, then I feel keenly how much human dignity has been lost in this century which, in our youth, we had credulously dreamed of as one of freedom, as of the federation of the world. The loss in creative work, in thought, as a result of those spirit-crushing procedures is incalculable. Have not many of us spent more time studying official rules and regulations than works of the intellect? The first excursion in a foreign country was no longer to a museum or to a world-renowned view, but to a consulate, to a police office, to get a permit. When those of us who had once conversed about Baudelaire's poetry and spiritedly discussed intellectual problems met together, we would catch ourselves talking about affidavits and permits and whether one should apply for an immigration visa or a tourist visa. Acquaintance with a stenographer in a consulate who could cut down one's waiting time was more significant to one's existence than friendship with a Toscanini or a Roland. Human beings were made to feel that they were objects and not subjects, that nothing was their right, but everything merely a favor by official grace. They were codified, registered, numbered, stamped, and even today I, as a case-hardened creature of an age of freedom and a citizen of the world republic of my dreams, count every impression of a rubber stamp in my passport a stigma, every one of those hearings and searches a humiliation. They are petty trifles, always merely trifles, I am well aware, trifles in a day when human values sink more rapidly than those of currencies. But only if one notes such insignificant symptoms will a later age be able to make a proper clinical record of the mental state and mental disturbances with which our world was seized between the two world wars. It may be that I had been too greatly pampered. Perhaps, too, my sensibility had gradually become unstrung through all the harsh reverses of the past years. Emigration in itself, whatever the reason, inevitably disturbs the equilibrium. On alien soil one's self-respect tends to diminish, likewise self-assurance and self-confidence. But this cannot be understood until it has been experienced. I have no compunction about admitting that since the day when I had to depend upon identity papers or passports that were indeed alien, I ceased to feel as if I quite belonged to myself. A part of the natural identity with my original and essential ego was destroyed forever. I have developed a reserve that is not consonant with my real disposition and cosmopolite that I once thought myself. I am possessed by the feeling that I ought express particular gratitude for every breath of air of which I deprive a foreign people. On sober thought I am, of course, aware of the absurdity of such whims, but of what avail reason against one's emotion? For all that I had been training my heart for almost half a century to beat, as that of a citoyen du monde, it was useless. On the day I lost my passport I discovered, at the age of 58, that losing one's native land implies more than parting with a circumscribed area of soil. I was not alone in sensing jeopardy. Little by little uneasiness began to spread over the whole of Europe. The political horizon remained obscure from the day that Hitler invaded Austria, and those people in England who had secretly paved the way for him in the hope of thus purchasing peace for their own country now became thoughtful. From 1938 on, in London, in Paris, in Rome, in Brussels, in every town and village, there never was a conversation which, remote as its original subject might have been, did not lead up to the inevitable question: how can war be avoided, or at least be put off? Looking back on those months of constant and growing fear of war in Europe, I remember only 2 or 3 days of real confidence, 2 or 3 days when one felt, for the last time, that the clouds would blow over and that one would again be able to breathe peacefully and freely. Perversely enough, those 2 or 3 days were the very ones that now are held to be the most fateful in modern history, the days of Chamberlain's meeting with Hitler in Munich. I know that reminders of that meeting in which Chamberlain and Daladier, impotently backing against the wall and capitulating to Hitler and Mussolini, are distasteful. But my desire to serve the literal truth calls for an admission that all who lived through those 3 days in England found them to be wonderful. The situation was desperate in those days of late September 1938. Chamberlain had just come back from his second flight to Hitler, and a few days later all the facts were known. Chamberlain had gone to Godesberg to grant Hitler unreservedly what Hitler had previously demanded at Berchtesgaden. However, What Hitler had considered sufficient a few weeks before no longer satisfied his power hysteria. The policy of appeasement and of try again, had failed miserably, and the epoch of confidence had ended in England overnight. England, France, Czechoslovakia, all of Europe, had to choose between humiliating themselves in the face of Hitler's peremptory will to power and challenging it with arms. England seemed determined to go the limit. There was no longer any concealment of armament, rather a conspicuous display. There was a sudden show of laborers digging shelters against the threatened bombings right in London's open spaces, in Hyde Park, in Regent's Park, and particularly across from the German embassy. The fleet was mobilized. Officers of the General Staff were shuttling between Paris and London in order to perfect their common arrangements. American liners were stormed by foreigners seeking safety. England had not been so wide awake since 1914. Everybody became more serious and thoughtful. Looking at buildings and at the crowded streets, one could not but think of the possibility of bombs crashing down there tomorrow. Inside those buildings, people stood or sat around radios avid for news. Invisible and yet perceptible in every person and in every second, the whole country was gripped in a monstrous strain. Then came the historic session of the House, in which Chamberlain announced a further attempt at an agreement with Hitler, another proposal, the third, to meet him wherever he chose in Germany, to preserve the seriously endangered peace. No answer to the proposal had yet been received. Then, in the midst of the session, rather too dramatically conceived, came the telegram with Hitler's and Mussolini's consent to a joint conference at Munich, the signal for a perhaps unique event in the history of England. The Commons lost its self-control. The members sprang to their feet, shouted and applauded. The galleries were wild with enthusiasm. Not in many years had the dignified House been stirred to such an outbreak of jubilation. From the human point of view, it was a great show, this honest burst of joy at the thought that peace might yet be preserved, rising superior to the expert English practice of restraint and reserve. Politically, however, the ebullition represented a grave error, for, in its wild rejoicing Parliament, the whole land had revealed how much it loathed war, how ready it was for any sacrifice, for any surrender of its interests, and even its prestige, for the sake of peace. Thus Chamberlain was marked from the beginning not as one who went to Munich to fight for peace, but as one who pleaded for peace. But none could then even suspect how great a capitulation was imminent. Everybody, and I was one of them, thought that Chamberlain was going to Munich to negotiate, not to surrender. And then came 2 or 3 days of feverish expectancy, 3 days in which it seemed as if the world was holding its breath. Digging went on in the parks and labor in the munition factories. Anti-aircraft guns were installed, gas masks distributed. Plans for evacuating children from London were weighed, and mysterious preparations took place which none understood, but the intention of which was known to all. Morning, noon, evening, and night were occupied with waiting for the newspaper, listening to the radio. It was a renewal of those moments of July 1914, with their terrible, nerve-wracking waiting for a yes or no. And then suddenly, as if by a gigantic blast of wind, the oppressive clouds were dispersed, hearts were relieved, and spirits freed. It was announced that Hitler, Chamberlain, Daladier, and Mussolini had come to a complete understanding and, moreover, that Chamberlain had concluded an agreement which guaranteed the peaceful settlement of all possible future conflicts between England and Germany. It looked like the triumph of the dogged will to peace of an otherwise unimportant and leathery statesman, and the immediate reaction was universal gratitude to him. Over the radio came the message, "Peace in our time," an assurance to our tried generation of further opportunity to live contentedly, to be free of anxiety, to assist in building a new and better world. And any subsequent denial of our intoxication by the magic formula is an untruth. For who could conceive of a beaten general preparing for a triumphant return? If London had known the exact hour of his coming, hundreds of thousands would have converged at the Croydon airport to welcome Chamberlain, to cheer the man who, as was commonly believed, had saved Europe's peace and England's honor. Then came the newspapers with a picture of Chamberlain, whose face usually bore an unfortunate similarity to the head of an irritated bird, proud and smiling at the door of his plane, waving the historic document which announced peace in our time, which he had brought home to his people as a most precious gift. By evening, the scene was already being shown in the cinema. The spectators jumped up from their seats and rejoiced vociferously. They all but embraced one another in the access of fraternity that was about to possess the world. For those who were in London, indeed in England, it was an incomparable, a soul-stirring day. I love to knock about the streets on such historic days, to get a closer and more physical sense of the atmosphere, to breathe the air of time in the full meaning of the term. The digging of shelters had ceased. People stood around them chatting good-humoredly, for by peace in our time, air raid shelters had indeed become superfluous. I heard two lads joking in the best Cockney about the hope that the shelters would be transformed into underground comfort stations, of which there were too few in London. Everybody laughed with them wholeheartedly. They all seemed more refreshed, more animated, like plants after a thunder shower. They walked more erectly than on the day before, with lighter shoulders, and there was a cheerful sparkle in their usually cool English eyes. Buildings seemed to show more brightly, since one knew they were no longer in danger of bombs, the buses smarter, the sun warmer, the life of thousands stimulated and strengthened by this one intoxicating word. I was conscious, myself, of acquiring fresh energy. I found myself walking more easily and quickly, without becoming fatigued. The new wave of confidence was carrying me forward with fresh strength and joy. At a Piccadilly corner, I was accosted abruptly. It was an English civil servant whom I knew only slightly, a quite unemotional, very retiring person. Under ordinary circumstances, we would have saluted each other politely, and it never would have occurred to him to speak to me. This time he approached me with glistening eyes. "What do you think of Chamberlain?" he said, beaming. Nobody believed him, yet he did just the right thing. He wouldn't yield. That's how he saved the situation. That is how they all felt, and so did I on that day. Even the next day was a happy one. The newspapers rejoiced without exception. Stocks shot up wildly on the exchange. The echoes from Germany were friendly for the first time in years, and in France there was a proposal to build a monument to Chamberlain. But, alas, it was only the last flaring up of the flame before it went out for good. It took only a few days for the evil details to trickle through, of the completeness of the capitulation to Hitler, of the shameful betrayal of Czechoslovakia, to which solemn assurance of help had been made, and by the next week it was already notorious that even that capitulation had satisfied Hitler so little that he had violated its provisions in all details before the signatures on the treaty had dried. Goebbels no longer restrained himself from shouting to heaven that England had been held up at Munich. A beacon of hope had been extinguished. It shone, however, for a day or two and warmed our hearts. I cannot and do not wish to forget those days. After realizing what actually had happened at Munich, paradoxically enough, I saw fewer Englishmen in England. The fault lay with me because I evaded them, or, rather, conversation with them, although I had to admire them more than ever. They were generous to the refugees who now came over in hordes. They showed the most noble sympathy and helpful understanding. But a sort of invisible wall grew between them and us. It was hither or yon. The thing that had already happened to us had not yet happened to them. We understood what had occurred and what was to occur, but they still refused, partly against their inner conviction, to understand. In spite of all, they tried to maintain the delusion that promises were promises, treaties were treaties, and that Hitler could be negotiated with if one but reasoned with him as man to man. Committed by the democratic tradition of centuries to government by law, English leaders could not or did not wish to perceive that a new technique of conscious, cynical amorality was at work, and that the new Germany scrapped all the rules of the game of intercourse between nations under international law, whenever it suited her purpose. It seemed too improbable to clear and far-thinking Englishmen who long since renounced adventure that this man who had risen so high, so quickly and so easily, would hazard the extreme. They cherished the belief and hope that he would first turn elsewhere, preferably against Russia, and that in the meantime things could be patched up with him. We, on the contrary, knew that whatever was the most monstrous was the natural thing to expect. Every one of us had the vision of a slain friend, a tortured comrade in our mind's eye, hence had harder, sharper, more pitiless eyes. The proscribed, the hunted, the expropriated knew that no pretext was too absurd or false when robbery and power were concerned. Thus those of us who had been subjected to trial, and those who as yet had been spared it, the immigrants and the English, spoke different languages. It is no exaggeration to say that besides a negligible number of Englishmen, we were then the only ones in England who did not delude ourselves about the full extent of the danger. Here in England, too, just as in Austria, I was destined to foresee the inevitable clearly with tortured heart and tormenting clairvoyance, with the difference that I was a stranger, a tolerated guest in England, and dared not utter a warning. That is why those of us who were already branded by fate had only each other to look to, when the bitter foretaste of the imminent corroded our lips, and when we were tormented about the fate of the country that had accepted us fraternally. However gloomy the outlook, a conversation with a great mind on a high moral plane can afford immeasurable consolation and can stiffen the spirit. This was brought home to me unforgettably by the friendly hours which I was privileged to spend with Sigmund Freud during those last months before the catastrophe. The thought of the 83-year-old invalid in Hitler's Vienna had weighed on me for months, until finally the amazing Princess Maria Bonaparte, his most faithful pupil, had succeeded in getting this pre-eminent man out of subjugated Vienna and to London. I counted it a happy day in my life when I read in the paper that he had arrived on the Isle, and I saw the most revered of my friends, whom I had believed lost, restored from Hades. I had known Sigmund Freud, that great and austere spirit who, more than any other in our time, deepened and broadened our knowledge of the soul of man when in Vienna he was still appraised and opposed as an obstinate and difficult intellectual hermit. A fanatic for truth while yet fully cognizant of the limits of all truths, once he said to me, "Absolute truth is as impossible as to obtain in absolute zero temperature." He had estranged himself from the university and its academic scruples by his imperturbable venturing into heretofore unexplored and timidly avoided zones of the upper nether realm of instincts, the very sphere on which the epoch had set a solemn taboo. Unconsciously, the optimistic liberal world sensed that the wellspring psychology of this uncompromising mind utterly undermined its thesis of gradual suppression of the instincts by reason and progress, that he menaced its method of ignoring whatever was uncomfortable by his relentless technique of disclosure. However, it was not merely the university nor the clique of old-school neurologists who resisted this inconvenient outsider. It was the whole old world, the mind of another day, the proprieties. It was the entire epoch that feared the unveiler in him. A medical boycott against him slowly took form and his practice dwindled. But as his theses, and even the boldest of his theories, were scientifically irrefutable, they tried, Viennese fashion, to dispose of his theory of dreams by means of irony or by lightly distorting it to a humorous parlor game. Once a week, a faithful group visited the solitary man, and at those evening discussions the new science of psychoanalysis was molded into form. Long before I grasped the implications of the intellectual revolution which slowly shaped itself from Freud's first fundamental labors, I had yielded to the moral strength and steadfastness of this extraordinary man. Here, at last, was a man of science, the exemplar of a young man's dreams, prudent of statement until he had positive proof, but unshakable against the opposition of the world once he was satisfied that his hypothesis had become a valid certainty. Here was a man of the most modest personal demands, but ready to battle for every tenet of his teaching and faithful unto death to the imminent truth of the theories which he vindicated. A more intellectually intrepid person could not be imagined. Freud always dared to express what he thought even if he knew that his straight, positive declaration might disturb and distress. He never sought an easy way out by making even perfunctory concessions. I am confident that if Freud had only been willing to drape his ideas carefully, to say eroticism instead of sexuality, eros instead of libido, and not always rigidly to insist on his final deductions, instead of just indicating them, it would have been possible for him to give unhindered utterance to 4/5 of his theories before any academic body. But when the doctrine and the truth were concerned, he remained intransigent. The tougher the resistance, the tougher became his determination. When I search for a symbol of moral courage, the only earthly heroism that can be performed solo, I always see before me the handsome, masculine, candid face of Freud with his dark eyes and direct and quiet gaze. The man who had fled to London from his native land, to which he had given worldwide and eternal fame, was old in years besides being very ill. But he was neither weary nor bent. I harbored the secret fear of finding him embittered and distressed after all the hours of torture which he must have endured in Vienna, but I found him more unrestrained and even happier than ever. He led me out into the garden of his house in the outskirts of London. "Did I ever have a nicer home?" he asked with a bright smile about the once so stern mouth. He showed me his beloved Egyptian statuettes, which Maria Bonaparte had rescued for him. "Isn't this home again?" And on his desk lay the large folio pages of his manuscripts which, at 83, he wrote with the old legible rounded script, every day, as clear in his mind as in his best period and equally tireless. His strong will had risen superior to everything: illness, age, exile, and for the first time the kindness of his being which had been damned during long years of struggle flowed freely from him. Age had only made him mellower, the trials he endured more forbearing. Once so reserved, he would now proffer a familiar gesture. He would lay his arm around my shoulder, and his eyes would glow more warmly through his shining glasses. Over the years, a conversation with Freud had always constituted one of my greatest intellectual satisfactions. While one learned, one marveled. It was plain that one's every word was fully comprehended by this magnificent, unprejudiced person whom no admission startled, no statement excited, and whose impulse to make others see and feel clearly had long since become an instinctive life impulse. Never, however, was I more gratefully sensible of the irreplaceable quality of those long conversations than during that dark year which was to be his last. At the moment of entering his room, it was as if the madness of the world outside had been shut off. Whatever was terrible reverted to the abstract. Confusion resolved itself. That which was concerned with our moment of time clicked into its humble place in the great cyclic phases. It was my first experience of a true sage, exalted beyond himself, to whom neither pain nor death longer counted as a personal experience, but as a superpersonal matter of observation and contemplation. His dying was no less a moral feat than his life. Freud already then suffered greatly from the illness that was soon to take him from us. One could see that it was a strain for him to speak with his artificial palate, and one was almost apologetic for every word that he granted, because articulation cost him exertion. But he would not let one go. It was the pride of his spirit of steel to manifest to his friends that his will remained more potent than vulgar bodily torments. His mouth distorted by pain, he wrote at his desk until the last days, and even when pain tortured his sleep at night, that wonderfully sound, healthy sleep which had been the prime source of his strength for 80 years, he denied himself sleeping potions and any narcotic. He did not wish the lucidity of his mind to be dulled for a single hour by such alleviation. Rather suffer and remain alert, rather think under torture than not think at all, hero of the spirit to the very end. It was a terrible struggle, and it became more magnificent the longer it lasted. From one day to the next, the shadow of death showed more plainly on his face. It hollowed his cheeks, it chiseled the temples out of his brow, it twisted his mouth, it checked the words on his lips. Against the eyes alone the dark reaper was impotent, against this unconquerable watchtower from which the heroic mind gazed into the world. Eye and mind remained clear to the last moment. Once, on one of my last visits, I took Salvador Dali with me, in my opinion the most gifted painter of the younger generation, who revered Freud immensely, and while I talked with Freud, he worked at a sketch. I dared not show it to Freud, because clairvoyantly Dali had already incorporated death in the picture. The struggle of this strongest will, This most penetrating mind of our time against destruction became increasingly cruel, only when he himself realized clearly. He, to whom clarity always had been the highest quality of thinking, that he would not be able to continue to write, to function. Like a Roman hero, he permitted the doctor to end his pain. It was the noble end of a noble life, a death memorable even among the hecatombs of that murderous time. And when we friends lowered his coffin into English soil, we knew that we had given it the best of our homeland. In those hours I frequently spoke with Freud about the horror of Hitler's world and the war. The outburst of bestiality deeply shocked him as a humanitarian, but as a thinker he was in no way astonished. He had always been scolded as a pessimist, he said, because he had denied the supremacy of culture over the instincts. But his opinion that the barbaric, the elemental destructive instinct in the human soul was ineradicable, has become confirmed most terribly. Not that he got any satisfaction in being right. Perhaps coming centuries might find a formula to control those instincts, at least as regards the common concerns of people. In everyday life, however, and deep within man they survived ineradicably, perhaps as useful energizing agents. The problem of Judaism and its present tragedy occupied him even more in those days, but his science provided no formula, and his lucid mind found no solution. Shortly before that he had published his work on Moses, in which he presented Moses as a non-Jew, an Egyptian, thus giving offense by this allocation of dubious scientific worth to devout Jews and to those holding the nationalist ideal. He had come to regret having published the book right in the most terrible hour of Jewry. Now that everything is being taken from them, I had to go and take their best man. I could not but agree with him that by now every Jew's sensitiveness had increased sevenfold, for even in the midst of the world tragedy, they were the real victims, everywhere the victims, because, already dispersed before the blow, they knew that whatever evil was to come would touch them first and with sevenfold force, and that the most hate-maddened man of all times wished to humiliate them especially and to harry them to the end of and under the earth. Every week and every month refugees arrived in growing numbers, and each lot was poorer and in greater consternation than the one that came before. The first ones, those who had been prompt to leave Germany and Austria, had still managed to save their clothes, their baggage, their household goods. Some even had a little money. But the longer one of them had placed trust in Germany, the greater his reluctance to wrench himself from his beloved home, the more severely he had been punished. First, the Jews had been deprived of their professions. They were forbidden the theaters, the movies, the museums, and scholars lost the use of the libraries. They had stayed because of loyalty or of indolence, cowardice, or pride. They preferred being humiliated at home to humiliating themselves as beggars abroad. They were not permitted to have servants. Radios and telephones were removed from their homes. Then the homes themselves were taken. The Star of David was forced on them so that they might be recognized, avoided and mocked, like lepers expelled and proscribed. Every right was withdrawn from them. Every spiritual and physical cruelty was practiced on them with playful sadism, and the old Russian proverb had suddenly become cruel truth for every Jew. No one is safe from the beggar's pack and the jail. Whoever did not leave was thrown into a concentration camp, where German discipline crushed even the proudest. Then, robbed of all, he was pushed over the frontier without further concern, with the suit on his back and 10 marks in his pocket. They pleaded at the consulates, and almost always in vain. For which country wanted newcomers who had been plundered to the skin? Beggars? I will never forget the sight which once met me in a London travel bureau. It was filled with refugees, almost all Jews, every one of them wanting to go anywhere, merely to another country, anywhere, into the polar ice or the scorching sands of Sahara, only away, only on, because, their transit visa having expired, they had to go on with wife and child to new stars, to a new language world, to folk whom they did not know and who did not want to receive them. There I met a once very wealthy industrialist from Vienna, who had been one of our most intelligent art collectors. He was so old, so gray, so weary that I did not recognize him at first. Weakly with both hands, He clung to the table. I asked him where he was going. I don't know, he said. Who asks about one's wishes nowadays? One goes wherever one is still admitted. Someone told me that I might be able to get a visa for Haiti or San Domingo here. My heart skipped a beat. An old worn-out man with children and grandchildren a-tremble with the hope of going to a country which hitherto he would not have been able to find on the map, there only to beg his way through and again be a stranger and purposeless. Someone next to him asked in eager desperation how one could get to Shanghai. He had heard that the Chinese were still admitting refugees. There they crowded, erstwhile university professors, bankers, merchants, landed proprietors, musicians, each ready to drag the miserable ruins of his existence over earth and oceans anywhere, to do and suffer anything. Only away, away from Europe, only away. It was a ghostly flock. But my most painful thought was that these 50 tormented people were no more than a skirmish troop preceding an army of 5, 8, perhaps 10 million Jews who, at the rear, were striking tents and already pressing forward. Those millions, first plundered then trampled over by the war, who were waiting for help from charitable institutions, for official permits, and the wherewithal to move on. It was a gigantic mass which, murderously roused and fleeing in panic before the Hitlerite forest fire, besieged the railway stations at every European frontier and filled the jails. The expulsion of a whole people which was denied nationhood, but was yet a people which, for 2,000 years sought nothing so much as to stop wandering and to rest their feet on quiet, peaceful earth. What was most tragic in this Jewish tragedy of the 20th century was that those who suffered it knew that it was pointless and that they were guiltless. Their forefathers and ancestors of medieval times had at least known what they suffered for their belief, for their law. They had still possessed a talisman of the soul which today's generation had long since lost, the inviolable faith in their God. They lived and suffered in the proud delusion that they were selected by the Creator as a people chosen for a special destiny and a special mission, and the promise of the Bible was to them commandment and law. Thrown on the pyre, they pressed the scripture that was holy to them against their breast, and through their inner fire were less sensitive to the murderous flames. Driven from land to land, there still remained for them a last home, their home in God, from which no earthly power, no emperor, no king, no inquisition could expel them. As long as their religion bound them together, they still were a community and therefore a power. When they were segregated and expelled, they atoned for the fault of their own doing by having consciously segregated themselves through their religion and their customs from the other nations of the earth. But the Jews of the 20th century had for long not been a community. They had no common faith. They were conscious of their Judaism rather as a burden than as something to be proud of, and were not aware of any mission. They lived apart from the commandments of their once holy books, and they were done with the common language of old. To integrate themselves and become articulated with the people with whom they lived, to dissolve themselves in the common life, was the purpose for which they strove impatiently for the sake of peace from persecution, rest on the eternal flight. Thus the one group no longer understood the other, melted down into other peoples as they were, more Frenchmen, Germans, Englishmen, Russians than they were Jews. Only now, since they were swept up like dirt in the streets and heaped together, the bankers from their Berlin palaces and sextons from the synagogues of Orthodox congregations, the philosophy professors from Paris and Romanian cabbies, the undertakers' helpers and Nobel Prize winners, the concert singers and hired mourners, the authors and distillers, the haves and the have-nots, the great and the small, the devout and the liberals, the usurers and the sages, the Zionists and the assimilated, the Ashkenazim and the Sephardim, the just and the unjust besides which the confused horde who thought that they had long since eluded the curse, the baptized and the semi-Jews. Only now, for the first time in hundreds of years, the Jews were forced into a community of interest to which they had long ceased to be sensitive, the ever-recurring, since Egypt, community of expulsion. But why this fate for them, and always for them alone? What was the reason, the sense, the aim of this senseless persecution? They were driven out of lands, but without a land to go to. They were repulsed, but not told where they might be accepted. They were held blameful, but denied means of expiation. And thus, with smarting eyes, they stared at each other on their flight. Why I? Why you? How do you and I, who do not know each other, who speak different languages, whose thinking takes different forms, and who have nothing in common, happen to be here together? Why any of us? And none could answer. Even Freud, the clearest-seeing mind of this time, with whom I often talked in those days, was baffled and could make no sense out of the nonsense. Who knows but that Judaism, because of its mysterious survival, may not, in its ultimate significance, constitute a reiteration of Job's eternal cry to God, so that it may not be quite forgotten on earth. No experience in life is more spectral than when that which one has thought long since dead and buried again advances on one, unannounced, in the same form and shape. The summer of 1939 had come. Munich, with its short-lived delusion of peace in our time, was long past. By this time Hitler had invaded and seized dismembered Czechoslovakia contrary to oath and vow. Memel was occupied. Danzig and the Polish corridor were being demanded by the German press in its artfully created frenzy. A sad awakening from her generous credulity had broken over England. Even the plain, uninformed people whose loathing of war was a mere instinct began to express embittered ill humor. All of the usually restrained English were moved to utterance. The doorman of our large flat, the lift boy, the chambermaid while tidying up the room. None quite understood what it was all about, but all remembered the one thing, the undeniable fact that Chamberlain, the Prime Minister of England, had 3 times flown to Germany to preserve the peace, and that no spirit of concession served to satisfy Hitler. Stern voices in the English Parliament were heard crying, "Stop aggression." On all sides one perceived the preparations for, or really against, the coming war. Again the light barrage balloons, looking innocent enough like gray toy elephants, began to float over London. Again air raid shelters were dug, and the gas masks were distributed and carefully examined. The suspense equaled that of a year ago, and was perhaps even greater because now it was not a naive and guileless population, but an already determined and angered one that stood behind the government. During that season I had left London and retired into the country, to Bath. Never in my life had I been so cruelly conscious of man's helplessness against world events. Here one stood, an alert, thinking being, engaged in matters remote from politics, devoted to his work, quietly persevering in the task of transforming one's years into achievement. And off there, somewhere in the invisible, were a dozen other persons whom one had not ever known or seen, a few each in the Wilhelmstrasse in Berlin, in the Quai d'Orsay in Paris, in the Palazzo Venezia in Rome, and at 10, Downing Street in London, and those 10 or 20, of whom few had thus far manifested any particular wisdom or cleverness, talked and wrote and telephoned and made treaties about things one knew nothing of. They made decisions in which one had no part and the details of which one never heard, and yet made final dispositions about my own life and every other life in Europe. My destiny lay in their hands, no longer in mine. They destroyed or spared us helpless ones. They permitted freedom or compelled slavery, and for millions they determined peace or war. And there in my room I sat like everybody else, defenseless as a fly, helpless as a snail, while life and death, my innermost ego, and my future were at stake, the forming thoughts in my brain, plans born and unborn, my waking and my sleep, my will, my possessions, my whole being. There one sat, waiting and staring into the void like a doomed man in his cell, immured, enmeshed in this senseless, helpless waiting, and one's fellow prisoners to right and left inquired, guessed, and chattered, as if any one of us knew or could know how and what was to become of us. The telephone rang, and a friend asked my views. There were the newspapers, and they confused one only still more. One declaration over the radio contradicted the other. I would walk out, and the first man I encountered would ask me, equally ignorant, whether I thought war would come or not. And, in one's own uneasiness, one would put the same kind of question and would chatter and debate, while knowing that the knowledge, experience, wisdom and foresight that were the accumulation of years into which one had educated oneself, were valueless against the verdict of that dozen strange men. That, this second time within 25 years, one was exactly as helpless and will-less in the face of fate as the first, and meaningless thoughts kept pounding against aching temples. In the end, the capital got to be too much for me, because the shrill words on the newspaper posters that were present at every street corner sprang at me like hateful hounds, because I found myself trying to read the thoughts behind the thousands of faces that swept by me. Those thoughts, theirs and mine, were identical. They were solely of the yes or no, of the black or red in the decisive game in which my whole life was part of the stake, my last hoarded years, my unwritten books, everything which heretofore had constituted the meaning and purpose of my life. But the ball rolled undecidedly hither and thither on the roulette table of diplomacy with exasperating slowness. Back and forth and back, black and red and black, hope and disappointment, good news and bad news, but yet not that which was determinate, final. Forget, I commanded myself. Flee. Take refuge in your innermost self. In your work, flee to where you are no more than your own being, not the citizen of a state, not a plaything of this infernal game, where alone your bit of intellect can still function rationally in a world gone mad. I did not want for a task. For years I had been accumulating material preparatory to a large 2-volume study of Balzac and his work, but had never had the courage to start on so comprehensive a labor that was calculated to occupy a long period. But it was just my gloom that produced the courage. I withdrew to Bath, and to Bath in particular because that city reflects more faithfully and impressively than any other in England a more peaceful century, the 18th, to the reposed eye. It is the city, too, where many of the best men of England's glorious literature, Fielding above all, achieved their best. But how painful the contrast between this gentle countryside endowed with a mild beauty and the growing unrest of the world and of my reflections. Just as July of 1914 was the most beautiful that I can remember in Austria, so challengingly beautiful was this August 1939 in England. Again, the soft silken blue sky like a heavenly tabernacle. Again this benign sunshine over meadows and woods besides an indescribable splendor of flowers. The great equable breathing of peace over the earth while mankind girded itself for war. As unbelievable as at that former time seemed the madness in the face of this quiet, persistent, exuberant flowering, this rhythmical calm that seemed to take joy in itself. In the valleys of Bath, which in their loveliness reminded me strangely of that Baden countryside of 1914. And again I was reluctant to believe it. This time, too, I made preparations for a summer trip. The Congress of the P.E.N. Club was planned for Stockholm in the first week of September 1939, and the Swedish group had invited me as a guest of honor since, in my amphibian existence, I no longer represented any nation. My kindly host had already seen to it that every hour of the weeks to come was fitted into a program. Long since I had booked for the crossing. Then came threatening report after report increasing in intensity of the imminent mobilization. According to the rules of reason, I ought to have quickly packed my books and manuscripts and left the British Isles, a possible theater of war, because I was an alien in England, and in case of war automatically an enemy alien, menaced by all possible restrictions of personal freedom. But something inexplicable in me opposed the thought of safety by flight. It was half disdain to flee once more since fate dogged me everywhere anyhow, and half fatigue. Let us meet the time as it seeks us, I said to myself with Shakespeare. If it seeks you, nearing 60, make no further resistance. Your best, the life you have already lived, remains unaffected. And so I stayed. However, I wished to put my private affairs in the best possible order, and as it was my intention to contract a second marriage, I did not want to lose a minute. In order not to be separated for long from my future life partner by internment or other unforeseen measures. Thus I went that morning, it was September 1st, a Friday, to the registry office at Bath to secure my marriage license. The official took our papers and was uncommonly friendly and zealous. Like everyone else at this time, He understood our desire for haste. The ceremony was set for the next day. He took his pen and, in a careful script, began to write our names in his book. Just then, it must have been about 11 o'clock, the door to the next room flew open. A young official burst in, getting into his coat while walking. "The Germans have invaded Poland. This is war," he shouted into the quiet room. The word fell like a hammer blow upon my heart. But the heart of our generation is already accustomed to all sorts of hard blows. "That doesn't have to mean war," I said in honest conviction. But the man was almost incensed. "No," he cried vehemently. "We've had enough. We can't let them start this sort of thing every 6 months. We've got to put a stop to it." Meanwhile, the clerk who had already begun to fill out our certificate laid his pen down thoughtfully. After all, we were aliens, he reflected, and in case of war would automatically become enemy aliens. He did not know whether marriage in such circumstances was still permissible. He was very sorry, but in any event he would have to apply to London for instructions. Then came 2 more days of waiting, hoping, fearing, 2 days of the most terrible suspense. Sunday morning the radio gave out the news that England had declared war against Germany. It was a strange morning. Silently, we stepped back from the radio that had projected a message into the room which would outlast centuries, a message that was destined to change our world totally and the life of every single one of us. A message which meant death for thousands of those who had silently listened to it, sorrow and unhappiness, desperation and threat for every one of us, and perhaps only after years and years a creative significance. It was war again, a war more terrible and far-reaching than ever before on earth any war had been. Once more an epic came to an end. Once more a new epic began. Silently we stood in the room that had suddenly become deathly quiet and avoided looking at each other. From outside came the unconcerned twitter of the birds, frivolous in their love and subject to the gentle breeze, and in golden luster the trees swayed as if their leaves, like lips, wished to touch one another tenderly. It was not for ancient Mother Nature to know the cares of her creatures. I went to my room and packed a small bag. If the prediction of a friend in high place were fulfilled, then we Austrians in England would be counted as Germans and would be subject to the same restrictions. It seemed unlikely that I would be allowed to sleep in my own bed that night. Again I had dropped a rung lower. Within an hour I was no longer merely a stranger in the land, but an enemy alien, a hostile foreigner. This decree forcibly banned me to a situation to which my throbbing heart had no relation. For was a more absurd situation imaginable than for a man in a strange land to be compulsorily aligned, solely on the ground of a faded birth certificate, with a Germany that had long ago expelled him because his race and ideas branded him as anti-German and to which, as an Austrian, he had never belonged. By a stroke of a pen the meaning of a whole life had been transformed into a paradox. I wrote, I still thought in the German language, but my every thought and wish belonged to the countries which stood in arms for the freedom of the world. Every other loyalty, all that was past and gone, was torn and destroyed, and I knew that after this war everything would have to take a fresh start. For my most cherished aim, to which I had devoted all the power of my conviction for 40 years, the peaceful union of Europe, had been defiled. What I had feared more than my own death, the war of all against all, now had become unleashed for the second time. And one who had toiled heart and soul all his life for human and spiritual unity found himself, in this hour which like no other demanded inviolable unity, thanks to this precipitate singling out, superfluous and alone as never before in his life. Once more I wandered down to the town to have a last look at peace. It lay calmly in the noonday sun and seemed no different to me from other days. People went their accustomed way in their usual manner. There were no signs of hurry. They did not crowd talkatively together. Their behavior had a Sabbath, like quality, and at a certain moment I asked myself, can it be that they don't know it yet? But they were English and practiced in restraining their emotions. They needed no flags and drums, clamor and music to strengthen themselves in their tough, unemotional determination. How different from those days of July 1914 in Austria. But how different was I, too, From the inexperienced young man of that time, how heavy with memories. I knew what war meant, and as I looked at the well-filled, tidy shops, I had an abrupt vision of those of 1918, cleared out and empty, seemingly staring at one with wide-open eyes. As in a waking dream, I saw the long queues of careworn women before the food shops, the mothers in mourning, the wounded, the cripples. The whole nightmare of another day returned spectrally in the shining noonday light. I recalled our old soldiers, weary and in rags, how they had come back from the battlefield. My beating heart felt the whole past war in the one that was beginning today, and which still hid its terror from our eyes. Again I was aware that the past was done for, work achieved was in ruins. Europe, our home, to which we had dedicated ourselves, had suffered a destruction that would extend far beyond our life. Something new, a new world began, but how many hells, how many purgatories had to be crossed before it could be reached? The sun shone full and strong. Homeward bound, I suddenly noticed before me my own shadow, as I had seen the shadow of the other war behind the actual one. During all this time it has never budged from me, that irremovable shadow. It hovers over every thought of mine by day and by night. Perhaps its dark outline lies on some pages of this book, too. But, after all, shadows themselves are born of light. And only he who has experienced dawn and dusk, war and peace, ascent and decline, only he has truly lived.